Chapter 47. OSM true to my word, another Indlovu lay dead at my feet, bringing the total to 3. But there was no glory in this victory. 15 splashes of crimson stained the dirt, all that remained of my own fallen kin. The Indlovu's mauling had left nothing recognizable, just a pulp of what used to be people, and without witnesses, we'd never have known exactly how many we lost. Foi, I snapped. He stepped forward, head low, his posture dripping with guilt. How do they keep slipping past us? Where are they coming from? Why can't you detect them? I have no excuse. Their timing has been impeccable, which makes it hard. I don't care about their timing or whatever cursed luck they've got. I want to know how these beasts have ambushed us twice. I didn't sense them, and clearly you didn't either. Foi, my loyal but embarrassed friend, hung his head in shame, and I forced myself to calm down. It's not just your fault. I shouldn't take it out on you. I'm sorry for snapping. A few Keelish nearby gasped at my apology. I need you to find a way to spot these brutes before they're on top of us. I don't care what it takes. Pull anyone from any task, anytime, to figure out how these giants move so silently. My trusted scout flared his frills in agreement, and I waved him off. Now eat! Feast until you're stuffed, because this meat won't last long. I gestured for my swarm to dig in before tearing a long strip from my first kill's back. Then I stepped aside, frustration simmering, and checked my system notifications. Status updated. Skill acquired. Behind me, the sounds of crunching bones and devouring filled the air, but I focused on the changes. My adversary count had ticked up to Deviet Dset, confirming what I already suspected. The Indlovu was a far stronger opponent than me. What caught my attention, though, was a notification tied to the words of power I'd finally spoken after countless failed attempts. The user has discovered the true iteration of the 5th of the words of power of Neaftala. The user has been blessed with the greater blessing of victory. The user has been granted the skill, Victor's Spoils. A new skill was always a welcome surprise, and standing in the bloody, sandy muck beneath my feet, I had a hunch what it did. Skill, Victor's Spoils, a passive skill granted to the select representatives of Neaftala. When a skill user cuts down an enemy, they absorb a portion of that foe's vitality, with the recovery scaling directly to how formidable the opponent was. This particular skill is locked in its current form and can't be upgraded further. A sly smile crept across my face as I traced the deep gash the Indlovu's tusk had carved along my ribs. Though neither Vefir nor Etra had bothered to check on me, the angry wound had already knitted itself into a crusty scab, the throbbing ache dulled to a faint reminder of the fight. As I rose and ghosted a fingertip over the healing line, Vefir shuffled over, clucking his tongue in annoyance. I didn't bother dodging his frustration. He was always lecturing me to play it safe, and I was always brushing off his advice like it didn't matter. Here, he grunted, and his healing came as a sharp tail slap right beneath the scratch. I yelped as the pain vanished, replaced by fresh, sturdy scales. Got something I need to say. His tone was curt. Yeah, I'll be more careful, not that. My frills perked up, half hoping he'd pivot to something lighter. You need protection. Someone glued to your side to cut down the danger you keep stumbling into. I'm always here for you and the swarm, but it's a lot easier to mend a bunch of small scrapes than one fatal blow. And remember, if you drop, this whole swarm goes with you. I spread my frills wide, forcing myself to actually absorb his words this time. Vefir stepped off, his lecture and patch-up complete. Shamira sauntered over and bumped her hip against his, already starting to tease him. I chuckled at the sight, but then a nagging question hit me out of nowhere. Why was the boon I'd gotten from speaking the 5th of the words of power so different from what Vefir had pulled off when he'd saved Sybil back on the far side of the Samutilia? His so-called blessing of victory had supercharged his magic, something totally unlike what I'd received. What gave? The administrator answered, "The gifts from speaking a phrase differ from person to person, even when it's the same blessing handed out. Though for certain species, the physical shifts follow a rigid sequence identical across every member. Like the Moon Children's fingers and eyes." Exactly. Based on what the blood-soaked priestess told you, the Moon Children get 6 phrases, 1 for each finger in order, and a final one for the eyes. There are exceptions too. She cut off, clearly having overstepped again. Her voice came back, sulky and bitter. "Anyway, the Moon Children recite their phrases in sequence. The Beastkin don't, since their whole phrase. No, I can't get into that without getting shut down. Nievtala's words of power, the Keel's words, bless each person in their own way, though you, as a disciple, rake in extra perks. Whatever, that's beside the point. Where was I? Right. Every Keelish or Katif gets different boons from each phrase, but once you've spoken the full set, you qualify to evolve into a Keel. There's other stuff that comes with it, but that's not important. Bottom line, your growth will be fine-tuned to you." I flared my frills, hoping she could see it. Then, realizing she might not, I whispered a quiet thank you under my breath. Time to push eastward again, and figure out whether I needed to tackle some other quest milestones to keep more Indlovu from thinking they could jump us out of nowhere. Honestly, though, I wouldn't mind the chance to get stronger. Chapter 49. Should you embrace the words of power? Should you savor the forbidden depth of the deeper words? Should the sanctuary open its arms to those who've walked away from the deeps? Should the sanctuary dim the halls of the divine? It exists to obscure the tower, to stay beneath its gaze and shield our realm from its reach. No single life outweighs the collective. If sacrifices are demanded, whether they bear guilt or innocence, so be it. We may mourn at their graves, lamenting the loss of countless souls, yet the tower must never learn of the sanctuary. Words spoken to every seeker of the blackened sanctuary. I'm ready and able to take orders, though I have my doubts about how much good it'd do us, compared to staying as invisible as possible for now. Figuring out what to do about Sybil and her strange bond with the wolf stags took a while. To the Indlovu, her magic seemed somehow off, yet she was the reason they'd tracked us down in the first place. My first instinct was to have her mentally shout warnings to any nearby Indlovu, keeping them at a distance unless they wanted to break the unspoken rule against killing us outright. Sybil's take, which I found myself leaning toward more than my own, was that staying quiet and low-key would keep fewer of them on our trail. But since we're heading straight through Bekizo's turf, why not try talking to him? Shamira cut in. He wouldn't recognize me unless he said so, but he could point us toward more Keelish, and with all of us plus our magic, I figure we could keep him calm, if not win him over. We don't know this land. Sybil replied, "As I said, I'm willing, but I want us all to realize that doing so is like torching these fields at midnight. Every Indlovu nearby would zero in on us, and until we can sense them coming, we'd be caught flat-footed and vulnerable. They might track us down anyway, Sybil." Shamira shot back, her head frills and scales flaring with intensity. "I'm not sure what the right move is, but we've got potential allies who see you as a friend or a little Indlovu, and tossing that aside seems reckless, at best. We can hold our own. Sure, we lost a few, but we showed them our strength in no time. We can keep proving that Ashlani's swarm isn't something to mess with or hunt. You let your emotions run wild." Sybil clicked her teeth in dissent. "Staying hidden and pushing forward is the smarter play. Maybe, but maybe not." "Sybil, what if you'd been the one on the swarm's edge earlier?" "Then I'd have died," she said, her tone flat and unshaken. Shamira let out a snarl. "And that should matter to you." Sybil's tail twitched in protest, though she stayed silent. "Then what about Ashlani? What if it were him, or Tri, Vefir, or me?" Shamira's voice trailed off, desperation creeping into her words and posture. I stepped between them, resting a hand on each shoulder. Two pairs of eyes locked onto mine, one heavy with worry, the other cool and distant. You both have solid points, I conceded. Shamira, you're letting the fear of that ambush cloud your judgment. She looked away quickly. Sybil, you're playing it too safe. In familiar territory, your approach would work perfectly and we'd come out on top. But we have no idea how close we are to where we need to be. I can't say how much longer the journey will take. We need to grab any chance to win allies and build our numbers. Shamira lifted her gaze to meet mine, searching for reassurance. I'll follow your lead, Alpha, Sybil said, her voice tight and reluctant. But I want the swarm to fully grasp the position we're in. Once we acknowledge the dangers we're facing, then I'm glad to follow your lead. I'd rather you not set off a giant flare announcing our position, Sybil. I shot back, biting down on my irritation. My thought is that once Foix, Sylph, and the rest of the scouts crack how the Indlovu are pulling off such smooth movement, we can trace part of the trail the Nkulu tribe left behind. I can't promise we'll locate Bekizo or even the Nkulu themselves, but it's a move in the right direction. But what happens if that tribe numbers in the hundreds, and we wander right into their laps because we refuse to try talking first, and they wipe us out? That's a real concern, Sybil conceded, yet risking an ambush for that slim hope seems reckless, to say the least. And that's exactly why I mentioned waiting until Foix and the scouts come through. For now, I think it's best if you hold off on reaching out to the wolf stags with your magic. Later, once we're sure we can sense them coming, we'll start trying to open a line of communication with the Indlovu. Sybil ruffled her frills in a reluctant nod and started to turn away. But before she fully pivoted, she glanced back at Shamira. I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have spoken so lightly about my own death. We've lost so many friends, and I convinced myself the whole swarm had grown numb to that kind of grief. But losing you would cut deeper than any loss I've witnessed. I don't want to carry that pain, and I certainly don't want to hand it to you. Then she pressed her head gently against Shamira's. And I wouldn't want you to die either, Ashlani. Not for the gap it would leave in the swarm's leadership, and not for the emptiness it would leave in me. Please heed Vefir's advice and be more cautious. I've fallen into a careless habit of assuming you'll always survive, and that was wrong of me. I honestly don't know how I'd cope if you were gone. With that, she nudged her head against mine once more, before heading over to the wave wolf stags. Weaving through them, scratching an ear here, nuzzling a snout there. She is something else, Shamira said, forcing a faint chuckle. She certainly is. Thanks for looking after her. Had nothing to do with you, Shamira replied, her gaze trailing after my mate. I tilted my head and asked, are you hoping to mate with her? Shamira recoiled, as if she'd been swatted across the nose. No, absolutely not. What we share goes way beyond something as trivial as that. Besides, she's not my type. He's more my speed, at least for now, she said, flicking her tail toward Vefir. Really? I pressed, skeptical. Really, she answered, a sly grin spreading across her face. He's fun to tease, but so sincere. Then, with an exaggerated sway of her hips, she spun around and strolled toward the healer. He twitched his tail at her approach, but didn't shoo her off. Instead, he gave her a once-over, checking for any overlooked injuries needing his care, and she playfully showed off a tiny scratch she'd secretly carved into the back of her hand with a claw. Seeing through her little game, Vefir turned away, brushing off the wound, and Shamira scampered after him. Taking a page from her playbook, I walked over to Sybil, noticing a sandy hollow nearby that looked perfect for a soak. I broke into a grin and jogged ahead, ready to treat myself. Chapter Padasat. Another 6 days slipped by without much happening, the swarm pushing forward while doing its best to stay off the radar. With our numbers, progress crawled, especially since we had nearly as many captured beasts as we did Keelish. If they'd been fully tamed, it wouldn't have been such a headache, but just a couple of weeks ago they were running wild, and only the combined pull of my skills, along with Shamira, Faralia, and Sybil's magic, could keep so many half-feral creatures in check. To make matters worse, even though we now had over 100 oxfiends, and roughly half that many axbeaks under our sway, they grew more unruly with each passing day, since we lacked Sybil's magic to keep them calm and compliant. It took everything we had, Wolfstag, Keelish, and Katif working together, just to hold the herds together and prevent chaos. Luckily, the oxfiends' keen noses led us straight to the nearest water sources, so at least we never went thirsty. Given the fragile peace, we avoided slaughtering any of our half-tamed livestock, and instead focused on keeping them content. Following Foix and Sylph's advice, we dispatched small groups of Keelish on brief hunting runs, never straying more than a mile or so from the main swarm, close enough to keep an eye on them where the grass stayed under 6 feet tall. Those hunts mostly succeeded, and we lost no one, which gave me a glimmer of hope that our mission to find the Indlovu, and specifically Bekizo, might actually pan out. On the 7th day, Foix let out a triumphant shout from the middle of the swarm, with Sylph beside him cheering just as loudly. When I reached them, Foix locked eyes with me, a grin splitting his face. I've cracked it. They're being influenced by something similar to what Yit can do. That doesn't make any sense to me, I replied, tilting my head and flicking my tail. Yet's power, she controls the earth, doesn't she? Exactly, Foix said, clacking his fangs for emphasis. So maybe the Indlovu are underground, or something else entirely. It's different from what you're thinking. There are certain spots where the ground seems to hold their feet or cushion their steps, keeping them quieter, faster, and somehow erasing their tracks. That's useful info, I admitted. But how does that help us locate them? The way I track things depends on how well I understand them, Foix explained, his excitement tempered by his usual formal tone. Once I know what to look for, my senses stretch much farther and work more effectively. I can feel the magic in the air and in the earth, wherever it might be. I'll pinpoint the nearest Indlovu, but I can't promise they won't sense me in return. Then we'll be on even footing at least. I spread my frills in gratitude. Thanks, Foix, for all your effort. You too, Sylph. The two Katif bowed their heads briefly before snapping back to attention, their eyes going distant. I turned to leave them to their work, but within seconds, Foix hissed, "They're here!" He pointed at an unremarkable patch of grass. My pulse spiked, and I could barely hear over the roar of blood in my ears as my elites closed in around me. On my signal, the Keelish nearest the grass pulled back toward the main body of the swarm. I didn't hesitate to call out in the human tongue, Indlovu. I am Ashlani, the alpha of my swarm. I am Favalo of Blood Priestess Anna of the Moon Children and escapee from the Veritocracy, chosen of Nieftala and mate of the Katif known to Bekizo of the Enkulu as one of their own. Identify yourselves. For 1, 2, 3 solid heartbeats, I half expected Foix and Sylph to be wrong, that we were still at the Indlovu's mercy. Then a colossal head slowly emerged from the grass, fixing its curious gaze on me. Enormous grey ears framed its long face, and the 2 tusks curving around its trunk were ornately carved with swirling patterns that appeared to be inlaid with gold. The Indlovu stepped forward, the familiar mole held loosely in its right hand, pointed low. Behind the towering Stunnacht-foot figure, 7 more Indlovu rose, their tusks carved but far less decorated. You speak of things you shouldn't know. The deep voice rumbled through the ground, making my tremor sense tingle with unease. His voice thundered with such force that, thanks to the upgrades in my sonalphone, I could actually see the sound waves rippling through the air. Why shouldn't I know who I am or where I came from? Am I not a Sahar Liard? The Indlovu remained silent, but they were clearly buzzing with a silent conversation, their trunks and ears twitching with mounting unease. As they deliberated, Sybil leaned close and whispered in the Keelish tongue. "What you said has them all puzzled and wary. A few of them want to strike us down right now, but many argue that it would be a dishonor. It's hard to catch every thread of their talk. There are so many voices, more than we can see. Not all of them are here in the flesh, but this big one can reach out to others far across the land." Foy chimed in, his gaze fixed on a clump of tall grass behind us. "There are more lurking there. Maybe 7, I can't tell for sure." I flared my frills in acknowledgement and turned back to face the hidden Indlavu. "Why are you trailing us? Some of our kin were killed by your kind a week ago. Are you hunting for vengeance?" "None of the Jägerlide have gone missing in recent days," the leader shot back, punctuating his words with a sharp trumpeting cry. "I thank you for your patience, little Sahaliad. My people are a guarded bunch, though the Jägerlide are more inquisitive than most. Even so, your kind is usually a plague, and we treat you as such. How you introduce yourself says a lot about who you are and what story you carry." The towering leader stepped out from the grass, his massive frame swallowing me in shadow. I stood about 7 feet tall, but this Indlovu man was easily twice that. With a heavy, rumbling sigh, he settled down in front of me, his eyes still locked on mine. I paused, waiting for any signal from the Indlovu, but he raised a hand before I could speak. Nearly a minute passed before a small crimson bird swooped down to perch on his shoulder, pecking curiously at his ear. Finally, he spoke. "You've shown respect, and you deserve it in return. I am Kakambi, chieftain of the Jägerlide tribe, the one who shattered 3 Stone Hill and the voice that carries across the plains. I've come to see if our people can find common ground, or if we must take up the Iklabu to defend ourselves and crush our enemies. Please, sit with me, share a meal, and let my Askari serve you as they serve me. Chapter Padesad Yedna, welcome to my swarm, Kakambi of the Jägerlide. I know nothing of your ways, so forgive me if I stumble." He waved his trunk in a loose, dismissive motion. "And I know nothing of yours. Let's learn together." The chieftain leaned in, his dark eyes probing mine. "Tell me, how are your Askari?" "I'm afraid I don't know what an Askari is." "Then how do you keep the flies and pests at bay? Aren't they feasting on your hide?" His tone was full of disbelief, as if the answer were obvious. Before I could repeat my confusion, the little red bird on his shoulder darted over to me, tilting its head and jabbing its beak at the base of my right frill. It stung, and I gritted my teeth to keep from flinching. After 2 sharp pecks, it hopped onto the crown of my head, striking 6 times more, down my frills, across my crest, and along the outer edge of my left frill. Then the Askari, as I figured it must be called, flew back to Kakambi, who watched me with a slow, deliberate tilt of his head. "May your beds be firm, your meals be full, and your skin stay clear," he intoned with a ceremonial gravity. I tried to memorize the phrase while he pressed on, his voice shifting to something more curious than formal. "You've got no parasites, not even in your softest spots," he marveled, a genuine awe creeping into his words. "I'm relieved that I don't," I answered, a mix of curiosity and bewilderment washing over me. The chieftain's ears flapped with visible agitation as he spoke. "I owe you an apology," he said. "You mentioned not knowing my people, and I failed to clarify. From a young age, every Indlovu finds and bonds with an Askari. These companions pick clean the tiny pests that try to feast on our skin and burrow into our flesh. They stay with us for life, the Askari and the Indlovu, though we outlive them by a century or 2. Their descendants then take over the duty, caring for us while we shield and nourish them in return. An Indlovu rejected by his Askari is seen as unclean and unwanted. So, I apologize once more for assuming you were filthy when you're clearly capable of tending to yourself. In the spirit of our talk, might I ask how your kind manages to stay free of such grime?" My tail lashed about, torn between irritation and puzzlement. Why did this even matter to anyone? "I suppose I could show you a bath," I offered. There's the right kind of sand nearby. Please do, the massive Indlovu declared, rising to his feet. To my surprise, he set aside his maul as I headed toward the nearest sandpit. Each of his strides covered twice my distance, yet Kakambi kept a gentle pace beside me. "Sybil," I called out, and she instantly knew what I needed. Stepping into the pit, I shifted my weight back and forth until I sank to my waist. Given the political tensions swirling around us, I skipped the usual luxury of basking in the warm sands and zeroed in on the ritual itself. Normally, I'd use my magic to exfoliate and pamper myself, but instead I let Sybil scrub my back, shoulders and hips before I stood and flared my scales wide, letting the grains cascade off my body. "That's a bath," I said. Typically, we take longer to scrub every inch, but I didn't want to drag this out more than needed just to make the point. Kakambi's trunk bobbed thoughtfully as he took in the display. "That's quite clever," he mused. "There are no sands deep or safe enough for us Indlovu to wade into, and our hands and bodies aren't built for these sand baths. Still, I'd welcome the blessing of your cleansing." Then the chieftain, twice my size and at least 8 times my weight, lumbered into the pit. He sank quickly to his knee, where the sand apparently bottomed out, and gave me a look. First at me, then the sand, then back at me. "Right," I said, catching on. "Your Askari cleaned me, so let me return the favor." He trumpeted his approval, and I waded in, scooping up 2 handfuls of sand to rub along his thigh. His hide, though tough and calloused, hung loose in wrinkled folds, and the grains caught in every crease. I had to scrub 5 or 6 times harder than I would for a Keelish. After about a minute of effort, Kakambi turned and heaved one leg out of the pit with obvious strain. Watching him struggle to lift a limb so high, my lukewarm impression of the chieftain warmed considerably. With that much willingness to honor his own customs just to show me respect, maybe we could sit down as equals after all. "May your beds be firm, your meals hearty, and your skin clean," I offered. "Unblemished," he gently corrected, though I sensed I'd still stumbled somewhere. He didn't press it, instead continuing, "Thank you. You're truly Sahalayad, willing to treat me as an equal and a friend. Let's talk, my friend. How can I help you?" His warmth stood in stark contrast to the Moonchildren, the closest thing we'd found to allies, and I nearly fumbled for words. "We're searching for old Nieftra," I said. "Nieftala has guided us to its ruins far to the east. We're following that vision." "Your goddess has steered you well," Kakambi replied, his trunk nodding sagely. "I've never traveled that far from my tribe's lands, but I've spoken with those who have. Your ancestors' territory once lay there, long ago. I thank you for confirming that." "Of course, my Sahalayad," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. And as he spoke, I caught a flicker of something else in his eyes. A quiet hope, perhaps, that this meeting might mark the start of something more lasting than a single exchange. "For that, our friends." His voice thundered across the clearing, each word dripping with growing warmth and zeal. "I see you've brought your own herds, so you won't be depleting our wildlife. Would you like directions to the finest river along your route? The herds track them well enough." I hedged, uneasy under his generosity, and wondering if I should confess how we'd been living off the local creatures. "Indeed they do. Livestock and wildlife hold wisdom we can only dream of attaining. Ha 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 ha. You're a remarkable leader." "Chieftain Kakambi," I pushed, cutting through his stream of compliments. "What happens if our herds dwindle to nothing and we can't feed our people?" The warmth vanished from the Indlovu's face, and his kin, who had just begun to relax, tightened their grips on their mauls. "The riches of this land aren't for the tribes of the Republic of the Indlovu. We guard it and every creature on it, great and small. A hunt now and then is fine, but with so many of you demanding so much meat, it's better you consume what's yours, not what's free and vital to this land's survival. I know your herds came from this savanna. Disturb the balance no further, or I can no longer call you friend." Then where does the Yegelide stewardship end? I pressed, refusing to drop the matter. To my shock, every Indlovu around burst into roaring laughter at my question. A clever Sahaliad. You think like one of us. Truly wonderful. The waves of mirth rolled between Keelish and Indlovu, though none of my kin joined in. 3 days' march eastward. Kakambi chuckled, his trunk wiping a tear. There, the Linkata's lands begin, and you can greet Chieftain Alatsu to discuss the health of his plains. The towering chieftain kept chuckling to himself for a while longer, then grabbed his maul and used it smoothly as a cane to stand. I've given counsel and shared my askari, so let me share a meal with you. Without any signal I could catch, an oxfiend lumbered over and lowed at him. In a flash, Kakambi seized its horns, twisted its head, and snapped the Dva, Nula-pound beast's neck with startling ease. Before any of us could move, he hoisted the entire carcass overhead and trumpeted in triumph. Thank you for your hospitality. My people bring drink so we can truly toast our friendship. Chapter Padasat Deva. Only a few minutes later, another 30 or so Indlovu emerged from the grass, with surprising quiet, massive barrels balanced on their shoulders. Kakambi, aided by his guards, built a huge bonfire, and within 15 minutes, a blazing fire with a spitted oxfend drew in merry Indlovu and bewildered Keelish. What are we supposed to do here? Sybil whispered to me, her tone artificially bright to avoid any misread by the Indlovu. Eat, I suppose, I replied. He didn't seem to mean it as a threat or insult. I'd say they expect one side to bring food and the other drink. Since the talk happened in our camp, we supply the food. That's what I figured. But how do we mingle with them? There are nearly 50 now, and who knows if more will show. Most of the Keelish don't speak any language the Indlovu use, and there's no word between us about what this is even for. True, I said, watching the flames dance as the celebration took shape around us. Even if we take a few hits, I'd still rather face whatever's coming here than risk a full-blown war after accidentally insulting them earlier. Sybil flicked her tail once, sharp and deliberate. Then she steadied herself and said, "Some of the tribe are still scratching their heads about why they're doing this now. They refuse to believe we're worth the trouble. But most are just happy to join the party, even if it's not strictly necessary." "Then go work the crowd as much as you can with that magic of yours," I told her. "Bakizo warmed up to you before, so you might be able to bridge the gap between us with that unique position of yours. As you command, my alpha." The playful edge in Sybil's voice undercut her overly formal reply, and she sauntered over to a cluster of 4 Indlovu. I would have hung back, but the instant her magical voice joined the mix, every nearby Indlovu spun to lock eyes on her. Before any of us could blink, a dozen trumpeting calls, welcome, glory, some kind of raw excitement, rang through the gathering, and the Indlovu mobbed her, trunks wrapping around her like vines. "Ashlani! Help!" she yelped. But faster than I could move, my beta was hoisted up by at least 5 of them and lifted into the air. Sybil fought to keep her voice even and called down, "I think I'll survive. Don't hurt anyone." Confused, worried, and honestly a little entertained, I watched Sybil get paraded around like an oversized baby. At each stop, she apparently said something through her magic, and the new Indlovu would trumpet out a laugh before joining the growing train of excited giants. Before long, Kakambi's earth-shaking footsteps rumbled up beside me. "You should have told me your love was one of us." He chuckled, the deep words vibrating through my chest and echoing in my tremor sense, even through the air. I did when I first introduced myself. But the Nkulu's lands don't just touch the Badlands. They're mostly inside them. Why would I take their words seriously? Why wouldn't you? "Their territory is in the Badlands," he said. Like that should mean something to me. We don't have our own territory. Why would we care where some other tribe's lands are? I owe you another apology, my friend. To the Indlovu, land is everything. We are stewards, guardians, protectors, almost divine to those we watch over. Anyone who can't be trusted to care for rich lands can't be trusted to speak truth or trade fairly. And why are the Enkulu's lands in the Badlands? They were given some of the finest lands in the heart of the Republic back in my youth. But every 50 years, when their stewardship was reviewed, they failed. After each failure, they were pushed to worse land. They lost their herds, their ufudaluk, everything but their askari. After 5 failures, the Enkulu lost all responsibility for the Republic's lands, and now they're left with just a sliver along the borders. Wait, but aren't your lands near the Badlands? Near, but not inside. Kakambi nearly shouted. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, I said quickly. No, you didn't deserve that. You don't know my people or our ways. Honestly, our land is a true blessing, prosperous, healthy, and good. But it comes with extra responsibility because of its proximity to the border. I'm glad I met you, Ashlani, and your people because of that responsibility. As he spoke, Kakambi reached out to a passing Indlovu, grabbing 2 massive cups with his trunk. He handed one to me, and the sharp smell of something fermented hit my nose. Now drink and enjoy the feast. Kakambi cheered. He dunked his trunk into the cup, slurping up every last drop of liquor before lifting it to his mouth and letting it pour down. I gripped my own cup with both hands. One just wasn't enough to steady it, and brought it to my lips. It had been ages since I'd actually drunk from a vessel, and the liquid dribbled down the corners of my mouth as I tried to manage it. The syrupy burn clawed at my throat, and I couldn't suppress a hacking cough, nearly dropping the cup in the process. The Indlovu around me chuckled, but there was no malice in it. First time tasting alcohol, is it? Kakambi asked. It's meant to loosen you up for the celebration. You'll have to get used to the flavor, I'm afraid. It's not the taste, I shot back, trying to save face. I just haven't used a cup like this before. Give me another shot. I dipped my face into the drink and took a deep pull. Whatever this brew was, it was dense as honey, coating every inch of my mouth and throat as it slid down. The heat was fiercer than any whiskey or rum I'd ever known, and I couldn't help but wonder if this was the same stuff they used to fuel firebombs. Snot streamed down my face as I gasped for air, and the Indlovu roared their approval at my determination. The liquid sat heavy in my stomach, burning like a coal, and I locked eyes with the chieftain. Strong, I wheezed. Has to be, to work on us. He clapped me hard on the back and wandered off to share the concoction with someone else. Would this actually get me drunk? Could a Keelish even feel the effects? Nieftala, watch over us, I muttered under my breath as the warmth spread through my core, and I swore I could feel my legs starting to wobble. I forced myself to stand tall, but it wasn't long before I got my answer. Chapter Padisat Tree, laugh and dance and joy and sing, let all your greatest glories ring. Enjoy the time our gods allow, but when they come then you must bow. For they who the divine do scourge will find themselves put through the purge, and when the absolute do reap, that is the time that we will weep. Misty Hawa children's rhyme singing rose around the fire, a chaotic mix of screeches and trumpets clashing together. I quickly picked out Shamira's slurred voice, and there she was, standing before the flames, one hand clutching a hunk of oxfiend meat, the other waving her cup of that mystery drink like a trophy. I don't know any songs, but I like them, she declared to the Indlovu in a language they couldn't understand. To them, our hisses and shrieks probably sounded more like a battle cry than a melody, but Shamira threw herself into the performance with reckless passion. She rambled on without any rhythm or sense, talking about journeys, battles, life, and death, and every word came from her with raw, unfiltered sincerity. Watching her pour her heart out like that hit me somewhere deep, and whether it was the alcohol hitting my empty stomach, or just the sheer beauty of a kid singing, for the first time something swelled in my chest. For we have journeyed. We have fought. We have died, and some have not. We are the Keelish, Ashlani's Keelish, and we will fight until the night. Her simple refrain was picked up by a dozen Keelish around her, and the rest of my swarm fell into silence until the only sounds left were the crackling fire and the wind whistling through the night. All around, those who could understand bowed their heads in unison, honoring the sacrifices of the hundreds who had come before. I did the same Oncle, my first friend, Triel, the first Catif to fall, Redale. Even though I'd ended him, I still grieved. Rulak, blunt, fierce, and a true friend. Whistle, a mentor, and absolutely out of her mind. And so many more. Most of my swarm had perished, either by my own hand or under my orders, while countless Keelish had suffered through a desperate, prolonged escape attempt only to meet their end at the hands of the humans and creatures along the Samutilia River. Seizing a moment of clarity, I stepped forward. Forged in battle and tempered in blood, we have journeyed here. We will march through the fires of war and crush any spark of resistance. We will claim our new home, and no force on earth will tear it from us. Never, never. My swarm roared in unison, and several of the Indlovu flinched at the sudden thunder. I spoke in the human tongue, so the Indlovu could grasp my words better than my own kind could. We are grateful for the Indlovu's friendship, and we wish to repay it in full. Please, feast and enjoy yourselves. If the flames dwindle or the spits run bare, take whatever you need to keep the celebration alive. In Neftala's name, as her disciple, I bless you all to triumph in your pursuits and crush whatever dares to stand in your way. My promise of more food drew loud cheers from the Indlovu, and I noticed one of them wander off toward a sickly oxfiend. I didn't bother watching as the warrior dispatched the beast or prepped it for roasting, though tremor sense kept me fully aware of every movement. Instead, I made my way toward Foix, who stood with an arm draped around Try. I was surprised she'd stay still for so long, but as I drew near, I caught the tail end of their hushed exchange. You do look a lot like her. Prettier, though, quicker, talk far more. But sometimes, the way you smile at me with a little joke only you know you're making, it's just like her. I tuned out their chatter and slipped away as Try pressed her father for more stories about Triel. It struck me then, I'd never heard her crack a joke. Truth be told, few Keelish dared to jest in my presence, let alone aim one directly at me. The alcohol's haze wrapped around me like a heavy blanket, dragging me back into that familiar, brooding hollow I always seemed to sink into when drunk. I waved off the festivities and retreated to a nearby sandbath, close enough to catch the low murmur of conversations without making out a single word. Maybe it was the sheer strength of my Catif form compared to my old human shell, but aside from a faint pang of loneliness, the Shwala, as I'd learned the drink was called, didn't hit me all that hard. I stretched out in the heated sands, letting the warmth soak into my limbs, and for once I felt calm. The journeys, the hunts, the endless political games, those were problems for tomorrow. Right now, for the first time in what felt like ages, I simply stopped worrying about everything that could, would, or needed to happen next. Even through the Shwala's fog, I felt Sybil's approach via tremor sense. When she sank into the sands with a low groan, I cracked an eye open. I never thought I'd hear you groan like that, unless it was under me. And you would not usually crack jokes where others might overhear. I suspect this drink. Shwala. Shwala, Sybil conceded, though a hint of defensiveness crept into her posture, loosens the inhibitions of its drinker. That's kind of the whole point. Yeah, I do not relish feeling out of control. I am always in control. I shrugged. Is it really that terrible? Shamira is belting out the song she refused to share with anyone because she thought it wasn't polished enough. And she's performing it for the entire swarm. When I confronted her, she just wagged her tail at me and kept singing. So yes, I would say the Shafwala is very much that terrible. Nieftala grant me understanding and patience, Sybil muttered, catching herself mid-rant. I'm happy to be here with you, Sybil, I interrupted, halting her spiral before it could deepen. I love being with you, and this looser, unfiltered version of you is something special. Now, instead of grumbling more, I cut her off. How about you give me a good scrub? The bath you gave me earlier left a bit to be desired. She playfully swished her tail in reply, and we took turns scrubbing each other clean. Sure, our hands wandered plenty during the process, but we kept things innocent, just savoring the warmth of the water and the soft sand underfoot. Time slipped by faster than we realized, and we only wrapped up our washing as the twin suns dipped below the horizon. With the campfire fading to embers and countless bodies sprawled out wherever exhaustion had claimed them, Sybil and I settled in for the night. I woke to the suns climbing back up, my head throbbing and grumbling in protest. That single sip of Schwala had left me with a hangover, and I bitterly wished there was a river close by to dunk my aching skull into. Kambi ambled over, looking completely unbothered. That was quite the feast you put together for us, Ashlani. We're grateful. Now we're heading back to our Audiobook and the rest of our kin. It's been a pleasure meeting you and sharing a meal. I mentioned that heading east for 3 days will take you out of our territory, but if you keep going north for an extra day once you're under the Linkata's watch, you might find something worth your while. Likewise, we're glad to have crossed paths with you, I replied, squinting against the harsh light and brushing off the last bit he'd added. I hope our paths cross again. Oh, they will. I'm certain of it. And just like that, the Yegalide tribe vanished into the tall grass, leaving us alone. Chapter Padisat Shtiri, I sliced through the throat and spine, destructive wave tearing through muscle, fat, and bone like they were nothing. The Oxfiend, pacified by Sybil's magic and subdued by my adversary and true domination, went down in seconds. The rest of the herd didn't so much as flinch at their comrade's demise, thanks to the combined efforts of Sybil and Shamira, and once the light faded from the beast's brown eyes, I left the messy work to the rest of the swarm. Since the Yegalide had taken off, we'd kept pushing east, feeding sparingly on the Oxfiends and Axbeaks we'd managed to dominate. The ones who'd come from Feralia's swarm grumbled once about the lean pickings, but those of us who'd survived the escape quickly shut down any talk of dissent. Faralia herself seemed unfazed. There was a time I hunted with my swarm, she admitted when someone asked. I led them to rich lands and spilled blood. Then I found an easier path and stopped joining the hunts. But now I'm actually enjoying the raw struggle, the fight to survive, especially knowing we can feed ourselves if it comes down to it. It's thrilling. Her flirting never let up, and I started to see that, unlike Shamira's calculated act, Faralia just genuinely loved teasing anyone, everyone, all the time. As for me, I leaned on the fullness from fanatics, fortitude, and noticed how Keelish and Catif packed on the pounds. Unlike a human, extra fat settled along the tail, starting at the base, and as I deliberately ate less and less, I watched my tail slim down while the steady, ground-eating lope of our journey came easier with each passing day. By the 3rd day of meager rations, faint ridges of muscle showed along my ribs and thighs, but this wasn't the hollow starvation we'd known when fleeing the high speakers. My body was being forged for combat and endurance, and the weeks of indulging in every scrap we'd found were finally melting away. Around me, the swarm was hardening up too, and it hit me only in hindsight how soft we'd let ourselves get. 1 meal a day starting now, I told my inner circle on the 3rd night. In the darkness, I caught their warm bodies stiffen with confusion. Still, nobody voiced a complaint right away. Instead, most eyes turned to Sybil, who gave no reaction to the stares. When she stayed silent, Sylph finally asked, "I'll follow, but why?" "Do you remember your first days as a hatchling, Sylph?" I shot back. "A little, yeah. Mine are fuzzy too. Even so, I remember. When did you have your first hunt? A ripple of hushed murmurs spread through the group as the implication began to settle in. I turned my attention to Sylph's answer. Maybe a day old. You were there. We were brought to kill some frogs the adults in the swarm had caught for us. Some of the brood didn't make it, I acknowledged. And how have you been feeding yourself ever since? Sylph paused, the realization dawning. We're soft. We haven't had to truly fight for much, aside from those Indlovu. And that was a while ago. Even those, what did you call them? Ishabak. Yeah, Ishabak. Even they weren't all that threatening once we knew they were actually there. Exactly. I want to protect our herds because they're worth more than just their meat right now. Beyond that, we're Keelish. We're going to become Keel. And my people will not be weak, lazy, or complacent. This hasn't made me soft like the rest of you. Yut let out a good-natured chuckle as she nudged her ever-present rock with her foot, but I get it. I'm one of the only old ones left. We fight for what we have, and we fight to keep it. Nothing's going to let a Keelish sit back and be content. Victory by fang and blood, Took declared, her frills flaring in fierce agreement. Fought in battle, on the hunt, fighting for survival. A chorus of scattered approval washed over the group, and Sybil spoke up, starting tomorrow. 1 meal a day. Now, I added, with my inner circle nodding along to the rationing plan, Kakambi mentioned something that might catch my interest, about a day's travel north of our current position. I think we should check it out. I trust him. What do you all say? A brief silence hung in the air before Shamira responded. I trust him well enough, but why take the risk? He's been good to us, but others won't be. It could be something we like, but if it got someone killed. She let the thought trail off. He's a warrior, Took countered. He spoke honestly, as far as I could tell. I don't think it's a bad idea to go. It's just too uncertain, Vefa shot back. Maybe they built up trust just to set an ambush. We know the Moon Children and the Veritocracy see us as pests. Even Shandar and their people wanted us dead, and the Misty Hawa called us their ancient enemies. Who's to say the Indlovu don't feel the same? I disagree, Sybil said firmly, and the chatter died down almost instantly. I sensed their minds in a way you all can't. They don't seem to have any concept of lying or liars. In their language, with their magic, they simply cannot speak falsehoods. Even though what Chieftain Kakambi said wasn't in their native tongue, I don't believe he's capable of, or interested in, deceiving us. Even if his recommendation is just mildly intriguing, I think it's worth visiting the place he suggested. I suspect, though, that what he's pointed us toward would benefit our alpha personally, or the swarm as a whole. Maybe it's because I never felt that connection, Shamira replied, but I'm not ready to bet my life on it. That might be exactly what the other option costs us. Without ever being rude or dismissive, the leaders of my swarm went back and forth, weighing each side and debating the pros and cons of every choice. I was a bit taken aback to see Shamira and Sybil heading opposite camps, given how well they usually got along, but with Vafia and Took backing their respective allies, the argument stretched on with no end in sight. All right, I said, raising my hands to cut off a heated debate about whether we could fend off a concentrated Indlovu attack. I've heard both sides, and both have solid points. I'm glad you all voiced your concerns openly. Hua, you and Sylph will scout ahead and report what you see as we move closer. We'll stay cautious, but I'm leaning toward trusting Kambi, and to a lesser extent the Yegalide, that they don't want us harmed. Any objections? Silence was my answer. I glanced at Shamira. I know you weren't on board with this plan. Before you finalize your call, is there anything else you'd like to add? I value your perspective, even if I don't side with you on this one. Shamira's tail lashed with nervous energy. I'm not saying you're mistaken. I believe whatever's out there could be worthwhile. But if we're off, I'd rather we stay protected. Agreed? Fair enough. We'll move with care, but I still say we push forward. I voiced my concern. She spun away. I'm with you. A wave of supportive murmurs followed her concession, and so we settled in for the night, ready to veer off toward that strange northern pull come dawn. Chapter 55. Your own safety yields to that of the Zactive. Your comfort yields to that of the Zactive. Your survival yields to that of the Zactive. We are the Alcat, never the Alcats. One body, and that body exists to serve, shield, and save the Zactive. Opening words spoken to every Alcat upon joining the Order. Despite our kind's collective impatience with the deliberate pace I insisted on, it took us nearly 2 days before the reason for Kakambi's hint became clear. With sparse trees and little permanent vegetation to mask the clues, the evidence was glaring. Droppings scattered here, claw marks gouged into bark there, wildlife thinning out noticeably. Keelish. Another swarm had settled in, and they were primed for me to claim them. We abandoned our stealth, talking loudly enough to carry, tramping through the tall grass, announcing our presence to the strangers, who'd soon answer to me. Foix was the first to spot one of them, leaning close to whisper with a pointed claw. Good, I said. Everyone brace for contact. Hold back on any bloodshed until I've had a chance to win them over. Please. Feralia chimed in, and a few of my elites let out grim chuckles. As the faint squeaks and hisses of our laughter faded, I caught sight of the Keelish. He was stouter than any I'd encountered, barely 3 feet tall, but solid with thick trunk-like legs. His snout stretched longer and broader than ours, giving him a croc-like look, yet I recognized him as one of our own. When his head emerged from the grass and his tiny eyes swept over my swarm, he froze for just a heartbeat, then spun and tore off, shrieking, "Enemy! Enemy! Fight! Hide! Enemy!" The alarm spread instantly, a dozen voices picking it up, then swelling into a roaring din as what sounded like hundreds of Keelish mobilized for war. "What just occurred?" Shamira asked, tilting her head in bewilderment. "Seems we're not exactly welcome," Sybil replied, her tone bone-dry. "Suppose we ought to fix that before it turns into a real fight. Advance." I barked, my voice carrying with unnatural force. "Don't give them time to dig in. Foix, Sylph, watch our sides, no ambushes. On it." They shouted in unison, peeling toward the swarm's edges. To my annoyance, a good chunk of the newer members stumbled around, dazed and slow to react. "Move, you Kyla swarms!" Took bellowed, falling in step beside me. I pushed ahead at a jog, leaving the stragglers to catch up on their own. But within half a minute, I glanced back and cursed. Jorrel, Sybil, and the wolf stags were scrambling to herd the stubborn oxfions and erratic axbeaks along with the rest. I eased back to a walk, letting our support crew and animals close the gap. Soon enough, we moved as one, and with innovating address and imperial bearing firing up the ranks, it took only a few minutes to launch our slow, deliberate charge toward the foreign Keelish's lair, the endless chance of enemy, and ready. Scraped against my patience, their clumsy, almost childish phrasing betraying a lack of sharpness. "We're about to make contact." Foix bellowed. "The main force is roughly half a mile ahead and moving fast. I count at least stopadisat of them. More are flanking us from the side." Sylph called out from the right. "Around Stowe, and they're smart enough to keep their heads down." "Clever enough to plan," Took observed from beside me, but not clever enough to retreat. "I think you're up to start this," I told her. "Toss them aside, show them just how outmatched they are." "As you command, Alpha." Took's frills flared wide as she acknowledged the order, surging ahead to stand about 15 strides in front of the rest of us. Perkril, Solia, and Etra flanked her, along with a few of the larger warriors, though the healer lagged a bit behind. Scanning the ranks, I noticed Brutus wasn't among the front line. He was pacing right at my side, with Yit on my left. She was struggling under the weight of her massive stone, while Brutus kept his gaze sharp, scanning for any threat that dared come near. "You're not charging in?" I asked my hulking, simple friend. "No," he said simply. After a long pause with no further explanation, I pressed, "Why not?" "I'm here to make sure you're safe. I can handle myself, Brutus. Do what you want. I am. I want to protect you, so I'm staying. I won't let anything hurt you. I'm fully capable of that on my own." My voice turned brittle as the Keelish war cries swelled around us. "You are," Brutus agreed, his tone warm and steady. "I'll just make sure of it." I wanted to argue with the gentle giant, but the moment had passed. Took let out a piercing shriek as she slammed into the first of the squat Keelish. The one who had first spotted us lunged for her throat, but she crushed her horns into the base of his skull. He crumpled, and she grabbed his tail, spinning him into the next foe like a living weapon. She moved with brutal efficiency, her tail, fists, and horns dismantling the slow and feeble enemies who dared stand in her way, though she held back from landing any killing blows. Perkril, meanwhile, hurled himself into a cluster of them, his magic crackling across his skin as he roared, "Fight me! You are nothing. Victory. Victory by fang and blood." The rest of my swarm echoed as they surged forward. I let the skirmish rage for a dozen heartbeats before pouring so much magic into my voice that it burned in my throat, every syllable laced with power. With Conqueror's rebuke and disastrous discourse weaving together, I launched my own assault. "Bow to me," I thundered. "Bow before your new alpha. I will lead you to new territories, to triumph, and to sanctuary. I will raise you beyond anything you ever imagined." The enemy Keelish nearest to me faltered, frozen by the weight of my command, too terrified to press the fight. I stepped forward, my speech rolling on, as I revealed myself to those who were about to become my subjects. "I am your alpha now. Anyone who objects can face me. I will guide you and help." A cowardly strike cut me off as one of the Keelish lunged, her jaws snapping at my thigh. My knee cracked into her lower jaw, but that only spurred 5 more to throw themselves at me, their eyes frantic, movements wild as they tried to tear me apart. Before the second wave could reach me, Brutus crashed in, snatching the nearest attacker in his jaws and snapping him in 2 with a single bite. He didn't stop there, charging at anyone who dared come near me, with Yeet right behind him. She caved in one skull with a single swing of her rock before sending it flying into another attacker lurking in the shadows. The crunch of bone echoed through the chaos as her throw found its mark. "See what I mean?" Vefir muttered from behind me, arms crossed like he'd just won some long-running argument. "This is exactly why you need a bodyguard." Right on cue, 3 more enemy Keelish got shredded into oblivion, and I had to grit my teeth and admit he had a point, even if I hated it. Chapter Pardasat chest, I was standing in the middle of a riot, hundreds of Keelish swarming around me in a blur of fur and fury, friend and foe tangled together so tightly it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Lucky for us, the enemy was built different, shorter, chunkier, easier to pick out in a crowd. But here's the kicker. That few hundred we thought was their whole army? Turns out it was barely half. Just the fighters, too. My Keelish let out guttural screams and dove into the fray, mowing down the weaker ones, like they were nothing but overgrown weeds. Blood hung thick in the air, and the smell of it only seemed to fire up the enemy more, instead of scaring them off. They were using their own dead as stepping stones, tripping up my swarm with the bodies of their fallen buddies. Some of my own people thought I should hang back and play it safe, but I wasn't having any of that. I waded straight into the thick of it, claws and fangs doing the talking, every swipe ending in a spray of red. With combatants' bloodlust humming through me, I was a walking nightmare, my vision lighting up with glowing weak points on every foe I locked onto. Destructive wave wasn't even necessary. These Keelish were way too pathetic to warrant that kind of firepower. Still, Even with all that carnage, we were outnumbered by hundreds, and I could feel the battle tipping in a direction I didn't love. So I let innovating address and conqueror's rebuke roll off my tongue, my voice cutting through the noise like a blade. Pull back to the flocks. Fight through the weak encirclement, don't let them use their numbers against us. Stick together. If one of ours drops, drag them out of the line so we can patch them up. The swarm wasn't exactly a well-oiled military machine, and they were sluggish to respond, but after a minute or two, we started shuffling back to shore up our flanks. I broke off from the front with ease. The enemy horde had a nasty habit of steering clear of me, and I couldn't blame them. My face was slick with their blood, the metallic taste of iron coating my snout and tongue. Brutus, who was usually a wild card, kept his head on straight this time, hovering nearby and shredding anything that got too close. Yeet, on the other hand, was a full-on berserker, her tail, claws, teeth, and that trusty rock all working in concert with her brutal magic. She wasn't bothering to crush anyone outright. She was too busy twisting the stone underfoot to shatter their ankles, leaving them hobbled and helpless before she finished them off, however she pleased. The retreat was painfully slow, and even with combatants' bloodlust wrapping me in that weird, detached calm, I could feel my rage simmering underneath, boiling hotter with every step. I spotted a few of my own swarm's bodies left behind on the ground, and that nearly broke me. I started building a crippling cry in my throat, something bigger and meaner than anything I'd ever unleashed before, the magic trembling like a caged beast desperate to break free. But I held it in. With how much better I'd gotten at magical manipulation since evolving Destructive Wave and Disastrous Discourse, I knew this one was going to hit different. So I waited, keeping myself in check until my swarm had reformed a solid line against our rallying enemies. Every step back meant tromping over the corpses of the flanking force we'd just wiped out, and I could feel the shift in my swarm's energy when we finally broke free of the weaklings, trying to pin us down. My magic swelled to a peak I'd never touched before, and I shot forward, leaving Brutus roaring uselessly behind me. 5 quick steps later, I was surrounded. Perfect. And then I let the crippling cry rip, watching 6 Keelish crumple to the ground in front of me, completely out cold. I advanced, claws ready to deliver the finishing stroke, when a system alert flashed before my eyes, revealing just how much I'd transformed. The skill crippling cry had morphed into murderous melody. I didn't pause to dwell on the implications. A wide grin spread across my face as I witnessed. For the very first time, genuine terror rippled through the enemy ranks. Heads drooped, their gazes darting wildly between one another, searching for answers that would never come. No aid arrived from their comrades. The weight of absolute despair crushed the entire Keelish horde beneath its suffocating pressure. I refused to grant them even a heartbeat to regroup, funneling the combined might of adversary, disastrous discourse, imperial bearing, conqueror's rebuke, and true dominance into my next roar. I am Ashlani. I am your alpha. Those who oppose me face annihilation. I don't need to lift a single claw to end you. I resurrect those you've slain to fight once more. My words alone can cut you down. Kneel before me or embrace death. The echo of my declaration swept over the gathered Keelish, and this time, with trembling legs and pathetic whimpers of surrender, a vast portion of the swarm collapsed at my feet. A handful seemed bold enough to challenge me, but with my stacked skills, sharpening my mind to a razor's edge, I strolled through the cowering masses. Grabbing one by the throat, I lifted her until she balanced on her toes, my talons pressing mercilessly into the tender skin beneath her chin. She had displayed the first sparks of defiance earlier, and now, with the full crushing weight of my abilities beating down on her psyche, I asked, "Do you wish to live?" Panic flared through her frills as she struggled to form words. Then submit. No shout, no raised voice, just a surge of magical force sent rippling through her frame. She shuddered, buckled, and dropped to her knees, pressing her forehead into the dirt. I submit. No kill. No kill. I submit. The mantra spilled from her lips, and soon the surrounding cowards who had rejected my mercy joined in, their voices rising in desperate unison. Hundreds of Keelish bodies littered the battlefield. Hundreds who could have bolstered my ranks. Where is the alpha who pushed for this fight? I demanded over the chanting. The noise died as I repeated the question, and an elder Keelish stepped forward. His scales were cracked with age, though a flicker of cunning intelligence shone in his eyes. His dull green hide was utterly unremarkable, yet he bowed low before me. A swell of pride rose in my chest as yet another leader yielded willingly. Why would you dare to challenge us, especially when you were clearly losing? We many win. But you, big more, better, stronger. We follow now. His broken speech caught me off guard. Feralia's pack had been filled with lesser minds, but she at least managed coherent sentences when we first met. This one was even less evolved than her group had been. It struck me once again that I had been born into the finest, most advanced Keelish swarm in perhaps centuries. And with that realization came a fiery determination. I would not squander this chance. I would become Keel, lead my people forward, and carve a legacy from the ashes of this world. Chapter Padesart Sedum. The most striking difference between the Keelish and the Keel wasn't, as most assumed, the physical or magical growth. That gap could have been bridged by the Keelish's far superior breeding rate, since quantity often carries its own quality. No, the true divide lay in the application of military tactics and strategic foresight. The Principality learned this lesson the hard way when their routine hunts spiraled into an unending war. From wars and peace in a post-apotheosis world, yo! I thundered, my fury having long since burned past annoyance and into pure, unadulterated rage. You agree, and you answer to that name because it belongs to you. I never imagined that teaching a full-grown Keelish its own name could drive me to such fury. But after the fourth attempt where an entire pack answered to their alpha's call, any hope I had for the newest Keelish's intelligence had vanished completely. I flicked my tail in frustration and signaled for someone else to take over, then stormed off. That senseless conflict claimed sto osmdesat deviat of the enemy Keelish, while dvaset ozum of our own fell. The core group avoided serious injuries since the opposing Keelish focused their attacks on bringing down the much larger Katif. With the Katif and my own Keelish backing each other up, the enemy couldn't land many fatal blows. Still, Vefe and Etra wore themselves out, trying to heal whoever survived, and others gradually succumbed to their wounds. The lucky ones who made it through now rested and recovered, as Vefir and Etra tended to them with traditional methods. Beyond the 217 Keelish who lost their lives, nearly 900 now joined our ranks. A true swarm had formed, matching the size of what Red Ale commanded before I took his place. Now I had Jedna, 200 Keelish, following my orders, but the differences between the groups were painfully obvious. At the bottom sat 900 Keelish, who were apparently learning the concept of names for the very first time. How they managed to grow into such numbers, without basic communication, baffled me completely, yet there it was. Above them stood the leftovers from Feralia's swarm, those who still hadn't earned Katif status for whatever reason. Over 100 Keelish, who could at least speak in full sentences. These remnants now fit awkwardly into the swarm, since the Katif above them numbered over 200. Can you make me an alpha? A shaky voice interrupted my frustrated pacing. I was about to check my system notifications to escape the endless list of new problems this massive, dim-witted swarm brought me. I spun around to see who had spoken. A small, unremarkable male Keelish stood there trembling. I don't create packs, I replied, my tail whipping behind me. A pack forms on its own and follows the alpha they choose. That's not my decision. But you could make it happen, he insisted. I could be an alpha for these new Keelish. Then I recognized his face and coloring, and it clicked. You know Yamal, I said. She was exactly like you once, but she decided she wanted more than what she was. Now she's a catif, a pack alpha, and you're still just a Keelish nobody remembers. This was one of the males who had been with Yamal, the Keelish I'd spared and named instead of devouring as she expected. You only wanted to survive, so you're alive. You haven't grown, you haven't learned. You've just drifted alongside your friends while they pushed themselves forward, and you stayed exactly the same. Why would any pack accept you as their alpha? The male, whose name I'd never bothered to learn in the weeks since, shrank under my cold stare. After a long pause, he muttered, I just want to be special. Then be special. I nearly shouted, my patience finally snapping. It's not up to me. It's not up to anyone else. If you want to do something, to become something, to go somewhere, to grow, then do it. Maybe I could hold your hand and try to drag you to some higher state, but why would I bother? What would I get out of it? You already follow me, and you've proven you lack the willpower to make anything of yourself. Why would I pour my energy into leading someone who refuses to take a single step on their own? I watched my words bury themselves into the Keelish, his tail dragging flat against the dirt as hope drained from his posture. If you actually want to change, then put in the work. Right now, you're coasting on the bare minimum, and that tells me you're comfortable where you're at. If you're not satisfied, then do something about it. I leaned closer, letting nurturing enunciation fill my voice. You're a Keelish, a proud child of Nieftala, a follower of Ashlani. You're going to march with us to Nievtra and help build a new home for every Keelish out there. So be that Keelish. A flicker of resolve hardened his gaze, and he straightened up, shoulders squared, ready to face whatever came next. His voice steadied as he asked, Then what do I do? Who do I answer to for now? I almost brushed him off without a second thought. But something I'd been ignoring lately stirred in the back of my mind. The raw honesty in his question triggered evolutionary exemplar on its own, without me even trying. Surprised, I realized exactly who to send him to, and even though that healer was running on fumes, he'd take the help if it came with real effort. Vefir, stay down. I called out when I spotted the exhausted healer trying to rise, and I walked over to him. This one's going to learn from you from now on. If he doesn't have a name yet, give him one. He's got potential as a healer, though I can't say if he'll ever match your skill. Vefir let out a rough grunt and turned his head toward the younger Keelish. He looked puzzled by my decision, but he held his ground. Name? He asked. Kra, I'll earn one. The Keelish caught himself before revealing whatever name he'd carried before. A sharp grin spread across my face as I gave his back a firm slap. Maybe he'd grow a sharper set of fangs after all. Vefir forced himself upright and started drilling the newly nameless Keelish on how bodies worked and what mending really meant. A lot of what he said echoed what I knew about healing from my own time as a wave speaker, nearly at high speaker level. Of course, his insight came from magic, and realizing how far I still had to go compared to a true high speaker, I couldn't help but feel excited about what we could become. I turned and walked off, pulling up my status again to check my progress. After that fight, I expected to be banged up, especially without Vefir or Etra patching me up, but my latest skill was already proving its worth. Thanks to Victor's spoils, the few injuries I'd taken had already closed up. My mind raced with the tactical possibilities, and a nagging part of me, still haunted by one of my recurring nightmares, felt a little calmer seeing how fast I was growing in combat. If I ever got cornered by a horde, as long as I kept cutting through them, Victor's spoils and Fanatic's fortitude would keep me going almost endlessly. The next thing I wanted to check was my newest skill evolution. I let the system notifications flash back into view. Skill evolution progress recorded. Skill evolved. Status updated. Skill crippling cry has evolved to skill murderous melody. Skill evolution progress true dominance tripiet. Part of me almost wished this swarm had been bigger, which felt ridiculous given what we'd just handled. I glanced at my oldest quest: subjugate or otherwise conquer a community of at least Tisseats individuals. Base reward: Constitution plus M, Strength, Agility plus M, Intelligence plus Decet, Magic plus Deviate. Possibility of additional rewards for greater difficulty. A swarm like this wouldn't qualify for bonus rewards, but I'd still take any extra clarity I could get for the road ahead. And I couldn't shake the thought of whether there was ever a final quest. For the first time in a while, I asked the administrator directly. The system's function and purpose are obscured to the administrators, and what little we know can't be shared with mortals. I can say, though, that not once have I heard of a user stumbling upon a strength peak handed out by the system. Still, the quests themselves will keep getting tougher as you move forward, much like how you couldn't level up your crippling cry just by swatting flies. There was no need for me to glance back for answers on that one. It was obvious, and even the single quest that kept popping up for me would scale in difficulty over time, especially since there's only so many creatures out there to hunt, and I couldn't picture myself leading grand expeditions just to satisfy my growing hunger. And why was that quest the only one that stuck with me like a shadow? That's a bit more than I can freely share. What I can tell you, though, is that the quests shown to you will shift based on your species, your way of life, and your situation. A keelish user trapped in a gladiatorial pit wouldn't get quests to conquer groups like yours. But they could still finish a quest, even if it wasn't on their list. I've touched on this before. The display only gives you a small taste at a time, yet you can complete any quest meant for your kind whenever you want. If you pull one off that wasn't shown to you, you'll just get the stat bonuses without any extra chatter. That was way more than I'd bargained for, so I whispered a quiet thanks to the administrator and pulled up my new skills details. Skill: Murderous Melody, an active skill that signals the user has figured out not just how to bend the world with magic, but to slice, shred, and obliterate using the sonic waves that run through everything. Grabbing this skill gives a boost to your command over all kinds of sound waves, even ones with no magical source, letting you throw foes off balance and wreck them. The simplest use lets you tear through minds, scramble thoughts, and drop enemies on the spot. This skill can't evolve, but it can be pushed further. Just like the other evolutions I'd snagged recently, this one bumped up my magic's raw strength, while laying out the flashy ways I could put it to work. It felt like Murderous Melody was the cap for that skill's name, but any real growth would have to come from me grinding it out on my own. So I swung back to the administrator. Why wouldn't skills just keep evolving forever if I could keep growing through quests and changes? Great question, Little Fang. I could sense her excitement buzzing through the link. There's stuff you don't know yet. Other species system holders start off with that knowledge, but those who aren't born into the enlightened races can't tap into that side of the system unless they make certain calls. I'm pretty confident you'll crack part of this soon, but here's what I can lay out. The system acts as a guide, but at some stage it steps back. There's a level of expectation it has, and once you've moved past the early perks, it gets more hands-off. The new quests that pop up will point you in the direction it wants you to head. The skills should become yours, and now that you've claimed them, you've got to mold them to work for you. Shedeed handed me another pile of food for thought, and I took a beat to chew on it. While I did, I opened my status for the first time in a bit. Status name: Ashlani Race, Sonic Katif Swarm Alpha Titles, Disciple of Nieftala, Killer of Red Ale, Favelo of the Moon Children. Current quests: Hunt Pet New Species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base rewards: Constitution, strength, agility, intelligence, magic all increased by Shest. Progress milestones, Oxfiend Bull Paragon, Indlovu Hunter. Subjugate or conquer a community of at least Jedna Nula individuals. Base rewards, Constitution plus M, Strength and Agility plus M, Intelligence plus Deset, Magic plus Deviet. Additional rewards possible for higher difficulty. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Rewards, title upgraded to Disciple of Neftala, skill acquired, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic all plus awesome. Progress, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of the phrases. Stats Constitution, 161 Strength, 175 Agility, 167 Intelligence, 160 Magic, 195 Skills Adversary, 910 Combatants Bloodlust. 140 Imperial Bearing, Conqueror's Rebuke, 105 Evolutionary Exemplar, cannot evolve, Exceptional Individual cannot evolve, Fanatic's Fortitude, Unqualified Perpetual Sonilphon, Nula Divar Murderous Melody cannot evolve, Disastrous Discourse cannot evolve, Innovating Address, Nula Stjedna Nurturing Enunciation, Sednakt Padesat Destructive Wave cannot evolve, Imperial Bearing cannot evolve, Innate Leadership cannot evolve, Pack Tactics, Shest Deset Pain Tolerance cannot evolve, Raptor's Eyes cannot evolve, Tremor Sense cannot evolve, True Dominance. Tripiet Victor Spoils Evolutionary Possibilities, Sonic Keel Zaktal. Requirements. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Progress. Nula Stjedna. Have a swarm leader level race. Completed. Katif Heretic. Requirements. Learn how to bend the world's governing laws and compel the divine to follow your will. Other evolutions possible, but not currently foreseen. Progress further and such possibilities will be presented to you. The Keelish here in the Indlovu's Plains, or Republic, or whatever they called it, were so different that I half expected them to count as another creature I'd slain for my quest, but no such luck. Instead, they just served as the spark to evolve one of my best skills. I figured I could live with that. But before I could savor the moment, Foy and Sybil both shouted at once. Indlovu approaching. Large bodies incoming! Chapter Padesar Deviet. The master gave orders, and Awa listened. He didn't speak the way she could, but still she paid attention. Something was coming, and Awa needed to help. She snarled loud enough for all her pups and the others to hear. They were needed. Her little ones hated how she treated them. But they hadn't truly proven themselves adults yet, so they couldn't complain more than a little, or she'd put them in their place. Awa ignored any yips or complaints, instead listening for the special instructions. It wasn't long before the instructions came over Awa, and she knew where to go. Without looking, she heard the other wolf stags fall in step behind her, and with a snarl, she directed her followers. Onto a flank, an exposed one. There, Awa let her lightning free, and it crackled over her body and built in power with her children. The other one, the one called Perkril, was there too. Perkril understood the lightning and could join with her children, though he didn't understand her. Even so, when Awa glanced at him, he returned the look while his body screamed his readiness to go into battle. Awa mimicked the stance, and her children followed suit. The slow, wet ones stayed back, their smaller, weaker bodies better suited to coming in second and assisting with their magic. After a moment's waiting, she could hear them. Their steps were heavy but soft, and the grasses moved away from their steps. Even so, Awa knew they were there, and her low growl surged to accompany the crackling of her power between her antlers. Her children's lightning joined hers, the field of their dominion spreading. Even so, Awa waited. Finally, the enemies were there and lashing out with their long claws. Their claws were not sharp, but they could crush her with ease. Awa didn't let the beasts reach her. She had seen them before, though she had not yet hunted one. Even with her offspring beside her, Awa had mastered the art of bringing down one of these giants. Her pack was more than capable of dismantling any creature this size. She darted just beyond reach, then surged forward to prevent another strike from landing. Her eldest pushed too far and nearly paid for it with his life. That one was always too bold, too reckless. He barely twisted away in time to escape a fatal blow, though the glancing hit sent him tumbling across the ground. As his cry of pain cut through the air, Awa caught the master shouting something at their foe, but no fresh orders came her way. Her child was wounded. Letting out a defiant howl, she hurled a bolt of lightning straight into the enemy's frame. It wasn't as vulnerable to her power as past prey had been, but her children joined in with their own strikes at the same instant. The beast roared and thrashed as its legs buckled and twitched. The moment had come, and Awa charged forward, antlers aimed at the soft underbelly. Her offspring followed without hesitation, ready to wear the creature down. What a foolish thing, this beast. No scales, no fur, nothing to shield it. Its hide was tough and resisted her first impact, but Awa pulled back and drove her sharpest points into the exposed belly once more. The enemy quivered and bellowed as its magic flickered and dimmed, and Awa was the last of the wolf stags to retreat. Its skin was now a mess of scratches, half of them weeping blood. The metallic scent hung heavy in the air, and Awa readied her pack to press on. The master's voice rang out again in challenge, but her instructions remained unchanged. Time to keep hunting. Perkril took the lead for the second wave, and Awa led him. He screamed into the enemy's face, and it swung its long claws at him. He slipped past the first and second swipes, his own talons carving deeper than skin, sinking into the muscle of its legs. Each hit sent more surges of his lightning crackling into the beast. After 5 strikes, there was enough of his magic inside for Awa and her children, even the limping eldest, to call down their own lightning once more. No words were needed. Everyone knew their role. 9 bolts slammed into the enemy simultaneously, and it howled in fury and torment. The magic fought to keep it frozen, and before it could recover, Awa moved in again. With its flesh torn open, she changed tactics. Her jaws sought out the widest gashes, and with every bite, muscle and then entrails spilled into the open. After her 5th chomp, though, she felt the beast's muscles go slack. She bit deep, fangs finding viscera. She held on, ripping a long stretch of its insides out into the air. Once she'd pulled free a full body length, she let go. Awa had never lost a single pup on a hunt, and she wasn't about to let herself become the first casualty now. The enemy was broken, blood pouring from its gutted belly. Its cries shifted, no longer rage, but raw fear and pain. This was the moment to be patient and deliberate. A cornered animal was dangerous. But Awa was clever. Her children knew to hold back, to end this on their own timeline. The beast grunted and made a desperate attempt to flee. Awa and her pack couldn't call on their magic just yet, but Perkril closed in, nipping at its heels. It shrieked at him, but he drove his claws into its flesh again and again. His power made the prey shudder and slow until it stumbled. Awa sensed the time was right and sprinted back to finish the job. Her magic had been building for the final strike, and she flooded her antlers with it. The sharp, electric scent filled her nose, and she circled to the front of the beast before burying her horns deep into its belly. The wet tear of flesh rang in her ears as the enemy pitched forward, collapsing toward her. Her offspring lacked the cunning needed to break free from such a predicament, but Awa twisted her neck with practiced precision, wrenching the grim implements of demise from the beast's belly. She sprang aside a heartbeat before the colossal frame crashed down, the ground shuddering beneath its weight. Awa's gaze snapped toward her master, awaiting his signal amidst the chaos still raging around his pack. The trembling, cowardly ones muttered half-hearted offers to assist, and Awa bared her fangs at their empty words, a low growl rumbling from her chest. The wolf stags charged into the fray, reinforcing the master's ranks, and with her relentless strikes, 2 more towering creatures fell. When the order to retreat finally rang out, the pack howled their triumph to the heavens. Awa padded back to her master's side, tongue dangling from the corner of her jaws, the metallic tang of blood flooding her senses and the promise of a grand feast making her stomach churn with anticipation. Yet the master's word was law, and she held herself in check, waiting. He was drenched in crimson, though none of it was his own, and Awa lapped the stray bits of flesh from between his claws. In return, he scratched the base of her antlers just the way she adored, and she basked in his quiet approval. For a long stretch, they stood together, surveying the spoils of their hunt. He muttered something low under his breath, but Awa read the satisfaction in his posture. Then he spoke a phrase she recognized, and her tail began to wag uncontrollably. "Good girl." Chapter Shedisat. I let my hand fall from Awa's head and straightened up with a heavy exhale. It wasn't shocking, really. These Indlavu had no clue who Bekizo or the Enkulu were, though I'd half expected at least a flicker of recognition at the mention of Kakambi or the Yegalide. Still, this latest incursion by the Indlavu wasn't without its silver linings. It had taken every ounce of persuasion to keep Brutus, Yeet, and the rest of my so-called guards from charging in while I faced this fool alone. With my freshly sharpened skills, especially Murderous Melody, I'd managed to stun and dispatch him with relative ease. The guy hadn't uttered a single word, just swung his maul in blind, furious arcs. As I'd anticipated, the Indlovu provided the perfect crucible for adversary to evolve, and I pulled up the updated skill description. Skill: adversary has evolved into skill. Nemesis skill: adversary. A passive skill granted to those who have demonstrated their determination to conquer. This skill grants an aura that incites weakness, aggression, and paranoia in those the skill's holder has deemed an enemy. This aura allows the skill holder to more easily break the morale of those targeted. This skill can evolve. Skill evolution requirements: defeat a foe with a greater stat total than yourself, without substantial support from any other creature. Progress: D-set skill, Nemesis, a passive skill granted to those who have demonstrated their ability to conquer. This skill grants an aura that, more so than its predecessor, weakens those who the skill's holder has deemed an enemy. Additionally, this aura serves to break the will and mind of those targeted. When assisted by other skills, Nemesis can permanently reduce its holder's foes to gibbering messes. This skill can evolve. Skill evolution requirements: slay Piet tribal level leaders or higher in individual combat before their subordinates. Progress: Nula Piet I'd never needed to kill before, but I couldn't help noticing that this new skill's evolution demanded a body count, not just a victory. And what exactly qualified as tribal? A group had to possess a certain baseline of intelligence to count as a tribe, and it had to number at least 100 strong. It's always a certain amount or some vague nonsense whenever I dig for specifics, I muttered, shaking my head. Still, the gist was clear enough, even if the finer details remained frustratingly murky. It had to be people, or something close to it. But this new objective was a much taller order than the last one, since I'd have to get their leader to step up and face me in front of his own tribe. I briefly considered chasing down the few Indlavu that had tried to slip away, but with their knack for vanishing into the tall grass all around us, we'd lose far more than we'd gain. So I turned my focus back to my own group. The weight of our situation pressed on me, and I had no clear path forward. Before I could sink too deep into planning, Sybil came up to me. "They understood what you said," she reported. "They're not happy with who Kakambi picked, and they see him as a tricky opponent. The ones who made it out are worried about how Alatsu will take the loss of several hunters, but they still think running to him is their safest bet." "That's the chieftain Kambi mentioned, right?" I asked. "Yes, Alatsu of the Linkata," she confirmed. "Didn't Kakambi say they were friends? Or at least allies?" Sybil clicked her teeth in a sharp negative. Not in front of me. He did say this is Linkata territory, but there was no talk of any bond between the two Indlavu or their tribes. I let her words settle, then asked, "How did they react when you gave the wolf-stag's orders?" "Arwa wouldn't have charged without your signal, I'm guessing." The wolf-stag lifted her head at the sound of her name, her antler crown tilting as she sized me up. I scratched gently at the base of her antlers, right where she loved it, and she leaned into the attention. "The Indlovu went quiet after that," Sybil admitted, "but they didn't buy that I was one of them. They muttered about the Yegalide and their underhanded ways, but nothing we did earned any trust or understanding." I grunted, my tail flicking with irritation. If they don't think we can follow them, then we can take what they said at face value. If that's true, Kakambi might have sent us here just to stir up trouble or hurt his enemies. "Possibly," Sybil said, flaring her frills. "I'm not sure his reasons matter as much as what we do with a bunch of hostile locals. I still think he meant no harm in what he told us, given how honest his tribe is by nature. Even so, we might be in a tighter spot than I first thought." "Well," I hedged, a grin tugging at the corner of my mouth before spreading wide to show my fangs. "We've got things we want, and Kakambi seem to think this land holds plenty more creatures for us to tame. Maybe, if we skip the formal talks, we can play innocent when things go sideways for the Linkata." Sybil's face lit up with the same mischievous look, a sly smile curling at her lips. "In that case, there's something else I should try. Maybe Jorel and Shamira can help me track one down. Have your Askari abandoned you? You tuskless fools." His mind slammed into his people, dozens swaying on their feet under the weight of his helpless fury. "Our lands stay ours only by the grace of the Inkulu, and now you let some worthless Keelish ransack our territory. How have you not found those earth-forsaken lizards that are stealing everything that moves?" Alatsu kept raging at his useless hunters, the shockwaves of his thoughts knocking the nearby children off balance. With a thunderous trumpet of anger, the chieftain pulled himself together just enough to stop hurting his tribe's future. His chest heaved and his breath came in ragged bursts, but Alatsu ground out his next order. "Find them. Bring me their heads." Grinning like a fool, I guided the swarm's ever-growing collection of livestock forward, a herd of axbeaks, a deer-like species the system tagged as Indlovan oryx, and a pack of what it simply called hyenas. Only the axbeaks broke the 100 mark, which was enough to push my true dominance progress along. To my delight, 2 enormous herds of oxvines followed, and suddenly the total count of beasts under our control rivaled our own Keelish numbers. Sybil and Foy could sense the Indlavu closing in, and we'd teamed up on the few occasions they'd gotten near, but by now, I was pretty sure we couldn't erase our trail well enough to dodge them again. With nearly 2,000 creatures and Keelish under my banner, we weren't exactly a quiet parade. We left a mark everywhere we went. The Indlavu we'd butchered during their first attack fed the whole swarm for a day, and I'd forbidden anyone from hunting or killing our own stock. The axbeaks we ran into the next day folded fast, thanks to some snarling from the wolf stags, plus my skills and Jorel's working in concert. Maybe having a few of their own kind already under our thumb helped sway them, though I couldn't be certain. The oryx and hyenas, though, put up a fight against being tamed. I had to put down several hyenas before they started yipping and cackling in that eerie way of theirs, signaling submission. When a female who seemed to be their leader trotted up and turned her rear toward me, I got the message loud and clear, and it honestly grossed me out. Still, she was offering herself up, so I had Awa try to take charge of them. I couldn't muster much concern over whether they'd end up as a quick meal or a long-term asset. The oryx didn't resist violently, even though those long razor-sharp horns looked like they could punch straight through a Keelish's scales. I'd killed one outright as it bolted, but they didn't seem to care. Instead, they stubbornly kept trying to escape, leaping in bounding strides to put distance between us. Twice, their leader spotted a gap and vaulted over a shorter Keelish. Eventually, I grabbed the base of his horn and yanked him to the ground. He bleated in a frantic mix of terror and agony, but with my skills hammering his will from every angle, he caved to me and the swarm's collective pressure. The Oxfians followed the same script as the first batch. I slaughtered their champion and forced the rest to kneel. As I crushed yet another leader of 100-plus herd into submission through death, a flashing system notification dragged an even wider smile out of my blood-spattered face. Skill. True dominance has evolved into skill. Absolute dominance. True dominance was a passive gift for those who'd started mastering the art of forcing obedience, a step on the tyrant's path, granting an aura that stoked loyalty and fear, bending even the strongest wills without a single blow. It could evolve, and the requirement was to assert dominance over 5 leaders of 100-strong groups. Absolute dominance, though, was something else entirely. A passive skill for those who'd made submission or death the only options, turning holders into undisputed kings and hegemons, with an aura that demanded fealty and whipped terror through anyone who dared waver. This aura weakens both the dissident and the enemy, crushing any spark of rebellion long before it can take root. Violence is just one of the tools the holder uses to demand submission, and the skills holder demands a great deal. Those who refuse to bow, if their will is strong enough, will immediately fight for their freedom and their lives. This skill has the potential to evolve. Skill evolution requirements. Establish dominance over a country's long-established ruler. This ruler cannot currently be experiencing significant political upheaval. Though I'd always known my path, the system once again reminded me of my journey so far, and where it was headed, if the administrator was to be believed. And I couldn't see myself changing course. I would strive to be a benevolent tyrant and a well-intentioned monarch, but I already knew I would only consult with my elites. Never would I hand them true power. The need for control within me forced me to admit that I would allow discussion, but never genuine usurpation of my position. And if they defied me? Well, I'd now completed 3 of the 4 requirements to evolve combatants' bloodlust, and they could face that instead. With my new skill aching to be unleashed, I spent time among each of the groups within the swarm. Each of the long-time livestock bowed in my presence, unwilling to meet my eye or my wrath. The newest Keelish from the nameless swarm fawned and begged before me. The Keelish from Faralia's swarm avoided me, but once it became clear I was approaching them, they groveled low and answered questions immediately. Even some of my elites, those who had known me since I was born, instinctively bowed their heads and waited for my command. My presence and position reinforced, I once again restrained my aura. A collective, subconscious sigh swept through every creature in my swarm, and Sybil approached me. "You grow ever stronger, Alpha." Sybil walked alongside me, seemingly untouched by my previous display of dominance. "True enough," I hedged, a cocky smirk breaking my calm facade. "I am proud to call you my leader." Sybil bowed her head. "You continue to prove my decision made so long ago to have been correct." "You didn't really make that decision, Syb," Shamira cut in. "I kicked you out, and you happened to go to this monster, and with your support, he's become what he is now." "I suppose that is factual," Sybil allowed. "Even so, I am glad to be your support." "And that you are," I answered, bumping my hip into her own as I nipped at her neck. She subtly pulled her head back, letting my fangs scratch at the soft skin where neck meets shoulder. I nuzzled in deeper for a moment, but soon pulled away. "I forgot to ask before. Were you able to find one?" Sybil perked up even more, her steps bouncing almost as if she were skipping. "Yes. It will be perfect if the opportunity presents itself. If we are correct in thinking that Chief Dane Alatsu will approach us himself, then I believe it will serve to trip him from his original path. I believe that time is here now." Foi sprinted up, nearly shouting. They're here, and there's one that is larger than any other we've seen among them. I let the wide grin stretched across my face shift to an even more predatory one as I prepared my first words to tear Alatsu from his position. Chapter 62. I am Ashlani, chieftain of my swarm, the Fahvalo of Blood Priestess Anna of the Moon Children, and the disciple of Neftala. I have come to speak with you and see if our tribes can work in peace and friendship, or must take up the Iklabu to protect ourselves and defeat our foes. Please counsel with me, break bread with me, and let my Askari be yours. With Sibilsu's command, the Askari she had tamed fluttered to settle on my shoulder. It pecked curiously at the base of my skull, but I didn't react. Instead, I planted my feet firmly, spear gripped tight, watching the sea of grass ripple in the breeze. There was no immediate reply, but Sybil's voice curled into my ear. They're scrambling to figure out how to answer your parley request. The head honcho is hollering for his crew to tear us apart, but they're holding back. You've played by their rules well enough that they're not itching to start a fight. I held my ground as best I could, though my ego was screaming for some kind of acknowledgement. Seconds ticked by, but with Sybil's calm anchoring me, I kept from hurling a war cry at the Linkata. Instead, I stood tall, letting my Askari hop around and peck lazily at my fingers. A minute or two crawled past before a colossal Indlovu rose from his hiding spot, maybe a dozen strides into the grass. His tusks gleamed pure white, his shoulders stayed square, and his maul hovered overhead like a threat made flesh. He towered a few feet over Kakambi, yet he wore none of the fancy carvings or ornaments that his elder clearly favored. I am Alatsu, chieftain of the Linkata tribe, the shepherd of the south, and the sound of freedom. I've come to hear you out and accept your offer of hospitality. His voice rumbled low and grumpy as he stepped forward. His title struck me as hollow next to Kakambi's dignified self-introduction, but I wasn't about to dwell on that. Unsure of the proper next move, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind, sending my little red bird fluttering toward the hostile chief. May your beds be firm, your meals full, and your skin unblemished. May your stewardship prosper and your children be wise, he muttered, and I didn't need to glance at Sybil to know she was logging that response. My Askari pecked at the base of Alatsu's ears and between his thick fingers, and he instinctively shifted to let it pick where it pleased. His own bird barely grazed me before zipping back to its master, joining Sybil's pet in grooming the massive wrinkled Indlovu. Guess you really did chat with the old man, he said, though his posture still screamed menace. So why summon me? Because you were about to raise your Iklabu and cut me and mine down. I'd rather not add more of your dead to the pile, given I've heard a fight only ends when the victor's tribe can feast on the fallen. I've got no clue how many of your folks would need to die to feed my swarm, but it'd be far too many. You dare, the chieftain bellowed, think you could best my people? That you could take down even one of my elites? And what about my soldiers? I haven't told you what the blood priestess named me Favalo of, have I? I countered, sidestepping his question. I assume you're aware of what a moonchild blood priestess is. His molars ground together loud enough to grate on my ears, but Alatsu's trunk dipped in a curt nod. Of course. I'm not some sheltered fool. Then you get what it truly takes to become a Fahavalo of a blood priestess. I've been told I've Ohinanatra desperation. I flashed a grin up at the chieftain, and even though he loomed over me at a solid 16 feet, his trunk recoiled at my words. Don't test my resolve. If it comes down to a single swarm member left, I'll lead them to gut your young, your weak, and your wounded. I'll stalk you through the night, and I won't show an ounce of hesitation or mercy in wiping out every last one of you. I'll never be satisfied, and I won't stop until the final drop of blood from your last tribesman soaks into the sand beneath my boots. So, do you really want to find out if I mean it? As a disciple of Neftala, I'll drive my people to victory slaughter, and conquest. If you refuse to grant us this triumph in a peaceful departure, then we'll claim it through the complete annihilation of the Linkata. I never raised my voice, yet I'd unconsciously tapped into my sonalphon, letting my words roll out over the Indlavu huddled in the tall grass. The chieftain shook with a volatile cocktail of rage and fear, or perhaps something far messier. I let him stew, watching his trunk thunder with each breath, the gusts strong enough to rattle my scales like wind through a sail. A full minute crawled by, and still he couldn't steady himself, but he finally bellowed, "You won't intimidate me. The only way you walk away with a single living Keelish is if you hand over every flock and vanish without a peep." His trumpet blared, trying to rally his kin, but I didn't give him a heartbeat to stoke their fury. I pulled deep from nemesis, imperial bearing, and disastrous discourse, snapping back, "Then fight me one-on-one. Trade your life for your people's, or put me in my place. Are you so spineless you won't risk your own hide, happy to toss your tribe to the wolves for your pride?" Something inside the chieftain tried to push back, but under the weight of my stacked skills, that reckless spark crumbled and cowered before me. Too frail to resist my oppressive presence, he rose, stumbled back a step, then another. His trunk quivered, his mouth hung open, and whatever retort he'd conjured died on his lips. The massive beast sank into the grass, fading fast into near invisibility. Murmurs of confusion, irritation, and something darker rippled through the Indlovu ranks, but when I hurled another challenge their way, I sensed their faint, hesitant footsteps receding into the distance. They're retreating. They've lost all faith in the chieftain. There's chatter about a matriarch, though I can't pin down what that entails. Still, I think we'll cross their lands without another scrape. They're more rattled about the upcoming stewardship evaluation, due in 3 years. That's the gist I caught before they slipped out of earshot. I flared my frills in acknowledgement. Maybe I'd overshot the threat. But who'd have guessed a tribe leader would fold so fast, surrendering his authority over a single standoff? I didn't grasp the Indlovu's power structure, yet I could picture how retreating from a bare challenge would gut Alatsu's standing entirely. Then we push on. Should we try the same trick in every territory we cross? I've got no clue what's ahead, but if we keep scooping up Keelish and other allies, we'll roll into Nieftra with tens of thousands at my back. "Let's not jump ahead," Sybil said with a smirk. "We can't count our wins yet." I howled, and the Keelish lurched forward again, our column resuming its eastward march. Chapter Shedesat Tree, what truly brings contentment? Not glory, since glory demands victory, and victory always leaves a trail of loss. Not success, because success burns effort, and effort drains the soul dry. Not family, for family claws at your mind, and your mind belongs to no one else. Not status, since status lifts you above others, and that kind of perch breeds arrogance. Nor is it pleasure or pain, craving or denial. Contentment springs only from surrender, humility, and devotion to the holy, to the sovereign, and to our God. The Gran Verat delivers that peace. From the ideals of Ardaliana, no, we follow. Lord, we follow. That made 3 swarm alphas in a row who'd bent the knee without hesitation. The first 2, both females, had thrown themselves at me, but I'd brushed them off with a flimsy excuse about not wanting to abandon eggs. Sybil kept shooting me pointed looks every time I doubled down, but I wasn't about to budge on my stance regarding monogamy. Maybe it was baggage from my old existence, or perhaps a preference many Keelish and Katif naturally gravitated toward. Who knew what else might shift once we officially became Keel? I couldn't say, and honestly I didn't lose sleep over it. My heart belonged solely to my mate, and I couldn't picture that changing anytime soon. Setting aside the fact that all power and leadership had been handed to me the moment we rolled into town, this whole situation screamed either a massive leap in Keelish intellect or the raw punch of my new absolute dominance skill. Stack that on top of my other leadership and domination abilities, and the result was predictable. The moment other swarms laid eyes on me, they froze mid-step, trembled on the spot, and bowed low even now, without hesitation. Would I claim I didn't relish it? That'd be a lie, and I didn't care who knew I soaked up their reverence like a sponge. Jorel, in particular, had embraced my leadership philosophy wholeheartedly, guiding the herds with such quiet authority that they followed him more obediently than the newest batch of domesticated animals. Whether that stemmed from some inherent magic of his own, a side effect of the spells Sibyl, Shemira, and Faralia wove, or something else entirely, I couldn't pin down, but Jorel alone could steer well over half of our thousands of beasts. With the voltaic wolf stags, all of whom except Awa clearly viewed him as their alpha, he had the entire herd operation under his thumb. Yes, thousands now. For weeks we'd pressed on, scooping up stray herds and lone Keelish wherever we crossed paths, and the bigger our numbers grew, the easier the subjugation became. We'd run into other Indlovu 3 times so far, and each encounter ended with us parting on neutral, if not exactly warm, terms, especially once they got a look at our well-maintained herds and our knack for taming an Askari. Still, our presence didn't exactly roll out a welcome mat, and our habit of scooping up herds as we passed didn't win us any popularity contests. But when we hit the Mumara, Kutril, and Akwamba tribes, they seemed genuinely thrilled to hear how we'd swiped herds from the stewards we'd crossed earlier. Chieftain Lukusu of the Akamba, in particular, lit up when he learned we'd lifted the Oxfiend herd from the Yegalide, and specifically from Kakambi. That shriveled old goat, he bellowed, slapping his trunk. He's a sharp one, that leader. He could have chosen bloodshed, but instead he found himself herdless and pointed you along the way. His booming laugh echoed through a dozen guards who joined in. As I met each tribe, I noticed their unique flair for decorating their leather wraps and tusks. The Yegalide carved intricate patterns into their tusks and dyed their hides, while the Linkata kept everything scrubbed spotless. The Mumara fitted steel caps over their tusks, and the Kutril left their bare but went all out on filigreed armor. Chieftain Lukusu's tusks, though, were a curious mashup of Mumura and Yegalide styles, etched with delicate inlaid gold. So does that mean he didn't want to be our friend? I asked, my frill twitching as the jovial chieftain sent his Askari to peck at my hide for the 3rd time. Did he call you friend? He shot back, his tone flat. He did. Then he's your friend until you decide otherwise. Not every friendship starts with both hands on the same Iklabhu, but once you commit, one of you has to let go of the other's weapon, leaving yourself wide open in the process. And Kakambi will never be the one to drop the Iklabhu of peace first, nor will he ever twist that peace into a blade for war. They call him Shatterer of 3 Stone Hill for a reason. Lukusu shook his trunk in my face to drive the point home, and I just let it hang there. So, I pressed, is he like the head chieftain of this whole republic? Even Alatsu, who despised him, still respected him. Absolutely not. Lukusu snorted, waving a dismissive trunk. There's no Inkulu Aka. If Kakambi ever dared to claim that title, I'd personally lead the charge to knock that notion right out of his thick skull. Sometimes, the Inkulu believe they're the ones running things, but they've got no real backing, even if their leadership has been spotless my entire lifetime. Having long figured out just how long the Indlovu stuck around, I reckoned that meant at least a century. So there's supposed to be a head chieftain, the Inkulu Aka, but right now, there isn't one. How long's it been since the last? Long before my grandfather's day. Lukusu waved his trunk at me, brushing the question aside. Only when our people face a threat from beyond our borders do we name one, and though most folks only recall tales from their great-great-grandparents, they know better than to mess with us. We don't hunt the way we fight, since our soldiers don't hunt at all. He locked eyes with me as he said it, and it hit me. We'd never laid eyes on a single one of their soldiers. So what's beyond your stewardship, the Inkulu? For once, Lukusu had no quip, no jab, no clever remark. Just that, the Inkulu. You want us to do to them what we did here? Oh, absolutely. Lukusu barely held back a smirk. But you don't think we should? You think it'd be a mistake, maybe. They've got plenty of soldiers, and they don't see the hunt the way most do. It felt like a dare. I wanted nothing more than to strip the Inkulu bare, to leave nothing but scorched earth behind. But I'd been warned time and again about what a soldier truly was, and though the thought of facing one thrilled me, dragging my entire people into that risk wasn't the smartest move. Maybe not yet. Past the Inkulu, who else is out there? They're the biggest and the last. Beyond them lie the ruins of your people's old kingdom, or so the stories say. We don't stray far from our lands. The sting of playing it safe faded fast, replaced by the fire of reaching our goal, finding Nievtra speaking the full words of power, becoming Keel. Then that's our destination. I won't wait around, but I'm grateful for your guidance. May your beds stay firm, your meals stay full, and your skin stay clear. May your stewardship flourish and your children grow wise. Shamira, who'd been hovering and listening in, had already started spreading the news, that our destination was close, that we'd finally find a place to settle, that home was within reach. The promise of an actual end to our wandering hit hard, especially for the Keelish from my original swarm, who'd long mourned the loss of any real den. The handful of pelts we'd dragged along couldn't replace that warmth, but soon we'd have something better. Chapter Shedesat Shtizri. The swarm couldn't tear across the land like it used to, not with nearly 2,000 of us, and herds numbering several thousand more. What once took an hour or two now stretched into days, as I waited for the Axbeaks, Oryx, Oxfians, and Hyenas to keep pace. We tried every route and trick we could think of, but Fanatic's fortitude couldn't shield everyone, even with a few Katif now speaking the words of power. So much of each day ground to a halt while the Oxfians grazed, the wolf stags and hyenas hunted, and everything else munched its way forward. With every step, thousands of feet trampled whatever grass wasn't already eaten to the roots, and even though I pushed the Keelish to eat just once a day, and only until satisfied, not stuffed, our herd numbers kept dropping. Hunting parties went out, took leading them to cover our tracks and cut down on the obvious signs we were passing through. Keeping everyone watered was a nightmare, even for a group used to rationing. 3 days went by with no river, no stream, not even a muddy puddle, until the wave wolf stag spent hours conjuring water, each one collapsing from exhaustion by the end, even with every obstacle and mundane setback trying to block our path to what would become home. We pushed forward. The weakest of the herds became our first meals, and the Keelish, who refused to grow, received just a single opportunity to improve. Sakit, the male I'd introduced to Vefir, rose as the shining example of those who embraced change. He spoke openly about his past reluctance, his willingness to settle for mediocrity, and how his pride and misguided beliefs had convinced him he deserved leadership simply because of his age. I had shattered those illusions and made him see that his true strength would lead him to where he belonged. In the end, he became my strongest and most vocal supporter, urging others to seek me out for honest guidance. Time and again, Sakit directed Keelish to come to me for advice. Yet, I found myself strangely drawn to steering them towards simpler tasks, helping Jorel manage the herds, supporting Sybil's assistance with organization, or tending to the wounded whose injuries were stable but not worth the full effort of healing at the moment. When I suggested to one confused Keelish that she might learn to cultivate this same grass elsewhere, I nearly questioned my own sanity. Still, the swarm grew tighter and more powerful with each passing day. 12 days into our journey through the Inkulu's land, a faint purple tinge appeared on the horizon, And I found myself thinking of the mountains I'd fallen for so quickly. My thoughts were shattered by the sound of combat. "You're fangless. You couldn't catch me if I had 2 broken legs." Try was taunting several young ones from the other swarms, dancing around them as they practiced their coordination and attacks. Foire and I watched, calling out suggestions as the little ones stumbled and flailed trying to get near her. "Yes," Foire said, "but she looks just like Triel. Moves like her, too." I admitted I hadn't paid much attention to that. "She was beautiful," Foire said, his voice soft and nostalgic, though the bitterness crept back as he added, "She doesn't know her." I offered my condolences, but his tail flicked with renewed resentment. "I don't want to treat those from that veritocracy like we treat the Indlovu." He spat the word as if it were poison. "The Indlovu are people. The Moon Children are foes, but the humans, they are enemies, my enemies." He met my eyes briefly. "They are mad," I agreed. "Every other people seems to view them as negatively as they view us." Foire conceded, "The humans may be mad, but we are merely dangerous. Dangerous when we are still new. As you establish us as a people, we will rise above them all." I replied, "Victory. Victory by fang and blood," he echoed before striding off to speak with Sylph, who had just returned. A Keelish who had been watching me for a while approached. "Alpha. Lord." I corrected him, "Alpha or Ashlani." "Thank you for not interrupting," he nodded. "Yes, Alpha. I will respect. Now speak. I want to. Be strong. Please help me." I studied him, the guidance of evolutionary exemplar filling my mind. His path was clear to me, though I was surprised by where he was meant to go. I couldn't help but grin at his obvious faith in my power. "You must join Brutus. He and Yit always need more." Foire cut me off, his tone sharp with urgency. "Forgive the interruption. They're coming, and as the Chief Dane Lucasu suggested, they are different." I pointed to Brutus and commanded the nervous Keelish. "He's there. Follow him." The smaller male jogged toward the huge figure, but Brutus simply said, "Follow," as he ran to catch up with me. The unnamed Keelish sprinted to keep pace with Brutus' long strides, never once complaining. I chased after Foire and Sylph, shouting for any of my elite fighters I spotted along the way. The ground shook beneath our boots, the noise echoing through the air, but nothing pounded harder or louder than the beat of my own heart. I had a sinking feeling about what I'd find once I got closer to the approaching Indlovu, but I had to see it for myself. Before I even made out the figures, though, something made my blood freeze. A thick cloud of dust trailed behind the Indlovu, and if even those massive hunters felt the need to sneak in, whatever was coming with them had to be far more imposing, more lethal, and more terrifying than anything we'd faced before. They hauled something enormous in their wake. A tent, maybe, but it didn't flutter in the breeze, so perhaps a ridiculously oversized palanquin. Then Raptor's eyes forced me to face the truth, to quit fooling myself. This wasn't some crafted structure or some hollow thing. The mound I spotted was familiar, though I'd only laid eyes on it once. Back then it had been impressive, intimidating, and huge. Now it was staggering, overwhelming, and so immense I couldn't wrap my head around it being alive. Still, despite my denial and my refusal to accept what I was seeing, it took another step, its legs driving forward, while the ground beneath its feet shifted to stretch each stride. It lumbered past a nearby hill, and whether out of hunger, rage, or sheer boredom, I couldn't tell, but with a startlingly fast snap of its jaws, the hill vanished. When the high speakers had arrived on the back of that tortoise before, I'd called it massive. That word would be an insult to whatever beast accompanied the Inkulu's warriors to crush us. Chapter Shedisat Piet structures dotted the tortoise's shell, and watching Indlovu stride in and out of them, I was struck again by just how colossal this creature truly was. Each doorway towered high enough to let the Indlovu pass with room to spare on all sides, so maybe 20 feet tall if the enormous Alatsu ranked among the tallest of those statuesque beings. A building that size must have stretched several hundred feet long, and I counted half a dozen of them, with one sitting at the center that dwarfed the rest by double. That monster had to be at least Jedna, Nula feet long and wide, though I'd be shocked if it came in under Jedna, Piet said. Oddly, its shell sat flatter and less steep than the other one we'd encountered, so its belly hovered only about 50 feet off the ground, with the peak rising roughly 100 feet higher than that. How the Indlavu managed to climb its four legs to reach the top was beyond me, but I couldn't dwell on that. Instead, I watched it move. Only 1 foot lifted at a time, drifting through the air with slow, deliberate care. Before it landed, a column of earth rose up to meet and guide the foot into place. Beneath the other 3 grounded feet, the ground churned and flowed like a river pushing forward, and the Indlavu's advance was sped along by what I could only guess was the tortoise's magic. It seemed to take a fancy to another patch of scrub, and its head shot down, gulping the whole area in 3 quick bites. A massive crater remained, but the moment it finished its snack, the nearby earth filled the hole back in, as if nothing had happened. I almost started talking to the elites standing close by, but I realized I hadn't even glanced at the soldiers yet. With a hard shove of willpower, I dragged my gaze off the breathtaking tortoise and its perched city to size up the troops marching beside it. At least 100 of what I took to be the Inkulu's soldiers surged forward, the ground carrying them as smoothly as it did the tortoise. Like the hunters, the Indlavu wore leather gear, with bracers and thigh guards acting as armor. But every soldier I spotted gleamed under the harsh sun, their presence a stark warning of what was coming for us. Their wrists, ankles, and shoulders were wrapped in thick bands of burnished steel or some other gleaming metal, and even from miles away, I could almost swear I heard the faint clinking of those cuffs with every ponderous step the tortoise took. Each soldier clutched an iklabhu in one hand while a heavy, bulging sack hung beneath the other, and all of them stood rigid, eyes darting and ears swiveling in every direction. Ambushing them seemed nearly hopeless. A cold, bitter knot of fear tightened in my gut as I admitted to myself that if they chose to strike, we'd be wiped out to the last soul. They moved faster than we ever could with our herds in tow, and that colossal tortoise alone could swallow a dozen of us in a single gulp, making any thought of killing it absurd. I forced myself to look away from the threat and focus on my elites. Sybil, Foy, Sylph, Took, Solia, Jorol, and Shamira stood poised, waiting for my command. Brutus, my ever-present shadow, kept his gaze locked on the danger ahead. Only Foy and Sylph could see what I saw, and their nerves gave them away with twitching tails and restless shuffling. Sybil caught on to my tension right away and stepped forward. "Alpha, would you care to fill us in on what we're dealing with?" I paused, gathering my thoughts before diving in. That giant thing is like the tortoise the High Speakers rode when they chased us, the one that commanded the earth. Same deal, but so much bigger, it's almost laughable to compare. It has better control over the ground beneath us than anything I've ever witnessed, and it's clear those soldiers will wear armor it provides, just like the Earth Speakers we ran into before. "You mean the one you took down in the first clash with the humans?" Took asked. "Exactly, but it's more than twice your size. Stronger than any human we've encountered, and there will be at least 100 of them. Their magic will likely shield them from most of our attacks, except maybe Sybil's and mine. Yeet might have a shot at breaking through, but I'd bet she'd lose that fight, even with that moving fortress supplying armor to all those soldiers at once. So what's their weak spot?" Took pressed, her gaze fixed on the horizon rather than on me. "The more spread out they are, the harder it should be for the tortoise to armor them all. With that many soldiers and each one so massive, the armor probably won't be as thick as what the individual Earth Speakers wore. though their natural hide is tough enough to make up for it. They've shown particular vulnerability to your magic, Sybil cut in, and a flash of irrational irritation shot through me at the interruption. The earth can be affected by water, so the wave wolf stags might prove crucial. Their minds haven't been anything special either, Shamira added. I can mess with how they perceive me without them catching on. Or maybe they just don't care enough to notice. Could be they're too proud to react, but there's something off about their presence, Foix said. I doubt they can sneak around like the hunters did. Maybe it's tied to their words of power. They've never shared those words with us, I shot back, my tone sharper than intended. They might have kept them hidden all along. Could be something closer to what the Moon Children use. If that's the case, these soldiers will be stronger, faster, or just flat out better than the hunters. Foix's tail twitched in quiet disagreement, though he tried to hide it. I ground my fangs, that stupid surge of anger clouding my judgment when I needed clarity most. I shouldn't have snapped like that. You didn't deserve it. My stress over this mess is getting in the way of clear thinking. That was a solid point, and I trust your instincts. I count 143 on the ground, Sylph cut in, redirecting us. Can't tell how many might be riding on top of the beast. We have them outnumbered by a wide margin, but Took cut that line of thinking short. You never face the Earth Speaker, he said. Right now, running is the smarter play. If they corner us, a lot of us won't make it out. We can settle the score later, once we've grown stronger. They're posturing, sure, but they haven't actually threatened us with violence. Shamira chimed in, her tail swishing back and forth as she mulled it over. Maybe we should try talking first. Ideally, we don't want to make enemies. I know, she added quickly, seeing the wave of skeptical expressions. It probably won't work, but if there's even a chance, it's the best outcome we could hope for. We can't bank on that, I said, and the rising tide of hissing disputes fell silent. But we can set things up so that talking works in the best case, and the swarm still has options if it falls apart. I laid out my orders, and the overall plan in a hurry, shutting down Shamira's objections with a hard stare before she could get going. Once my elites had a moment to digest it, Sybil spoke up. Alpha, I think I've got an idea that could help too. Chapter Shedasat Shest. My elites dispersed with urgency, while the young male who'd just joined my so-called protectors sprinted off to grab my spear. He was back in under a minute, and I held the weapon more like a walking staff than something meant for battle as Sybil, Brutus, and another guard flanked me on the walk toward the moving mountain and its riders. Behind us, Sylph stayed low in the grass. Sybil sent a mental nudge to the herds, pushing them along while Jorrel and the wolf stags kept them in check. The four of us marching forward did so with the full knowledge that this could be a one-way trip. I led us into a clearing directly in the path of the mobile fortress, planting my spear in the dirt and tilting my head skyward. Nieftala, I whispered, my heart slamming against my ribs. I really hope this isn't a colossal mistake. Watch over us. Grant us victory, not of conquest, but of survival. No voice answered, but a faint sense of calm washed over me. It might have been my imagination, but it was enough to straighten my spine and get ready for the speech that could save everyone I cared about. The tortoise approached at a slow, deliberate pace, but its sheer size made it feel like it was hurtling toward us, blotting out the twin suns long before it drew near. Given how much weight it carried, I expected the ground to shake with every step, even with magic cushioning the impact. But there was nothing. Only its growing silhouette signaled how close it was getting. Its eyes locked onto me, weighing whether I was worth the effort of a snack or something more entertaining. The soldiers I'd spotted from a distance refused to stand in the beast's path, yet here we were, rooted like blades of grass. I waited for it to halt at a safe distance, far enough that it couldn't just snap us up without a thought. It came far closer than that, and I motioned for my companions to fall back, but even as we sprinted, it kept closing the gap, never slowing. The giant didn't acknowledge us at all, and I finally directed everyone to veer to the side, hoping we wouldn't get flattened. That was when my swarm's Keelish came face to face with the Indlovu soldiers for the first time. They loomed over us, easily twice the height of our tallest, even with Brutus standing well over 8 feet. Their polished braces, anklets, and necklaces caught the sunlight and threw it back in our faces, nearly blinding us. The tortoise kept moving, and I started to think our sacrifice would amount to nothing. Then, with a sound so faint it was almost nothing at all, the massive creature slowed to a halt, like a stone settling into the mud at the bottom of a pond. We looked up to find ourselves almost perfectly centered along its length, the beast towering over the Indlovu soldiers who now ringed us with menace. Before a single demand or threat could be voiced, I raised my sonalphon and let my words roll across the distance, amplified to reach far beyond what any ear should catch. I am Ashlani, chieftain of my swarm, the Farvalo of Blood Priestess Anna of the Moon Children, and the disciple of Nievdala. I have secured a peaceful path through the lands of the Indlovu, a pact forged with Chieftain Kambi of the Yegalide, and honored by Chieftain Lukusu of the Akwamba. I come to you now, not with spear raised, but with words offered, to see if our tribes can coexist in friendship, or if we must take up the Iklabu and fight for our survival. Please share counsel with me, break bread with me, and let my Askari stand as your own. I knew I was taking a risk with that extra mention of the peaceful travel, but something told me it might soften the ground. The soldiers remained stone-faced, their eyes locked on us without a flicker of recognition or warmth. I felt the weight of my own foolishness creeping in, and I bit back the urge to shout the greeting again. Glancing at Sybil, I caught her tail twitching with uncertainty before she spoke softly in the Keelish tongue. They are silent. No announcement has been made, and I hear no mention of us among the inhabitants of that beast. There is no stir, no alarm. I cannot predict what comes next. Forgive me. Your abilities were a potential advantage, but I'm grateful you're here regardless. Thank you for standing with me. Always, my alpha. If the Indlovu on that mountainous creature chose never to descend, every extra moment we bought was another step my swarm could take towards safety. I forced my mind to settle, to embrace the delay rather than fight it. Their decision to make me wait was a display of pride, a flaw I could turn against them. The thought of playing submissive or fearful stung my instincts, but the idea of outsmarting the arrogant, defeating them not with fang and claw but with wit and strategy, quieted the rage in my blood. The minutes crawled by, and the soldiers around us barely moved, their ears catching the wind as their bodies stayed rigid. I mirrored their stillness, my tail swaying slightly, my spear planted firmly in the earth to anchor me, while every battle-hardened nerve screamed for action. I looked up and noticed the lesser suns had shifted, the red one now halfway to overtaking the blue. A full hour had passed since we set out. An hour of pointless waiting, but an hour that pushed my people further from the brink. With a heavy sigh, I dropped into a squat, far more comfortable than the stiff posture I'd held. Naturally, the instant I let my guard down, the ground trembled and a pillar of stone shot up to the fortress's peak. Several more minutes dragged on before it began to sink back down. As the top of the pillar came into view, I spotted 3 Indlovu standing on its flat surface. 2 looked like soldiers, but the third was unlike any I'd encountered. Every hunter and fighter I'd seen wore tightly wrapped leather across their arms, legs, torsos, and groins ready for battle. The soldiers added steel braces, anklets, and necklaces, but this one wore no leather at all. Instead, a golden robe flowed over its frame, sleeves draping over clasped hands resting at its belly. Its tusks bore intricate carvings inlaid with gold, matching the robe, and its ears sagged under heavy gold jewelry. When it parted its hands and spread them wide like some self-proclaimed deity, I saw every finger glittering with rings and gaudy gems. "I am not our hunting chieftain," he announced, his voice smooth and rich, each word dripping with honeyed confidence. "As such, I am hardly worthy of partaking in your sacred rites in a manner that would honor you, Chieftain Ashlani. So I ask for your grace as I offer only my modest titles. I am Silumkulo, keeper of the herds for the Inkulu tribe. I seek your patience. Despite my humble standing, I am still fit to speak for my people in forging a peaceful path ahead. Let us cast aside these brutal tools of war and bloodshed and instead turn to an honest desire to understand one another so that we may bind our peoples in harmony and friendship." Chapter Shedasat Sedem. Every word he spoke was precisely what I needed to hear to calm my nerves and quiet my anger. Yet something felt off, and I could feel my scales twitch against my skin. Despite my unease and instincts, I lowered my head to the herdmaster. "I'm grateful you're willing to stop and talk with me. I can't imagine it's easy to get your large companion to halt or move on command. Our Ufudaluk is a dear friend, endlessly patient with our trivial whims." Silumkulo smiled up at the colossal beast, and as if it understood him, the massive head swiveled to gaze at him, with a surprisingly gentle, almost grandfatherly look. A deep rumble, like two mountains grinding together, vibrated through my chest and the ground beneath my feet. Drawing on my knowledge of sound waves from my sonilphon, I could sense the sheer, overwhelming force radiating from the Ufudaluk. I had never fooled myself into thinking my swarm could take down such a monster, but now I was certain we wouldn't even escape its notice alive. "I've heard stories of such creatures," I said, my heart still pounding from that low, bone-shaking sound. "But I never imagined this is what they'd become." "Become?" Silumkulo asked, his voice calm and steady. Still, I caught a sharp flicker of intense curiosity behind his question. "My people and I fled the lands of the Veritocracy," I explained. "While there, we ran into one of their soul speakers. We had no idea what an Ufudaluk was back then, but we saw one that the soul speaker had bound to his will. It carried him and his fellow speakers as they hunted us across their territory. That one, though, was far smaller than your friend here. It could probably walk right under yours, without its shell even scraping the bottom." "Barely 3 decades old, then," Silumkulo murmured. "That could very well be Uma's missing son." He fell silent, but Sybil's tail tapped mine in a warning signal we'd developed. He was communicating with something else through their magic. It wasn't long before those deep, body-shaking groans returned. This time, however, they stretched on for over a minute, swelling in fury and grief, the earth cracking and heaving beneath the Ufudaluk's body, stone rippling upward like creeping vines along her legs. At last, she raised her head and let out a thunderous cry of anguish that pierced the sky. Meanwhile, Silumkulo hurried to the front of the giant tortoise. The 2 soldiers who had accompanied him stayed close, their eyes scanning the surroundings with wary vigilance. The herdmaster raised his hands, desperately trying to get the massive creature's attention, and eventually she lowered her head so the small man could gently stroke her snout. Her breath came in heavy, agitated huffs, kicking up clouds of dust around his feet. "He's promising to help find the kidnapper," Sybil whispered, her voice trembling under the weight of the Ufudaluk's fury. Her mind is incredibly hard for me to read, far deeper and more complex than anything I've ever encountered. But one thing is clear, she is both enraged and grieving. The herdmaster keeps whispering promises of vengeance, and she's starting to believe them. I let my frills ripple in acknowledgement, while Sybil kept her sharp eyes on the soldiers below. The unnatural vibration racking our bodies faded to a dull ache after a while, though every spike of fury from Uma sent my heart pounding in time with her wrath. Finally, Silumkulo approached with slow, deliberate steps, Uma's gaze tracking his every move as he made his way toward us. He bowed his trunk low, the gold crust along his hide catching the light. "I ask your forgiveness," he said. "I wasn't thinking when I shared that news with our Uma." The little one vanished when he was barely hatched, not even 18 years old, and he came from her first clutch in nearly 5 centuries. She had convinced herself she was a failed mother, so hearing that he's alive, but under the control of one of those warlocks. He spat the word, the first crack in his ever-friendly demeanor. It shook her to the core. "No apology is needed," I replied. "Her pain and anger make perfect sense to me. Thank you, Chieftain Ashlani. Now I must ask, what brings you into the care of the Inkulu?" "We're just passing through on our way to the ruins of Nieftra," I said. "We've been lucky enough to see the splendor of your lands along the way. I can see why they call this the most beautiful and honored of all the Indlovu stewardships." I'd never actually heard anyone say that, but given how Lukusu had reacted to us crossing Inkulu territory, I figured a little flattery wouldn't hurt. Silumkulo puffed up at my words, clearly pleased. "That is true. The Inkulu have led the Indlovu for centuries because of how carefully we tend to our lands. Which is why I must ask you to explain your reckless behavior here. Hundreds have vanished from their homes, and dozens more disappear every day. We've traced these disturbances back to you. Why do you disrupt the natural harmony of this place?" His tone was more measured than when he'd spoken of the warlocks, but the message was clear. He saw us as a stain on his perfect domain. "For that I do apologize," I conceded, swallowing my pride as I played the game of deference. "We've only hunted what we needed to keep moving without starving. That's no excuse for disturbing the balance of this stewardship," he said, firm as stone. "Predators and prey are meant to coexist," I tried. "The land is always shifting. When predators outnumber prey, the weakest die off until the herds rebound. Aren't we just part of nature's design? A new predator passing through, gone before the land even notices." "That's not what you've done," the herdmaster countered. "You've devoured mindlessly across every territory you've crossed, gorging on whatever you can swallow and tearing apart what you can't. You might be closer to a Sahaliad than anyone I've seen in my lifetime, or my grandfather's, but you don't understand these plains. There's a delicate balance, and you've fought to upend it at every turn." My scales flushed hot with indignation, but before I could do something we'd all regret, Silumkulo spoke again. "Hunt no more. If the weak are meant to die and the strong to survive, then let's see who makes it through our lands. Those of your kind who fall were never meant to last. Now go. We have other matters to attend to." And with that, he spun on his heel, robes snapping in the wind, all pretense of courtesy gone. At his movement, the soldiers surrounding us suddenly found themselves encased in stone that crawled up their legs, forming a full suit of armor. Meanwhile, the same pillar from earlier rose beneath his feet once more, launching him skyward and carrying the Indlovu out of my line of sight entirely. My fangs ground together, involuntarily, but the soldiers shifted their focus away from us, scanning the surrounding grasses as they jogged alongside the Ufudoluk, who turned and lumbered back toward her origin point. Before I could voice a word, Sybil hissed down at me. There was a signal from behind us. One of their kind sent out a message, and that's when he transformed. That wasn't a random outburst of rage. It was calculated. Nieftala, bless us. Guide us to victory. I prayed quietly as I rallied my small group of Keelish, sprinting back toward my swarm, back toward the source of that strange, indecipherable signal. As we drew closer, the sounds of shouting, screaming, and chaotic fury grew louder, a cacophony of confusion and rage that set my nerves on edge. Chapter Shedasat OSM, the original message seemed impossible to trust. It supposedly came from a forsaken source. Yet Ilankili chose to demonstrate their boundless wisdom, revealing one of the fated prey to a loyal scout. It didn't take long to begin preparations for the great hunt. "I will lead our people to glory, to the nests and remnants left behind by the ancient prey." notes from the Neosta Daily Record, spoken by the Devatanak Neosta Kusiwi, recorded by Angin Kalu. Hundreds of Keelish swarmed the area, bickering among themselves while attempting to calm the frantic herds of our once docile creatures. Oxfians thrashed and bellowed at one another, barely restrained by the dozens of their own dead lying in pools of blood. Most of the oryxes had scattered, while hyenas tore into the corpses of Axbeak, Oxfiend, and oryx alike. My fangs ground uncontrollably, and I reached out, yanking the nearest Keelish toward me. "What happened?" I demanded, my voice booming from the subconscious surge of my magic. I don't know. They just started going crazy. "Sybil," I commanded, though I quickly realized she'd already begun her work long before I thought to ask her. "Sylph," I said, turning to the scout. "Do you know where Foire is?" He paused for just a moment before tilting his head and gesturing in a vague direction. I charged off that way, noticing Brutus stride forward and wrestle one of the oxfines to the ground with a sharp twist of his hips and arms. It wasn't long before I spotted Foire weaving around the leader of the remaining oryxes, keeping it from escaping while staying clear of its dangerous horns. I took 3 long strides, drawing deeply from my magic's reserves. Disastrous discourse blended with innovating address powered my commanding voice as I shouted for calm. "Stay quiet. Be still and feel peace." Silence didn't fall instantly, but the herd's frantic struggle for freedom died down to mere frustrated bellows and shuffling hooves. Good enough. "What happened? Did you see or feel anything? Tell me everything you know," I asked Foire as he shoved the oryx back toward the rest of the herds. "We were moving as fast as we could, just as you'd ordered. There was no real warning, just the faintest trace of an Indlovu presence. Then all the animals started going mad, even the wolf stags a little. At least half the herds broke free and scattered into the wilds. We couldn't stop them. They wouldn't listen to us either," Shemira cut in, glaring with bitter resentment at the settling herds. "I'm guessing the Indlovu used their magic just like Sybil, but to agitate and terrify the creatures into fleeing. A couple of the oxfines tore a gap in the perimeter, and hundreds followed them out. Only when a couple of lives were snuffed out did the riders in the rear finally ease up, but even then, it was a near thing. The dust from our hurried exodus still hung thick in the air, a bitter taste on the tongue. "Foire, can you sense any of the Indlovu nearby?" I called out, my voice cutting through the din of panicked movement. "No, Alpha," came the swift reply. "Sybil," I pressed, turning to my beta. "They are not employing their speaking magic at this moment, nor can I detect their physical presence," she answered, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Suns burn them," I snarled. "That sneaky deceiver, Silumkulo, deliberately held us back so they could orchestrate this. He must have known all along about Sybil. Or perhaps he simply has great faith in the skill of his own warriors," Sybil countered, her tone calm and measured. "We cannot assume our enemies are omniscient, and while we haven't exactly sprinted here, we've made respectable time given our considerable numbers. Furthermore, this particular tribe appears to be at odds with most others, so it's highly likely they've received no intelligence about us whatsoever." A guttural, animalistic growl erupted from deep within my chest, and I made no effort to contain it. To my surprise, this raw vocalization of my fury rippled outward, touching the many Keelish around me and even our domesticated beasts, calming their frantic energy in the presence of my dominant emotion. "Sybil," I said, my voice low and dangerous, "you claimed you didn't think the Indlovu were capable of such deceit. Was there something different about this one? Why would he be so uniquely treacherous?" She shook her head slowly. "I never asserted they were incapable of deception, only that they would not lie. I never felt the herdmaster's true voice, and I cannot read the content of his heart the way I can with Kakambi and the others. The fact that they never used their true voices with us at all speaks volumes about their character, however. If there is an Indlovu who is starkly different from all the others we've encountered, I would have to guess that he comes from the Inkulu. I beg your forgiveness, Alpha. My assumptions regarding the trustworthiness of our adversaries have been proven woefully incorrect. You spoke and advised to the best of your ability, I grated, my irrational anger shifting unfairly toward my beta. A fleeting memory from a dream surfaced. Beware the forked tongue, but I shoved it aside, refusing to dwell on it. You believed what you said, and it seems you still do to a large degree. I still trust you and your counsel. So how do we strike back? Took interjected, her hands clenched into tight fists. Do we go directly for their people or their herds? Or should we ramp up our hunts in both scale and frequency? We cannot. Not right now. The grim reality settled over me like a heavy cloak. There are simply too many of them, and we've already witnessed how lethal their soldiers can be, even if we haven't yet tested their individual strength in direct combat. If we marched on their stronghold, even assuming we could eliminate every soldier, we wouldn't be able to do a thing to that monstrous Afudaluk of theirs. That beast could swallow half of us in a few bites, without even breaking a sweat. We're going to have to endure this humiliation for now. Let it shape our future, but not destroy our present, Shamira added, her tone somber yet resolute. We are weak at this moment, but we haven't yet glimpsed the peaks we're destined to climb. Let's place our faith in the Alpha. He's led us this far. Even with her vocal support, I could sense the subtle challenge beneath her words. You've been successful, and we follow the successful and the powerful. I scanned the faces of my elite, and in each pair of eyes I saw that same blend of trust and unspoken expectation. I had guided us out of the Veritocracy's lands, likely saving every one of their lives in the process. But I hadn't stopped since, and if we'd been on the move for nearly a year, then there had damn well better be a worthy destination at the end of this journey. Oddly enough, I found no part of myself disagreeing with that sentiment. A mere warrior who couldn't strategize or plan to lead his swarm to victory had no business leading at all. I have. And I am confident that reaching Nieftra will swiftly usher us into the next chapter of our existence. There are things waiting for us there, and we simply need to reach them. To the next chapter. Shamira cheered, raising her fist. To the Alpha, Brutus declared, his deep voice booming with conviction. To victory. My swarm roared back, their voices joining the nearby Keelish in a chorus of unshakable resolve, until, with a leaner and more determined host, I surged ahead, still deep in Inkulu territory, pushing relentlessly toward the east. Chapter Shedesart Deviet, if I ever get my hands on them, I'll snap every bone in their bodies and suck the marrow out while they're still screaming. I'll shove their cursed trunks down their own throats and watch them choke on their bile as they heave. If I see another Indlovu, it better be their rotting heads mounted on spikes. Shamira's fury dripped from every word as she marched forward, shoving her magic out across the herds. Nearby, Jorel bellowed, "Shut up!" at a frantic Oxfiend, and the beast froze under the weight of his rage and the tangled magical forces wrestling it into submission. The Inkulu had been sending nearly invisible troublemakers our way at least once a day, ever since we'd parted on supposedly friendly terms 12 days ago. The landscape hadn't changed much. Gentle rolling hills, scattered rivers, sparse trees, and the only thing worth noting was the mountain range that kept growing along the eastern horizon. But the Inkulu never let up. Every time I sent a scout after them, they vanished into thin air. Every patrol we dispatched found no trace, no trail, nothing. And whenever the herds started to stir in panic, the troublemakers melted back into the Niefdala forsaken grass. 12 days of this, and the only kill we'd managed was a single Indlovu hunter, and that was more dumb luck than skill. The Indlovu seemed to be driving all the wildlife away from our path. We kept finding signs of oxfind, oryx, deer-like creatures, hyenas and more, but never laid eyes on a single one. Except once. On the third day, Foi's hunch led us to a watering hole where nearly 100 oxfinds were drinking and lounging. As usual, several packs of Keelish moved to surround them silently, ready to hunt and subjugate. I led the main pack, eager to unleash some of my pent-up frustration on anything that dared to resist. And to my surprise, something did. But it wasn't an oxfend. No. This is our stewardship. No hunting here. Move along, the Indlovu hunter commanded, his tone flat and dismissive, as if we were nothing more than pests. I didn't waste words on him. My throat filled with sonic magic, and I let loose a shout, murderous melody sharpened by pure rage. "You're a fool! Feed my swarm!" He was so caught off guard by my violence, so stunned by the magical assault, that my spear plunged through his eye before he could even blink. While he reeled, I lunged, claws aiming for his guts, and with destructive wave fueling each strike, a single swipe from each hand tore him open completely. His innards splattered across my face as he crumpled. I didn't bother learning his name as he took his final breath. The other Indlovu in the tall grass scattered, seeing what happened to their companion. Most of my swarm focused on capturing the oxfinds, and we managed to subjugate them and bring them back into our fold. Unfortunately, none of my Keelish could chase down the fleeing Indlovu, though we finally started to piece together how they hid themselves from us. "It's not really camouflage," Sybil explained, so much as convincing the subconscious of everyone around them that their presence is utterly unremarkable. I'm attuned to their way of communicating, so I can sense them far better than most. Foi, on the other hand, is just impressively persistent and sharp. He'd quietly conditioned himself to catch that first emotional pull before it could take hold, so the Indlovu's influence barely scratched him now. That knowledge offered only cold comfort, though since those towering figures still lurked at the swarm's edges, waiting to disrupt our work and catch the careless off guard. On the 7th day they made their move, cutting down 2 of our weakest Keelish before we could react. We couldn't match their kills, but their pack alpha paid a price, losing 4 fingers to one of our own before retreating. With one of their limited numbers dead and another nearly crippled, the Indlovu pulled back from direct confrontation. Yet even with our military strength unchallenged, we couldn't shake the bitter hope that those cowardly wretches would just keel over. Our days turned into a slog of calming and pushing the herds forward, but every command became a battle now that panic had taken root. Sybil, Shamira, and Feralia poured everything into soothing the animals, and a handful of Keelish even developed rudimentary gifts to help with the task. But the road ahead stayed grueling and endless. Still, the forced march brought a few small mercies. Sybil and her team cracked down hard, cutting the entire swarm to a single meal each day, no exceptions, no excuses. None dared bring complaints to me, and only a few foolish alphas even tried their luck with Sybil before backing off. The fragile sense of security I'd felt about my position as Swarm Alpha evaporated quickly under the weight of petty gripes. If anyone wanted to question how I knew these mountains marked our final chapter, I would have welcomed the conversation. Instead, I got second-hand whispers from ingrates moaning about missing their daily feasts. Fools who wished they didn't have to walk. The useless who dreamed of curling up in a den, free from all responsibility. Then came the most absurd complaint I'd ever heard from Keelish. The hunts are hard. We can't find anything, so we're just wandering for nothing. When Vefa relayed that one, something in me snapped. I called every Keelish together, sending my elites to ring the herds so no Indlovu could exploit the chaos. The weaklings had started the grumbling, but I knew even some of the newest Katif harbored doubts about my promises. Worse, they'd forgotten who I was. Rage simmered as I stood before them, Brutus and Yit flanking me with hard stares, and I felt that familiar weight of reverence settle over the crowd as I prepared to speak. "Already you forget," I thundered, my voice cutting through the air with the biting edge of disastrous discourse. "I saved Feralia's swarm from annihilation at the hands of the Moon Children. Their days were numbered. I pulled the nameless and weak from mediocrity and lifted them higher. None of you had ever seen a catif before I appeared, and now you stand transformed. And this is only the beginning, because our destination lies in sight." I gestured toward the distant peaks as the magic shifted, disastrous discourse giving way to the rallying warmth of innovating address. "There, I will ascend to Kiel and raise the worthy alongside me. Instead of readying yourselves for the glory ahead, you whine about the mild discomfort of the present. We are Kielish, and our lot has always been to endure, to struggle, and to carve out survival wherever we can. How could you forget the tyranny of the strong, when so many of you still can't even grasp the true depth of power that lies within?" A heavy certainty settled over my chest as I spoke the genuine version of the first word of power of Niamhtala. "It's through the burning fire of battle that we are forged, and through the blood of our enemies that we are hardened. We are Niamhtala's chosen, the ones destined to become Kiel. Cast aside your fears and follow me to triumph and to our ultimate homeland." The roar of the crowd barely registered as I turned my attention to the system notifications. To my surprise and mild frustration, there was no mention of evolution. Status updated. Skill acquired, Chapter 70. I've discovered that true Sahaliard have once again walked this earth. I'm now requesting additional funds to support my journey eastward, as the money would let me travel with more protection and at a quicker pace, but even without any support, I'll set out regardless. I'm currently in a position that every anthropologist dreams of. The very subject of my life's work has risen from the dust of history, uncovered the most significant site in our recorded past, and now speaks with a divine authority that appears largely genuine. Therefore, I'm requesting full funding for a party of 6, myself and my assistant, along with 4 high-speaker guard escorts. Naturally, each traveler's expenses must be covered, except for my own. The discovery itself is the greatest reward I could ever ask for. A rejected funding request for an anthropological expedition to New Nieftra, submitted by Eldara Difrandara. Before diving into the new skill I'd received, I scanned the bottom of my status. Sonic Kiel Zaktal, recite the complete true words of power of Niamhtala. Progress, Nulash Jedna. Have a swarm leader level race, completed. My Kielish surged ahead, guiding the herds toward the mountains once more. I barely noticed them as I examined the other notification. The user has uncovered the true iteration of the first of the words of power of Niamhtala. The user has been granted the greater blessing of power. The user has received the skill, Spear of the Many. Though the skill was tempting, I couldn't shake the question of why evolution hadn't triggered. Read the requirement, Little Fang. The administrator practically giggled as she said it. I reread the text and muttered, "Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Niamhtala." Did I just need to say them all in the right order? The words came to my lips as if they'd always been there, and I recited them. Through the burning fire of battle are we forged, and through the blood of our enemies are we strengthened. Through the sacrifice of our own lives are we made whole. We are Kielish, the blade drawn against those who stand against us. Mine is the throne that even the wise bow to. I am the peak that casts the long shadow. I spoke the final line, expecting some rush of awe or fulfillment, but nothing came. Vefir stepped closer, his brow furrowed. "I sense those words," he said quietly. "I've spoken parts of them myself. Is there anything I can do to assist you? I feel like I could help somehow, but I'm not certain how." I paused, searching for any clue about what was missing. "No, I don't think there's anything you can do right now. Maybe later, though." "Yes, Alpha. Just take care of yourself, will you? Vefa teased, though his tone stayed respectful and his head dipped slightly. I'll try. I'm not really a fan of all this, I said, motioning to the white scales that traced the scars across my shoulder, hands, arms, and nearly every inch of my body. Yet it keeps happening anyway. When it arrives, I'm here. Vefia bowed deeply, tilting his head with a playful glint. I asked if Shemira was treating him well, but my question didn't land the way I'd hoped. He told me she's doing fine, yet a sliver of doubt still lingers in her mind about my trust. That doubt is fading, but she's eager to prove herself as loyal and supportive as Sybil, pushing me toward greater achievements. She's worried her role in that subtle challenge to my authority could be misread and undo all the progress she's made in becoming one of my so-called elites. Vefia held my gaze as he spoke, and I could see the unspoken plea for patience with his partner. With a final nod, he headed off to meet Sakit, who was waiting for him. But knowing the words of your goddess's phrases isn't enough. Speaking them demands more than that, little Fang. I wanted to grit my teeth and argue, but deep down I knew she had a point. That sense of divine presence or approval couldn't be manufactured, no matter how many times I recited the right phrases. With my immediate evolution out of reach, I turned to my backup prize, the skill called Spear of the Many. It's a gift granted to a leader who embodies the essence of their people, and since my species thrives as a communal creature, I earned it. This skill lets me draw on the strength of those who genuinely believe in me, but they have to sacrifice 20% of their stats temporarily. Right now I have 180 true believers, and I can pull up to 10% of their total stats. The catch is that after lending me their power, they need an hour to recover. There's a warning too. My body can handle more than usual, but it has limits, and overusing this skill could lead to serious injury. It can't evolve, but it can advance. At first, I didn't grasp what this skill truly meant, but as it settled into me, I let out a sharp hiss. Then, with a natural mental command, I requested a blessing of 5% of all stats from my 180 believers. My body surged with power, an alien electric energy that screamed for action. A tingling sensation spread through every part of me, intensifying until it edged toward pain. My magic swelled beyond what my sonalphon could naturally hold. When I tried to jog, my toes launched me forward almost as fast as a full sprint. But the other foot caught on some tangled grass, and I went sprawling, dazed on the ground. Ignoring the approaching Keelish, I shook it off and checked my stats. Constitution 161,328, Strength 175,354, Agility 167,402, Intelligence 160,281, Magic 195,91. A grin split my face, then erupted into wild laughter, even as the throbbing ache from the skill mixed with the sting of my fall. This skill was the great equalizer, the thing that would let me stand toe-to-toe with any superhuman creature out there. With enough believers and practice, even a Ufudoluk would become prey, not a nightmare. That thought kept me laughing uncontrollably, long after my elites surrounded me, pestering me to explain what was going on. The only thing standing between me and total dominance now was sheer practice. Chapter 71. I get that what you're doing will pay off in the long run, but I have to insist you either slow down on the practice or wait until we reach our destination. Vefa kept lecturing me while I lay sprawled on the ground, barely conscious. His recovery was the single reason I could still move on my own. Yet I kept returning to Spear of the Many, pushing myself to adjust to the stat surge it delivered. The mandatory 1-hour cooldown between uses felt like a curse, but honestly, it was the only thing saving me from myself. After 4 days of relentless practice, I'd barely made a half step of progress toward mastering my most formidable ability. I discovered I could tweak how many followers I drained and adjust the percentage, but any boost exceeding 10% of my baseline left my body a tangled mess. It made no sense. I'd faced quests before and handled stat spikes far larger without losing control. Neftala stayed mute. The administrator brushed me off with a vague "figure it out yourself," and the system just recited the skill's description like a broken record. My best guess was that the problem came down to ownership. The power flooding through me wasn't truly mine. It reinforced my bones and organs to cope with the strain, yet it felt alien, like wearing someone else's skin. If not for two glaring warnings, I'd have plunged headfirst into full-scale testing. The skill's own text cautioned that while it could push me past natural limits, my body's frailty remained a hard ceiling. Overuse could cause real, lasting damage. The system had never exaggerated before, and that scared me more than any monster. This wasn't a tool that wanted to hurt me. It just would, inevitably, if I kept abusing it. Still, I didn't stop. The second reason for my hesitation was simpler. Using the skill hurt like hell. Even a brief activation at the lowest setting made my muscles buzz with discomfort. Within a minute, that buzz turned into a scorching ache, like I'd sprinted a mile while hauling Yit's massive boulder. 2 minutes in, the ache burrowed into my core, setting my heart hammering even when I stood still. Let it run longer, and the real nightmare began. I'd vomit, my vision would blur into a sickening swirl, and my extremities would go numb or prick with needles of agony at the slightest move. My pain tolerance skill might as well have been non-existent. It offered no relief, no clarity, just suffering. Early on, I chalked it up to mental weakness and pushed through until I nearly collapsed. After my third attempt, Vefir couldn't stay quiet any longer. He stepped in, placed a hand on my shoulder, and froze. His voice shifted from worried to commanding in an instant. "Sit, rest. Everyone else, halt the swarm." He eased me down onto the grass, and I felt my head loll as my heartbeat thumped in sync with the chaos in my vision. "I'm fine," I mumbled, the words thick and clumsy. A metallic tang hit my tongue, and I realized my nose was bleeding. It was pooling beneath me. "No," Vefir barked, almost shouting. "You will rest." His magic poured into me, fixing a dozen small issues at once, but the nausea clung on. I retched, bile mixing with blood and choking me as it filled my snout. Vefir handled the mess with practiced efficiency, directing a couple of assistants as they lifted and relocated me to an unknown spot. It took a while, but eventually the searing pain dulled to a manageable ache. Even then, Vefir, Sibyl, Shemera, Took and Brutus kept me pinned down until nightfall, when the herds finally refused to take another step. After grilling me on the finer points of how the skill operated and firing off countless questions, my inner circle managed to talk me into a set of ground rules. It wasn't hard to convince me to ease off the relentless pushing that had only earned me a brutal lesson in humility. But the mandatory 1-hour cooldown between sessions, that chafed. I only agreed after they hit me with the killer logic. What happens if you're laid up and weak, and every one of your elites and the folks who trust you most are also tapped out? On top of that, they insisted I couldn't drain every subject at once, and never more than half of my followers. It made infuriating sense, since my practice sessions were actively draining the swarm's strength. I followed the rules, but I simmered under them the whole time. I figured out I could mentally cherry-pick which half of my followers to draw from, or even single out individuals to exclude. Armed with that trick, I practiced relentlessly, every hour I was awake. All that effort brought me 0 extra resistance to the skill's downsides, no deeper insight, just the faintest clue of where my ceiling might be. Even that so-called comfortable limit only lasted about a minute before I'd start hurting myself. After all that grinding, I figured I'd earned the right to wield the blasted skill, but no such luck. No magical breakthrough came. Instead, every hour, I'd collapse on the ground after 15 to 50 seconds, cursing the tantalizing promise of that power that stayed just out of reach. By the fourth day, Vefir held me steady and gently suggested I dial back how often and how hard I pushed. I fought the urge to cave, my muscles screaming and my skin craving a proper wash. A hot bath, ideally, where I could luxuriate in my magical exfoliation while Sybil worked out the knots in my back, my shoulders, everywhere that hurt. Which was, frankly, all of me. But there were no sands to lounge in, no baths to soak in, just more miserable trudging. When I finally hauled myself upright and shuffled onward toward our destination, I noticed something. A shift in the atmosphere. The air felt less parched, carrying a whisper of moisture. The mostly yellow grass had quietly morphed into a lighter green, thinning out as it went. A forest painted the horizon, hugging the base of the mountains that sprawled before us. Our herds, bred for the arid savanna we'd left behind, lowed and grumbled with every step, but the shepherds shoved them forward without mercy. Days had passed since the last Indlovu had crossed our path, and the beasts reluctantly fell in line. Even if the herds muted our transition into this new terrain, every Keelish sensed it. We knew where we'd landed, and we all instinctively drank in the air. The subtle dampness eased my nostrils and throat, and the scent sparked something in me. The faint, distant chirping of songbirds coaxed my shoulders down. This wasn't Nieftra yet, but it felt like coming home. Chapter 72. I finally gave up torturing myself with Spear of the Many as the swarm stepped into the mountain's shadow. According to the administrator, these should be the Shandais, assuming they were the peaks where Nieftra once stood. Yes, these are the Shandais Mountains. The administrator confirmed, noting how much they had shrunk over time. Her comment about their stature made me crane my neck upward. The peak before us appeared to scrape against the twin suns, its summit dusted in a pristine layer of snow. Dense forests climbed every slope, painting the stone in shades of emerald far deeper than the jungles of the Martinimis, where I had first drawn breath. Though the foliage here wasn't as impenetrable as my birthplace's wilds, it still pulsed with activity. Instead of the endless hum of insects, the woods buzzed with the flutter of wings and the rustle of unseen movement among the underbrush. Nests and dens of countless species dotted the mountainsides, giving the entire range a vibrant energy. This place could sustain us, not merely because of the temperate air, but because of what that air allowed us to grow. We had carved a brutal path across the land, leaving behind trampled fields and lifeless bodies. Now that we had found a home, I was determined not to repeat those mistakes. Instead, Jorrel and his ever-expanding group of herders would carry our future. Thinking of them as shepherds brought a wry grin to my face, and I caught myself recalling a distant fragment of my human childhood. The memory was hazy, and I couldn't remember what animals I had tended or where, but I distinctly remembered feeling insulted whenever someone called me a shepherd boy back then. It had seemed like a demotion, a task for the weak and the young. That perception had long since shattered. These Keelish and Katif herders had transformed into something formidable. Each one had to be powerful enough to wrestle an Oxfian to the ground, swift enough to outpace an Oryx, and commanding enough to keep a hyena in line, let alone a wolf stag. As our march continued, I realized that Jorrel and his crew were no longer mere Haktal Hatif. They had evolved into a breed apart, and the more time I spent among my swarm, the more I solidified my role as their alpha, and the clearer the caste structure became. I hadn't yet undergone my evolution into a Keel, so I wasn't truly Zaktol, what I understood as royalty. Still, I knew that Shamira, Sybil, Vefir, and I occupied a tier that could only be described as nobility, the Sutal. Beneath us sat the Haktal warriors and the Siktal hunters. Brutus, Tuk, It, and Perkril embodied the former, while Foy, Tri, Solia, and Jorrel had once epitomized the latter. But Jorrel had shed that identity. The shepherds had forged an entirely new caste, one that resonated on the same frequency as the other two. These Kutal possessed a distinct physique, not as hulking as the warriors, nor as lean as the hunters. They had settled into a medium build, with legs that were proportionally longer, tails and arms thicker than before, and necks that had slimmed down from the brute muscle of the Haktal. And then there were the Katal, the unremarkable ones who had barely scraped by their trials, smaller and weaker, with little promise of ever developing specialized skills. Jorel commanded his pack with a quiet confidence, directing the herds with an ease that came from genuine authority. Every wolf stag, with the sole exception of Awa, now looked to him as their master, even the wave wolf stags that had once shadowed Sibyl's every move. The wolf stags and the Kotol moved in perfect sync, pushing the livestock forward as I, fully healed and strong again, led the swarm across the land. The terrain gradually shifted from flat plains to rolling hills, and the Shandais loomed ever larger, their jagged peaks piercing the sky higher than any mountain we had passed before, whether in the sheer pass or those nameless ranges within the Veritocracy's borders. It was humbling, standing beneath them, and for the first time, I felt like we had truly arrived somewhere worth staying. I couldn't say with certainty, but if pressed, I'd estimate that even this modest peak stood nearly double the height of anything we'd encountered before. Its summit pierced through the wispy cloud cover, though the haze was thin enough that I could still make out the jagged crown, a defiant gesture aimed at the heavens above. I'm not exaggerating. Time has carved these mountains down, forcing them to bend before the sky's dominance. Even so, they remain among the tallest on this world, but they've lost the grandeur they once possessed. You are still a young mountain, Little Fang. Don't let the heavens or any jealous force, celestial or otherwise, tear you from the future that's been divinely set aside for you. There's still so much ahead of you. The administrator withdrew her presence as she finished speaking, but no sooner had her voice faded than Nieftala's essence settled over me like a heavy cloak. Most of my elites caught the goddess's attention immediately, while the rest of the swarm felt her words ripple through them as she spoke. You are close. I cannot guide you further. Find Nieftra. Ascend once more. I cast off the divine weight with the ease of long practice, while those who'd gained fanatics' fortitude, Sibyl, Foy, Vefir, and Took merrily swayed for a heartbeat before steadying themselves. The others crumpled beneath the crushing presence of a deity. The herds scattered in panic, their eyes wild as they searched desperately for the source of their sudden terror. I let out a sharp cry, pulling deeply on my sonic abilities. The wordless command snapped most of the herds back to their senses, and the Keelish recovered as quickly as their trembling limbs allowed. I can't say what our goddess has commanded, Sibyl said, wiping away the faint trickle of blood that had escaped her nose. She raised her voice to reach the farthest edges of the swarm as she continued, but I'd wager you already know. Please, Alpha, share it with us. We haven't reached the ruins of Nieftra, I began, letting the weight of that truth settle over the crowd. But here's the good news. We've made it to the region. Our goddess has granted us the freedom to find our future home, to choose where we'll build, and to uncover the final key that will let us ascend as true Keel. No more wandering, no more hoping for salvation. This land is ours. Anyone who stands between us and our new beginning will be crushed, cast out, or consumed. The swarm erupted in a chorus of excited screeches at my announcement. The realization that we'd only need to scout the perfect spot rather than keep running from our enemies seemed to lift a weight from everyone's shoulders. Took stepped forward, positioning herself before the crowd, and I flared my frills in acknowledgement. My huntmaster stood tall and proclaimed, "We've reached our land, but our work isn't done. We must cross these mountains before we can rest." She brushed off the murmurs of discontent, though many of those complaints were aimed at me, hoping I'd overrule her. If we don't clear those peaks, the Indlovu will have an easy path to our homes, They'll steal our herds and slaughter our young without a second thought. With her peace delivered, Took stepped back into formation. Most of the grumbling faded at her logic, but it was Sybil who drove the point home. There will be no argument. The Alpha has spoken, and anyone who wishes to leave his swarm isn't welcome in these lands. My mate turned to face me, and I flared my frills once more in agreement. Now then, I said, a grin creeping into my voice, let's see what these forests have worth hunting. The Keelish roared their approval, their spirits buoyed by the promise of a fresh start. Chapter 73. Some of the outcasts from the conquered swarms still bristled at the idea of answering to me in this unfamiliar territory. But Sybil's warning, backed by my unmistakable support, kept anyone from breaking away. Now that they'd seen the lush, abundant landscape spread out before them, it seemed no one wanted to risk losing their claim to this blessed ground. I had little doubt it wouldn't be long before they all pledged themselves to my leadership, willingly, especially given the intoxicating sensation of standing on the threshold of a higher evolutionary tier. It had been ages since I'd experienced that kind of raw, shuddering submission, so long that I'd nearly forgotten it, overshadowed as it was by the crisp, commanding superiority I now wore like a second skin. Still, I could summon the memory of trembling before Raydale as a mere spawnling, and that recollection carried a weight of its own. Those who refused my direction would stay Keelish, but as I climbed toward Keel, I had a hunch that my very presence would hit almost as hard as Sybil's arcane force. Took and Sybil huddled together, mapping out hunting squads with quiet intensity. The old, rigid packs of my former swarm had dissolved completely, replaced by a looser, shifting framework that the top brass kept tweaking on the fly. I hadn't paid it much mind, since my leadership style leaned broad and sweeping rather than buried in the weeds. Still, the swarm's rank and file had meshed far better with everyone else under Sybil's adaptable setup, and with her, Shamira, Feralia, and their lieutenants nudging a steady, compliant vibe through the ranks, there wasn't a whisper of simmering unrest. With dozens of Keelish clearly mulling a breakaway, I banked on Took and Sybil's game plan, and they slotted the most restless troublemakers right beside the fiercest loyalists. No one discontented got to stew solo or scheme in the dark. Instead, they were shipped off to scouting runs, hunts, and other hands-on gigs. I left those terrifying females to pull their strings, while I took a beat to just recover. After days of non-stop, hour-by-hour torment, my gut finally settled, the pounding in my skull faded, and I could draw a full breath without flinching. Even lounging around, I wasn't about to go idle. I roamed through the swarm, checking in with my underlings. I couldn't fully tap into Spear of the Many just yet, but that would come in time, and, cementing my role as the undisputed alpha and head honcho, would speed up how far my influence stretched. Plus, there was something I genuinely liked about walking among my folks, soaking up their backing, even if they weren't locked in enough to fuel my newest skill. "Thank Nieftala for you," said an older male I recognized from Feralia's crew, his scales fading at the tips. "I'd have been dead to the Moon Children if you hadn't shown up." "Glad you and yours made it here," I shot back. That trek wasn't easy, and plenty didn't survive it. More came along. The old-timer seemed to brush off my point, and a flicker of annoyance spiked through me. "You shielded us, steered us. The ones who fell just proved your smarts, and now they're with Nieftala, right?" I felt her. "She'll lead them to eternal triumph and keep watch over us." His sudden dive into religious talk caught me off guard. Before I could reply, I reached out to the goddess internally. Is he right? I've never once pondered an afterlife. A god offers comfort to their flock. I grant the fallen what I grant the living, victory. Over the dead, over their enemies, and over themselves. I sensed her answer was meant for me alone, yet the old male somehow picked up that I'd gotten a divine nudge. "She's cleared your doubts, disciple, hasn't she?" Our goddess runs deeper than you ever guessed. He flashed a goofy, almost childish grin and dipped into a low bow. What's your name, old-timer? I'm Shral. May you keep treading Neophtala's path. With one last bow, Shral spun and shuffled off, letting others crowd in toward me. I half listened to an eager young adult while silently asking Neophtala again, "Has he talked to you before now?" "Felt your presence. Where'd he dig up these notions?" "Shral stands as the most devout among your kind. He hasn't recited the full words yet, but he will soon after you do, since it's your duty to act as the progenitor. Regardless of what you might believe, the touch of a goddess and the weight of divine favor are far rarer than you assume. No one else has ever dared to grab my ear the way you do, and certainly no one has survived to reject the gifts I bestow. That young man will become the very first priest of my order in this era. He's eager to please, and he'll follow my guidance without hesitation. Much of the ideology is rooted in what I've decreed from the start, while I work to correct the misunderstandings that arise from his all-too-human limitations. Though my tolerance for Neophtala's presence had grown during my time as her chosen and now her disciple, the sheer volume of her words in such a short span left my vision blurry and my nose trickling with blood. Even with her tone and power dialed down to a mere fraction of what she could unleash, the faint trace of frustration she felt toward my negative reaction to her earlier forcefulness sent me staggering. As I reeled from her presence, the woman I'd been conversing with snapped her head between me and the air around us, her face a mess of worry and bewilderment. "Did I do something wrong? Is there anything I can do?" She stammered, panic creeping into her voice. "Don't fret, I'll manage." Our goddess simply granted me an answer to a question I'd asked. "Now, tell me how things have been going with the Kutal shepherds. I have a feeling you're on the verge of your own breakthrough." Still puzzled, the aspiring Kutal obliged, briefly recounting how she'd managed to deflect a charging oxfend with the aid of several companions. Yet she quickly excused herself with an apology, whispering to anyone within earshot that I was the chosen of our goddess. I figured she wasn't wrong, so I let her words stand without correction. I casually noticed the tally for true believers climb to 121 as she spread the news. I turned to address another member of my swarm, but a faint shout in the distance caught my attention. My magic carried the sound waves straight to my ear, and once I grasped their meaning, I hurried off to meet Sylph, who was returning with something intriguing. Chapter 74, and that is precisely why we must push beyond the so-called borders and wipe those inhuman heretics off the face of the earth. High Veran Litali's fervor was so intense that sparks and embers flickered into existence around him as he slammed his fist onto the lectern for emphasis. His belly strained against the confines of his formal robes, while flecks of spit flew from his mouth, evaporating instantly in the oppressive heat that radiated from the high flame speaker. Those filthy hounds and sun-worshipping cattle have been allowed to think they stand equal to the veritocracy and her Vushtan for far too long. His outburst drew a chorus of approval from the traditionalists in the synod, especially among his loyalists in the lower ranks of the Veran. And now they dare to threaten our lands when we've offered them a ceasefire out of sheer generosity. Lately's voice trailed off into a bitter echo as he shook his head in obvious contempt, the surge of embers around him betraying his barely contained rage. I say enough is enough. They and the pathetic creatures they shield should all be annihilated. The synod's chamber erupted into a cacophony of dissenting voices as High Veran Liteli shot a smug, sideways glance at High Veran Jalma. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the portly warmonger. Both of them had abandoned their family names upon their rise to High Veran, but it was clear that Liteli still carried a deep loyalty to the Alni family, and with it, a burning hatred for those of the Na. Sure, Jalma kept some degree of trust with the Na, her own birth family, but nothing as blatant as this. This wasn't about advancing the Veritocracy's interests so much as settling a personal grudge for one house. As she scanned the room, the arguments began to lose steam. Jalma rose to her feet, ready to steer the Synod's discussion in a new direction, but before she could get a word out, High Veron Salmar spoke up. Unlike Litelli, Salmar's calling manifested not in fire or fury, but in the sheer commanding weight of his voice, which silenced the chamber in an instant. The windspeaker's voice cut through the murmurs, landing softly but unmistakably in each person's ear. Calm yourselves. The hush that followed was so abrupt it seemed to hum in the air, and Jalma couldn't suppress the slight smile tugging at her lips as she eased back into her chair, watching the old man prepare to humble the self-important opposition. Latelli, for his part, cast a nervous glance toward the senior member of the High Verons as the elder continued. My junior companion's points are not without merit, but neither are those of the progressives. I trust both perspectives will be weighed with due care. Junior companion, Jalma. She straightened from her relaxed pose, pushing down the jolt of alarm that shot through her. She'd been ready to speak moments ago, but her thoughts had scattered the instant she'd assumed Salmar would step in. Drawing a steady breath, she forced the heat from her cheeks and composed her features into a mask of calm. Steady body, steady mind. Thank you, seniors. She bowed her head, well aware that Latelli's pride was tied to his seniority of a mere triset, 4 seconds, a vanity she could easily stoke into a blaze. As the youngest of the 5, I'm grateful for the chance to address the Synod, even if this august gathering is presently incomplete. That said, I'm mindful of my limited standing to speak for the progressive faction in its entirety, so I'll refrain from claiming to voice any single ideology wholesale. She paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough. Then, hold your tongue. Latelli's shout rang through the chamber, his fiery aura surging so violently that his nearest allies flinched from the wave of heat. How crass to let control slip so completely. Rules high. The flames around Litelli sputtered and dimmed as Salmar's quiet word drowned out the outcry and echoed off the stone walls. With a low, resonant hum, the air around Litelli thinned, robbing his embers of the very element they needed to survive. Your outburst dishonors the Synod's customs and your own station, Salmar said, his calling receding as Latelli, red-faced, began to wrestle his innate power back under control. My apologies, High Veron Latelli, Jalma continued, a deliberate smile curling at the corner of her mouth as she let him see he'd been played. I only meant that I can't claim to speak for the progressives as a whole, not that I'm incapable of addressing some of their ideas. Latelli's face burned with a mix of fury and humiliation as, despite his better instincts, he let more sparks flare around him. Jalma resumed her address while he struggled to compose himself. The progressives are not opposed to granting personhood to those who can speak the common tongue and pledge non-aggression against the Veritocracy. Yes, these beings have acted against us, but when an entire species is marked for annihilation, is it any wonder they lashed out at a defenseless village? The real question is this. Aren't the Keelish more valuable as instruments to control their own kind within our borders, to serve as a shock force against those who genuinely oppose the Veritocracy? Their past deeds are done, but wouldn't it be wise for this great synod to see the opportunity before us? A chance to grow stronger, to fortify our empire. The lives are already lost. Why not reclaim the cost that's already been paid? Latelli's laugh was sharp and scornful, his face darkening to a deep purple as rage overtook him. Were you not seated in the exalted role of High Veron, I'd call this outright heresy. I've been scolded today for breaching tradition, yet what you propose is nothing short of absolute, unforgivable heresy. History makes it abundantly clear that the Keelish are to be wiped out wherever they surface, and in case anyone needed a reminder, The Gran Verat himself spearheaded the Great Purge nearly 2 centuries ago. For the progressives to cast aside our sacred history and our Lord is nothing short of utter madness. The progressives, however, fix their gaze on what lies ahead. The Gran Verat has decreed, "Let prosperity grace the chosen, exploit every resource placed before you." A new resource now sits at our feet. Why should we let the chains of the past hobble us when we could march boldly forward, seizing whatever serves our purpose along the way? You are warping the Gran Verat's words from their true intent. An abomination is not a resource. It is a plague upon us all. I mean, no offense, but why should you hold the sole right to interpret the scripture we all live by? He said, "The mind of the child is unshackled and free. Listen to your young." The humblest among us can possess the deepest wisdom. Since when is a differing opinion that drives progress considered heresy? There you go again, twisting the words of our eternal leader. Only someone bereft of the blessing of speaking with power would stoop to such hollow arguments. Again, I offer no disrespect, but he also said, "The blood of the cripple runs as my own." The Gran Verat made it plain that even one without power stands as an equal. How is that sophistry? How dare you attempt to distort such a blatant, direct, undeniable truth? Laeteli's chest heaved as rage surged through him, threatening to consume every rational thought. Yet, with a strain that felt almost borrowed, he wrestled his fury back under control. A grimace of a snarl lingered on his lips, teeth bared, as Salmar rose and raised a placid hand. His voice drifted across the synod's chamber, soothing and deliberate. Both sides have made their cases well enough. As my junior companion noted, the full synod is not assembled. Arkeel and Elham of the 5 are absent, along with several of the 35 and the heads of the 7 families. We ask that you carry today's points to your peers, for a vote will be held before this body prior to its formal presentation to the Holy One. Thank you for your attendance as members of the Synod. May your callings remain potent. Salmar gave a deep nod, dismissing the assembly. As the members filed out, a barely audible windword slipped into Jalmar's ear. "Come with me now, please." Chapter 75. Though he had mentored her for years, Jalmar caught the quiet tension beneath Salmar's command. He was far from pleased. She smoothed her expression and posture, and even as a part of her yearned to hurry to the old man's side, she held to protocol. A gentle word here, a soft correction there, and an aura of serenity were essential to her role as the High Veron of wave-speaking. And as the head of the progressive faction within the Synod, she understood that beyond keeping a peaceful front, she carried the weight of those who pushed for change in the veritocracy. If you can't take a firmer stand against the traditionalists on matters of national transformation, I'm not sure we can keep backing your campaign. Ulaya Frammel, daughter and heir of the Frammel house, spoke with a hint of worry directed at Jalmar. "My mother is under pressure from the Lihal and Alni, but she hasn't ruled out siding with the independents again. Or even the traditionalists should the winds shift. She senses profit, but if the cost climbs too high, she won't hesitate to walk away." And that, precisely, is how the Frammel family secured its place among the 7 families. Jalmar offered reassurance to the paradoxically unassuming woman. How such a commanding frame could house a rodent spirit was beyond Jalmar's grasp, yet Ulaya remained one of her most steadfast allies. "If my mother were here, she'd see I didn't show any weakness." Instead, I reminded both the traditionalists and the independents that we stand on solid ground, backed by the Gran Verat's teachings. Our fortress is already built, so let them wear themselves out against our walls. "She's right about that," Brofilov grumbled. Since taking over his family's leadership at a young age, he'd grown into a formidable man, and if Jalmar hadn't taken the celibate vows of the High Veron, she might have considered courting him herself. With his dark complexion and thick chin-strap beard, he was a striking figure, and he firmly backed the progressives on matters of travel and immigration. The traditionalists have more numbers, and the independents are growing. We can't afford to push away those with traditionalist leanings just to look tough. Thank you, High Varen. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll reach out once I hear about the Sharol's intentions. Jalma nodded and sent him off. If only every ally were this reliable. My mother wonders whether he's the right choice to lead the Uloch family, Ulaya whispered, well before Broff was fully out of earshot. Jalma steadied herself and looked up at the much taller woman. He's sharp, loyal to his friends, and steady under pressure. Broff keeps proving himself. Ulaya just shrugged. Well, if that's how the godless are, I suppose I'm glad he's on our side. Now, would you come with me to talk to Mother? She always prefers hearing it from you. I'm not exactly great with words. I can't, Jalma said with a soft smile. There's too much on my plate as High Veran, and I have a meeting with High Veran Salmar. Oh, we can't keep him waiting. The instant reverence Ulaya showed for the eldest High Veran, compared to the easygoing banter she offered Jalma, stung a bit. But Jalma quietly reminded herself of the old saying, true glory comes from serving the Gran Virat. Humility before his will outshines any victory or honor. By the time she finished the thought, her smile felt genuine again. Then I can trust you to speak with family head Kiara. Oh yes. Trust me, Jalma. I'll definitely talk to Mother. That brief spark of confidence faded almost immediately, and Jalma could sense the anxiety flooding back from the woman. She thought about using soul-speaking to give her a push of courage, but instead let her go with a few reassuring words and made her way down the hall where Salmar was waiting. As usual, the old man said nothing when she arrived. He simply clasped his hands behind his back and walked calmly ahead. His head was bald, save for a white mustache that brushed his upper lip, and though his skin showed few signs of age, Jalma knew he was well over a century old. Unlike the swirling emotions she could feel from the crowd outside, Salmar gave off nothing, no hint of what he was feeling. Whether he'd mastered the art of hiding his emotions over 100 years, or had simply lost them altogether, or if it was tied to his role as the High Veran of Windspeaking, she couldn't tell. Either way, it left her uneasy. Your arguments are losing their sharp edge of hatred and superiority, Salmar said, interrupting her thoughts. That's a good thing. You and Leiteli will always be from different schools, families, and mindsets, made worse by the opposing nature of your callings. Still, you must find a way to work together for the good of our nation and our Lord. True hatred doesn't suit you. I don't hate him, Jalma replied. I find him insufferably arrogant and rigid in his ways, yet I hold no ill will toward him. Salmar fixed her with a steady look, but offered no reply. The two continued down the torchlit stone corridor in silence, their shadows stretching and bending across the walls with each measured step. After 146 paces, as the last echoes faded into the gloom, Salmar finally broke the quiet. I fear your forward-thinking ideals have drifted too far from the sacred. There it was. The real purpose of this walk. Jalma braced herself for the debate she knew was coming. Though they now shared equal rank in name, she understood the vast gap between them in experience, authority, and sheer presence. Still, she refused to back down. Please elaborate, High Veran Salmar. She recognized the challenge for what it was and met it head-on. The High Veran's duty is to carry out the Gran Virat's will. We are his voice, his will made manifest, and we cannot afford to dwell on mortal concerns. Our vision must fix itself on the eternal and the everlasting. Eternity cannot exist solely in the world beyond. The ideals of our Daliana teach that contentment arises through sacrifice, submission, and devotion to the holy, to our sovereign, and to our God. Part of our sacred charge is to spread that contentment across the world, and that work must happen here, in this life, right now. The traditionalists hold that conquest is the surest path to forcing that outcome. Why abandon what has served us for generations? Our armies have grown mighty, our forces prepared for a march unlike anything this world has ever witnessed. Yes, our power expands and our legions swell, but I remain unconvinced that true obedience can be beaten into the unwilling. Furthermore, if we cross our borders with the intention of crushing every opponent, we will unite every faction against us. The Union, the Hordes, the Wilds, the Principality. All of them. High speakers may be formidable, but facing Indlovu soldiers assign Beastkin, Noonbrights, and Blood Priestesses at odds of 5, 10, even 20 to 1. We would never hold what we took, if we could even take it. But if we instead show the world that bending the knee to the Gran Virat brings abundant harvests, gentle winters, and thriving children, they will flock to our banner willingly. Salma raised a hand, and Jalma forced herself to stop mid-sentence, reining in her passion. The old man waited for her to compose herself before responding. You speak with genuine conviction. Your argument carries weight, and I have no doubt you will represent the progressive cause with honor. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he turned to walk away. But do you agree with me? The question slipped out before she could stop it, and she instantly regretted her impulsiveness. Why did she always lose her composure around him when she was so controlled elsewhere? Yet she felt her pulse race at the thought of earning his approval. The old man tilted his head, glancing back over his shoulder. Of course not. Her stomach sank. We cannot be halted, and there is no reason to slow our advance for the sake of the weak. He continued down the corridor, but just before he vanished from sight, a whisper of wind brushed her ear. I've received word about those resources of yours. They've been quite active, and I see even more reason to hasten our plans, and to show them no mercy. Chapter 7 Desart Chest. You have to see this for yourself. The mustelids can barely agree on anything right now, let alone the Rodentia. Message from Scout Captain Inoktuk of the Mustelid Corps. With a wet smack, the rat landed at my feet. Sylph had carried it in his mouth for what felt like ages, and the journey had left it completely drenched. It wobbled, trying to find its footing, still dazed from the long trip. It tried to limp away, but the Keelish quickly sealed off every escape route. With the creature pinned down, I turned towards Sylph. What made this rat stand out? They aren't exactly jungle natives where we grew up, but we've crossed paths with plenty during our journeys. I caught it talking, the scout said. My grasp of the words is shaky, so I thought I'd bring it to you and Sybil for a proper chat. Is that so? I said, raising an eyebrow. How close were you when you overheard it? Are you certain it was this one? Maybe 200 feet off? But yeah, I'm positive it's this. Fair enough, I replied, stepping forward with a lightning-fast grab. The rat dodged. I tried again 3 more times, each attempt missing by a hair. Then it slipped through the Keelish ring and bolted toward the dense undergrowth at a ridiculous speed. I didn't want to kill a talking rat, but letting it vanish wasn't an option either. I pulled my sonic magic into my throat, shaped it into a focused blast, and let loose a crippling cry. The rat shuddered mid-stride and collapsed. I wasn't sure if it was dead, but I jogged over and scooped it up anyway. Its tiny chest heaved, blood trickling from its ears and nose. I held it gently by the scruff, bringing it level with my face. Honestly, nothing about this rodent stood out. Maybe 6 inches long, dark brown fur, a pink nose, beady little eyes. Just a rat. But I trusted Sylph's instincts. So, what's your name, little one? I asked in the common tongue. Some days, communication just doesn't click, and I braced for that possibility as the silence stretched. The rat's nose twitched frantically, its eyes darting like a cornered animal, because, well, it was. Losing patience, I lifted a claw from my right hand and scratched lightly under its chin. Answer me, and I'll let you go. Stay silent, and I'll have to eat you. Or at least finish you off. I waited again, watching it size me up. I was just about to toss it into my mouth when it let out a sigh and spoke. The voice was a pleasant tenor, almost melodic, though clipped and formal. Its eyes shifted as it talked, gaining a strangely human quality. I won't share my true name, but you may call me Tar. The rat groomed its whiskers fastidiously between words. You've proven yourself capable of catching me, so I won't run again. Please set me down. And please don't eat me, I might still be of use to you. Now we were getting somewhere. Thanks for sparing me the trouble. I'd rather not devour anything with a mind. But you're staying up here for now. Meat is meat, Tar, clearly a fake name, countered. You live in a land of abundance, but there's not enough prey to waste whatever you find. Fair point, I admitted. Talking rats, though. Can't say I've run into your kind before. I'm one of a kind, Tar said quickly. Just far smarter than the average rat. And how do we share a language? However you picked up your speech, I imagine I did the same. I doubt that, I said flatly. I don't need a head count, and frankly I don't care, as long as you stay out of trouble. You wouldn't have been muttering to yourself unless there were more of you. So spread the word, any rat we come across gets killed on sight unless it speaks up first. And if you're caught sneaking around after revealing yourself, you'll be eaten, even with perfect intel. Can you get that message out? I suppose I can, Tar ground out, though I'd appreciate your help spreading it. Raise your voice and any rat in earshot will pass it along. Why are you here? I pressed, my patience wearing thin. And why would I share anything with you when you've given me nothing in return? The creature shot back. Because I need to report your intentions to the true rulers of these mountains. There's no reason for bloodshed. Not yet, anyway. I'd rather preserve the peace we've managed to maintain. I let out a low, dangerous laugh. If you think you can scare us off, feel free to try. We'd love to have you join us for dinner. I flashed a grin that was all teeth at the tiny thing in my grasp. We're always happy to take in new guests. How uncivilized, Tar sniffed, lifting his nose with exaggerated dignity. I'll deliver your message. Now would you kindly put me down? Being held right in front of those rows of gleaming teeth is hardly comfortable. Chuckling, I set him gently on the ground, deciding to extend a sliver of trust to the little rodent. He repaid that trust by bolting into the undergrowth faster than he'd moved all day. Sylph started after him, but I held up a hand. I think he wanted us to catch him, I said in Keelish. That little spy was fishing for information, and once he got spotted, he figured getting close was his best move. Sylph flicked his tail, looking unimpressed. If that's what you think, Alpha, should we watch for more of them? Absolutely, I replied, a wild grin stretching across my face again. I told him any more we find end up as dinner. Why turn away a free meal? No reason at all, Alpha. Sylph's smile matched mine. Then let's also scout for a route through these mountains while we're out hunting, I added. The swarm, still buzzing with excitement from watching my little chat with the rat, cheered in approval. He tore through the brush and dove into rabbit burrows for nearly an hour. He couldn't be certain he'd shaken the monsters, but he'd certainly given it everything he had. When he finally collapsed, panting, inside an abandoned den, Tar couldn't help but mutter in disgust. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. The hideout would be invisible to anyone except a trained Union scout, and Tar left a quick, scrawled warning in the usual spot before scrambling out and racing toward the nearest river. There he could commandeer any boat he found and sail back to the Union. The council needed to hear about the return of the Sahaliad. Chapter 7 Desart 7. The spy rat vanished into the wilds, and my swarm dispersed to hunt. I ordered the scouts to range much farther than usual in their search. I wanted to join them, the thrill of the chase called to me, but I held back. Instead, I gathered the alphas, who'd stayed behind. The elites, the Katif, and the most ambitious of my swarm listened closely, but I needed them to truly understand. We couldn't strip this land bare if we wanted to call it home. We always hunt until we're full, Yamal said, a note of hesitation in his voice. And when the swarm grows larger? I asked, studying the older Keelish. Yamal and many of the younger, more eager hunters hadn't yet learned the lessons I was about to teach. Then the swarm moves on, Shral answered. That's our way. We devour everything until there's nothing left to resist. Then we find new ground. If we hit too much resistance, we leave. If things get complicated, we simply go around the problem. Which won't work if we want to stay here, Yamal said, catching on quickly. The herds will be enough. We just need to eat them. There won't be enough to feed all of us, let alone any hatchlings or new swarms that join our numbers, Jorel countered. The Alpha is right to demand we cut back. Most of us have gotten used to stuffing ourselves several times a day. During our escape, we endured days without nourishment, surviving only on the flesh of our own fallen, snatching brief moments of rest whenever others ate. In that desperate state, we proved ourselves worthy to the Moon Children. Desperate. And we must embrace that desperation again, I interrupted. Desperate to achieve, desperate to endure, desperate to flourish. Desperate enough to suppress our immediate cravings for the sake of what lies ahead. We can push through days without food if our resolve holds. To find success and security here in these mountains, to establish a lasting home, we'll do exactly that, while also learning to expand our herds, cultivate grazing lands, and discover other sources of sustenance. That last point clearly puzzled most of the Keelish gathered. Isn't that why you sent out hunting parties? One of the newer alphas asked. They're scouting for fresh prey. I shook my head. That's not what I mean. We need to identify plants that can supplement our diet. What else could we possibly eat? We're predators. We're Nieftalas conquerors. Several alphas protested in unison. I had given them far too much freedom. My anger surged without warning, and I snapped my jaws, magically amplifying the crack into a thunderclap that made the assembled Keelish recoil. I command you to find food for yourselves and the entire swarm. Do not dare complain that I'm offering you greater opportunities for growth and safety. I will guide us to security, to full stomachs, and a permanent homeland. I will guard our borders and build a nation beyond anything we've known. And you have the audacity to protest that I want my people fed. The vocal dissenters lowered their gazes, bowing in submission without further defiance. Yamal stepped forward, her scales trembling and clattering with fear. Yet she spoke anyway. I will lead my pack, those willing to follow your orders. We will uncover what alternative foods exist, and which ones we can safely consume. Yamal, you remain one of our greatest hopes for the future. I value your willingness to follow a command you don't entirely understand. Have her seek tubers. Nieftala's voice resonated through me, carrying a warm flicker of approval, arriving without warning. Her pleasure, though far diminished from the overwhelming ecstasy she sometimes bestowed, still sent a chill racing down my spine. Our goddess has spoken. Search for plants with thick roots and broad leaves. Not bushes or trees, just simple plants. If you pull them up, their roots may hold something fruit-like and edible. Yamal flared her frills and bowed in acceptance before spinning toward her pack. She issued a few quick orders and strode off. Her smaller group of about 20 Keelish, led by 3 Katif, jogged after her without hesitation. She reminded me of my own leniency, of the weakness I had allowed to creep back into my commands and my presence. I had long been as revered as she was, but my complacency had eroded my authority. I cursed myself for unknowingly stepping back, even after vowing to truly live as a Keelish. The rest of you will either locate additional edible plants or seek out more prey we can domesticate. If you join Yamal in her search for vegetation, look for fruiting trees and bushes. The birds will guide you to them. However, if you hunt for a creature to tame and lack someone in your pack capable of subjugating it, do not engage. Observe them from a distance, send word to the swarm, and Sybil will ensure a qualified Keelish accompanies you. Dismissed. I lashed my tail as I turned away. The assembled alphas quietly scattered to their respective packs. Most of their subordinates lacked Yamal's discipline, grumbling and questioning their tasks. A few sharp tail strikes and clenched fists silenced any further complaints, and one by one, the packs departed to hunt for more sustainable food sources. Thank you, Alpha. Jorrel dipped his head in respect. I'm grateful you allowed me the chance to speak. You understand the rhythms of our herds far better than I ever could. I just show up when it's time to eat. We trust your judgment, Jorrel, so keep learning and growing in that role. Yes, Alpha. He nearly snapped to attention before turning and jogging back toward his flocks, where a small crowd of supporters gathered around him. A few of the females pressed close, brushing against him affectionately as he spoke in low, animated tones. I just smiled and turned away, finally giving myself permission to spend some real time on my magic, something I hadn't done in what felt like ages. I'd been told that pushing my abilities further would require trial and error, so I was eager to experiment and uncover new applications. Any thoughts? I asked Neftala casually, and when I got no reply, I tried the administrator too. The response came back flat. Both of them had pushed past their directive limits and would be out of contact for a while. I let out a frustrated sigh, though I couldn't say I was shocked. It was impossible to predict what might cross the lines set by the system above them, but knowing they were willing to bend those rules for me was oddly comforting. Before I could settle into practice, though, a scout came sprinting into the swarm, her face pale and frantic as she searched for me. Her next words sent a chill straight through me, even as part of me perked up at the chance to test my newest skill. Alpha. We spotted a Nanook. There are more of them here. Chapter 77 OSM, crossing through the Shandice into the so-called Shadow Plains. I couldn't help but ask my guides why such a brightly lit region carried that name. There are forests scattered around here, I said, scanning the landscape from the foothills as the twin suns climbed over a distant ocean, their reflection off the water almost blinding. But I don't see any shadow big enough to justify the title. My guides, a crew of ambitious sun-kindred led by a hulking, broad-shouldered cow named Moan, snickered at my naivety. These barbarians had charged headfirst into bandits, Indlovu, and packs of wolf stags without blinking. But the Shadow Plains made them visibly uneasy. It's not the land that casts those shadows, Moan said, her laugh edged with something darker. It's what lives here. Let's hope they're all still asleep. My light might keep them at bay, but we'll push hard today and pray Hultar's rays watch over us. We've got no offerings for them, and it's better to avoid any contact at all. Moan's light, unfortunately, wasn't enough. Her twin hatchets and the sacrifice of 2 of her companions, however, were. From a letter written home by Eldara di Frandara during his self-funded journey to Nieftra. My heart was pounding when we finally reached the scene, but what I found left me more annoyed than afraid. The creature the scouts' pack had cornered barely resembled the Nanook we'd faced before, and it was far less intimidating. That earlier beast had been a nightmare, a hulking guardian for its goats that stunned us with magic and stood as tall as an Indlovu, with 4 arms and 2 legs. This one, by contrast, was smaller than Brutus, who fixed it with a hard stare the moment we arrived. Its thick brown fur covered every inch of its body, and its face lacked the unsettling human-like features of the other Nanook. Instead, it had a wolfish snout and dark, beady eyes. Its rounded ears perched on top of its head were almost endearing, right up until it let out a guttural roar at us as we closed in. I was ready to charge forward and put it down just for getting my hopes up, but Brutus held out a hand to stop me. Please, Alpha, allow us. His tone was almost a command. but I figured letting him and the others stretch their skills would do them good, especially since I wasn't in any immediate danger. I spread my frills in agreement, and Brutus led 3 of his Keelish forward to square off with the beast. It rose onto its hind legs, towering close to 10 feet, swatting wildly in defense. Brutus ducked under one swing and lunged jaws wide, catching the creature's wrist with a sickening crunch. It howled, snapping down at him, but he pulled back just out of reach. The thing had to brace itself on its front paws, instantly lifting the injured limb and hissing with rage at Brutus, who paid it no mind. He threw himself at the other arm. The other 3 Keelish flanked it without hesitation, ripping into its hide with teeth and claws. It roared, ignoring Brutus to swipe at the smaller attackers, but that gave Brutus the opening he needed. He jumped onto its back, fangs sinking into its spine while his claws carved deep grooves into its flesh. Blood poured out, soaking the dark earth beneath them. The creature tried to flee, but the Keelish kept at its legs, hamstringing it until it collapsed with a heavy thud and a weak whimper. I expected Brutus to finish it, but he turned to me instead. "Would you like to deliver the final strike?" My gut said no, but curiosity gnawed at me. I still didn't know what these things were called, and every kill pushed my quest forward. Plus, Brutus seemed eager for me to take the honor. Still, I shook my head. "I want you to do it. It was your hunt, and you've earned the first meal and the final blow. As you command, Alpha." He nodded to a smaller male who'd been trailing him since, before we ran into the Nkulu. Mrak, I learned his name was, and he struggled to tear out the throat of the barely breathing creature. After 3 solid chomps, it went still, and I gave him a nod of approval. He was under 4 feet tall, but clearly growing under Brutus and Yit's watch. Part of me felt a pang over the lost quest progress, but most of me didn't care. Taking down a beast solo would have meant more stats, sure, but I needed to think long-term. Immediate gains were tempting, but I had to keep pace with the high speakers and Indlavu soldiers, or whatever else this world threw at me. "Thank you. I appreciate you making sure this thing wasn't more than it seemed." "Of course, Alpha. The Alcat exists to protect you as our hope." The word hit me like a wave, Royal Guardian. It carried a strange, distant familiarity. I'd never heard it before, but it felt like it belonged. "Then eat your fill and leave the rest for the pack that brought us here." "Only after you eat," Mestrek squeaked. "You come first." "I'm taken care of," I said, but I reached down anyway, slicing a long strip of meat with 2 quick claws and swallowing it whole. The 3 Alcats still waited for Brutus' nod before they tore into the carcass. He bit off the half-severed paw and chewed it slowly, standing at my right side. "Ready to head back to the swarm?" he asked, crunching through the bones like they were nothing. "I suppose," I replied. "Will you always be the one shadowing me? Me or Yit?" "No one else has the strength for it yet. Though some are showing promise," he said. "What I mean is, will there always be a guard or an Alcat trailing me? For as long as you hold the title of our Alpha. And that's not about to shift anytime soon. Not while you remain our Alpha." I hesitated, letting the weight of his words settle. "Who fed you that line?" Brutus gave a lazy flick of his tail. "Yut," he admitted, the last bit of paw crunching between his teeth before disappearing down his throat. "Fine then. Let's head back to the swarm. We'll let these stragglers sort out whether there's any meat worth hauling home." Brutus only twitched his tail in acknowledgement, and I took point, guiding us back toward the heart of the swarm. The other 3 wrapped up their feeding sooner than I expected, and I noticed they hadn't gorged themselves into sluggishness. Their bellies weren't bloated with excess. Instead, they stayed sharp, alert, and ready for whatever might creep out of the shadows. As we rejoined the main group, I caught Yit's gaze locking onto our approach, her frills flaring with quiet approval at my clean, blood-free form. Then she went right back to dragging her massive rock, unfazed. I was just gearing up to tinker with my magic again when Shamira sidled up beside me, hovering with an almost painful patience until I finally acknowledged her. Yes? There's something I need to bring up with you. Got a moment? I bit back a sigh, fully aware that my plans for exploring my skills were about to get shelved yet again. Chapter 79. Standing there, Shamira shifted her weight from one foot to the other, a nervous dance she couldn't quite hide. Almost a year ago, fresh out of the brood and stumbling through my own confusion, I'd pegged her as this unshakable, iron-willed leader. But as the skirmishes stretched into months of shared company, I'd come to see the truth. She wore confidence like a mask, while underneath she was a tangle of second-guessing and jitters. She radiated competence, even when she was winging it. This version of Shamira, tail twitching like a startled bird, was raw, unguarded, and honestly a little refreshing. I shoved my frustration aside and met her with more patience than I felt. What can the swarm do for you, Shamira? She paused, gathering herself. I hatched in the same brood as you, and while we didn't exactly start off as friends, I'd like to think we've become something more than allies. I'd call you a friend most days. Other times you're downgraded to that female who hogs all my mates' time. Shamira's stiff posture melted into something looser, warmer as she let out a laugh, a sound so natural and easy it seemed to light up the space around her. We females need our time together, just like you took yours. I'm sorry if I've been hovering. I was worried. Shamira, drop the worry. You're here because you want something, permission, maybe, or guidance. The first one's simple. The second? Well-intentioned. Sure, but I might steer you wrong. The tall catif flared her frills and drew a steadying breath. I sang for the swarm, and you never heard it. Music lives in my chest. It settles me, and I can't resist it. There's something almost magical in the notes and the intent behind them. Ever since I heard you sing in those strange words, I've wanted to capture our story, your story. You want to sing about me. I could see the nervous energy creeping back into her frame. I've been here since the start, one of the first you conquered. I've watched what your strength does, and I respect it. I've seen where you began and how far you've come, and I think we could use something to teach the ones who come after us. I hope my song can be that, but I don't want to overstep or offend. Even so, I believe that with my influence and magic, I can craft a song that, once finished, will inspire deeper respect in those who hear it, further cementing your position as Swarm Alpha, or whatever title you take on next. The words tumbled out of her in a rush, air nearly hissing through her fangs as she made her case. It's a solid plan, I replied simply. You approve? Of course. You've found something that brings you joy, and now you're using it to boost me and the swarm. Why wouldn't I want one of my elites to find fulfillment in pushing our shared goals forward? That actually makes sense. Anything you want me to weave into the song? I trust your judgment. I flicked my tail, adding, though, see if you can't convince Sybil to sing it for me sometime. Shamira's laugh rang out, bright and cheerful. That's not a request for me. She might be swayed, though. That's all I can ask for, I guess. I returned her smile. Thanks for opening up about your dream. Glad I can pitch in, even just a bit. I'll circle back with more questions as it takes shape, but for now, I'll let you enjoy your quiet time. As she spoke, Shamira walked off with a spring in her step, every movement radiating her excitement. Before long, Vethia sidled up and gently nuzzled her neck while she chatted animatedly with him. With no one else vying for my attention, I pivoted back to my magic. My core abilities were tied up in my skills: murderous melody, disastrous discourse, innovating address, nurturing enunciation, and destructive wave. The first two had yet to evolve, though nurturing enunciation's progress had crept close to the halfway mark. I figured that skill would hit its breakthrough once we had new younglings around again. In fact, it had been ages since I'd scrutinized it, so I pulled it up to double-check my assumptions. Skill. Nurturing enunciation. A gift to those whose sonic mastery goes beyond the surface, letting their resonance bolster even the most fragile beings. Those nurtured by this skill gain stats, skills, titles, and other boons more readily until they reach maturity. Note, this skill only applies to fetuses, infants, and juveniles. This skill can evolve. Evolution requirement: use nurturing enunciation to more than double a creature's stat total. Progress 22%. It wouldn't just speed up as more hatchlings joined the swarm. It couldn't advance at all without them. Scanning it closely, I realized every hatchling and young juvenile that had joined us likely contributed to this number. Sadly, most of those eligible, all but Try, were Keelish, and by the time we'd connected with them, they'd matured too fast for my skills to take hold. The ones who had evolved into Katif were, at first glance, unremarkable Kartal civilians. Still, they showcased how individuals within castes could shift or rise to higher ranks. Joral's change had been a lateral caste move, while these youths hinted at the potential for Katif to climb vertically. I shook myself out of mulling over the Keelish's varied progress. I'd slipped once more into the weeds of leadership. Instead, I zeroed in on the skills themselves and how they operated at their core. I sorted them into 3 categories. The first included disastrous discourse and innovating address, both tuned to influence the minds of their targets. For better or worse, I decided to file these under my supportive skills. Murderous melody and nurturing enunciation, however, slotted neatly into a second category. Those meant to mess with the physical workings of whatever they hit. I dubbed these my impact skills. And finally, destructive wave sat alone as the simplest. Sonic energy, straight up to obliterate. I mentally stamped it as destructive. But a second look at its description revealed something else. This evolved skill wasn't just about wrecking things. It handed me the raw foundation for controlling and shaping sonic waves in general. Still, I kept my mental label. The possibilities stretched out in front of me, but I had to pick one branch to sharpen first. The supportive route would pay off eventually, though I figured it might be smarter to hold off until innovating address leveled up. Same story with the impact skills. Nurturing enunciation was bound to evolve once those first clutches showed up in Nieftra. So did that leave destruction? The skill clearly had more depth than I'd given it credit for, but was that too broad a net? After mulling it over, I made my call and started pumping power from my sonilphon into my body. The ground stopped trembling as I pulled back from my sonilphon. The waves spilling from my palms faded, sinking into the earth until I couldn't feel them anymore. My latest experiment, trying to use destructive wave in a way that didn't just blow things up, was intriguing, if pointless. The skill let me push and steer my magic's waves beyond my own body, but so far, it only stretched out my tremor sense while making the feedback muddy and hard to read. I'd tried pushing magic through the dirt, then through the air, and aside from a weird noise, the sonic waves did nothing. Annoyed, I stood up and hummed. The steady waves seemed to echo back at me, taunting me for not finding anything clever to do with them beyond what the skill's description flat out spelled out. With no other ideas, I fed a little magic into my throat, letting the hum shift slightly. It didn't get louder, but I could feel the sound waves swell, sharpen, and push outward. As far as I could tell, though, nothing else changed. I kept humming and tweaked the force behind it. The tone deepened, even if the audible sound stayed the same. But I could feel a heavy thrum of energy that none of the Keelish nearby had any clue about. My own heartbeat fought against the hum, so I wrapped it in extra magic, layering protection over my heart, and then the rest of my organs from snout to tail, and pushed the pitch higher. I was immune to my own song, but I sensed I was close to cracking something. With one last adjustment to how the magic coated the inside of my snout, Borrowing from the feel of innovating address and disastrous discourse, the hum's character shifted. It still sounded like a normal, slightly intense hum, but something about it was off. No new skill popped up, yet I knew I'd stumbled onto something real. The moment I felt that change, a series of thuds hit the ground behind me. I spun around to find 3 of the Keelish Alcat writhing in the dirt, while Brutus, standing nearby, wobbled like he was about to tip over. I cut the hum instantly, and the downed Keelish stopped thrashing. Brutus swayed, and I yelled for Vefe. He hurried over, and the second he saw my guard sprawled out, he crouched low and got to work. What just happened? Their hearts can barely force blood up to their skulls. I was only humming, I said, easing Brutus into a more stable crouch. Just channeling my magic, the same way I'd boost the energy of those around us. Vefe stared at me, his face a mask of bewilderment. You were trying to boost them. How did that spiral so badly? Are they just that fragile? I was testing something. Vefir muttered the 5th phrase of words of power under his breath as he pushed a near-blinding surge of energy into the thrashing guards. They finally stopped flailing and pulled themselves together, though they still looked shaken and sick. As he walked over to Brutus and placed his hands on the massive catif, he locked eyes with me. Alpha. You keep underestimating how strong your magic is and overestimating how tough your people are. I'd ask you to think about the well-being of those around you before you run your little experiments. I flared my frills in agreement, the weight of how easily I'd nearly killed my own companions settling over me. You've gotten a lot stronger yourself. I shifted the subject, genuinely impressed by how quickly he'd handled the situation. I've had to, and spending time with Neaftala has given me a boost too. As he said it, Vefer glanced skyward and thumped a closed fist against his chest, some kind of divine gesture. I looked at him, puzzled, and he shrugged, looking just as confused. Shral said it's how you show respect to the divine conqueror. I reached out to Neaftala internally to ask, but she answered before I could even form the question. Shral has been spreading various forms of worship among the faithful. They've decided to salute me like they would a general. Fitting, though I have no idea where the salute idea came from, the Divine Conqueror had apparently been one of her titles for ages. I wasn't shocked that a goddess had titles tied to her power, but I couldn't help wondering if my people would ever find peace under a goddess called the Divine Conqueror. Would she even allow it? More importantly, could I? Could I let go of that lingering helplessness and the blind trust I'd once placed in those who might become our neighbors? Could I trust that the veritocracy wouldn't come hunting us down like some plague to wipe out? Could I ever put aside my own hunger for power? I'd made a promise to myself long ago to stop lying and accept what I was as a Keelish. Did that mean I was doomed to chase war forever, or could I ever be content with what I had? If I reached for peace, would it even last? I couldn't say. Maybe that part of me that craved combatant's bloodlust and the thrill of proving myself better than someone else would push me into endless conquest, until the whole continent knelt at my feet. Maybe I wouldn't rest until I'd carved a throne from the corpse of an Ufuduluk and fashioned a crown from the bones of high speakers. But for now, my focus had to be on building a place where my people could live, grow, and stay safe from those who'd wipe us out without a second thought. Vefir was still staring at me, curious and a little thrown off that Shral had said something without my blessing. I flicked my tail in dismissal. He asked Neaftala a question I never did, even though he got the same answer I would have given. Vefir bowed his head, then firmly patted Brutus's arm a few times. The huge catif rolled his neck, worked his jaw, and flared his frills. Vefir took that as a sign he was okay and trotted off. As he left, Sybil stepped closer. What you just did is fascinating. I think this could work in tandem with that other, more painful ability you've been experimenting with. Are you open to working with me on this? I have a few ideas. A wide grin spread across my face, and I eagerly agreed to join her in some tests. Chapter 81 Stop! Sybil shouted, blood trickling from her nose. I cursed under my breath as I sprinted toward her, every step sending fresh jolts of pain through my battered frame. The spear of the many had tapped into the magical reserves of my devoted followers, and the one time I'd pushed just a bit harder with that disorienting hum I'd stumbled upon, Sybil had paid the price. She crumpled to her knees before collapsing onto her side, wheezing in agony. Before I could shout for help, Etra rushed forward with Sackett close behind, and together they worked to stabilize my stunned partner. It felt like an eternity before Sybil managed to sit upright again. She fixed me with a steady gaze and let out a resigned breath. I think it's wise that we refrain from testing this new trick of yours when others are nearby, myself very much included. I tilted my head, studying her. Fair enough, I replied, my tone dripping with sarcasm. But we did gather valuable intel, and there's still plenty to uncover. It's in our best interest to keep mapping out the boundaries of what we can and cannot do. Since you're the blueprint and the driving force behind the entire swarm, it's only logical that we keep pushing your limits to their absolute edge. Yes, it's only logical, I shot back, my voice heavy with exhaustion and irony. Sybil furrowed her brow. I fail to see what's so frustrating about this, she countered. Imagine if you depended on strength borrowed from others and only realized in the heat of battle that your allies were too far to lend their power. You'd be dead. Far better for us to discover that somewhere between 1 and 5 miles is the breaking point. I ruffled my frills in reluctant agreement. Still, that doesn't mean I have to relish every wild experiment you dream up. But why wouldn't you? Sybil's voice was calm, almost puzzled by the notion that someone might not find endless trial and error exhilarating. I waved off the question. Are you all right? I've mostly recovered, and I have a fresh line of inquiry I'd like to pursue. I had to squash an embarrassingly petulant urge to whine. Taking a deep breath, I relented. Fine. What do you need me to attempt? Most of what you do amplifies sound. Can you do the reverse? Any hesitation I'd carried evaporated at the sheer intrigue of the idea. When I'd first discovered the sonophone, my only goal was making things louder, and I'd never considered the opposite direction. But why couldn't I mute or even completely cancel a noise? My thoughts spun as I tried to grasp what sound truly was, how it could be magnified, and how it might be dampened from the outside. My gut-level grasp of waves was hardly scientific, and it drove Sybil up the wall, but I trusted my instincts. Back when I was human, so much of speaking hinged on emotion and syncing yourself with what you wanted your magic to accomplish. Even though I knew my sonophone shared almost nothing with the Veritocracy's words of power, I still felt that magic was ultimately about an intimate, instinctive bond with it. So I closed my eyes and listened, letting sounds vibrate across my scales, tickle my nostrils, and itch deep in my ears. I even fancied I could taste them coating my tongue. A louder noise wasn't longer. It was broader, taller, more imposing. To make something quieter, I'd have to shrink its sound waves, destabilize their strength, and break them apart entirely. That rough theory sparked enough excitement in me to want to test it, and I caught Sybil's approving smile. Returning a crooked grin of my own, I turned to my ever-reliable test subject. Would you mind humming loudly and as steadily as you can? She didn't bother answering, simply launching into a hum without further delay. The sonic vibrations were gentle yet commanding, pressing against my ears and rattling my skull. As I focused on the sound, my sharpened senses painted a vivid picture of Sybil's voice. With a surge of my magic, I thrust a concentrated spear of condensed sound straight into the waves that carried her hum. A sharp, piercing buzz sliced through the forest's background murmur, leaving a heavy hush in its wake. That brief quiet evaporated quickly, though, as Sybil's steady hum picked right back up barely a heartbeat after my first attempt. Maybe if I held the note longer it would do something, but that felt like a dead end. I gave it another shot, and while the magical tone I produced sounded different, it did absolutely nothing to muffle the hum or the surrounding noise. By the third try, I was pretty convinced this wasn't going to fly. There was something about how those sound waves moved, their height, their length, their sheer presence, that simply couldn't be squashed that way. So I pivoted, focusing instead on the mechanics of how sound actually behaves. The taller and broader the wave, the louder it hits you. What if I could mirror that sound, but flipped it backward? The logic seemed airtight, and both my mind and my magic hummed in agreement that it was worth a shot. Just as I started to hum a countertone of my own, I really let my ears open up to everything around me. That's when it hit me. Sybil's hum, the second it left her nostrils, stopped being just her sound. It tangled with the drone of insects, the chatter of birds, the rustle of wind through leaves, and a dozen other little noises I hadn't bothered to notice before. The sheer unpredictability and chaos of it all made it painfully obvious. There was no way I could reliably cancel out individual sounds in a wild environment like this. I was about to throw in the towel, but a new idea sparked, and as it took root, I lifted a hand to Sybil to signal she could stop. She tried to hide it, but I caught her shoulders trembling as she fought to catch her breath. I let the thought simmer for a while, long enough for her to settle, then asked, "So how do you cover a whole group with your magic? What does it actually do to us?" "I don't use my magic on you," Sybil said, a bit defensive. "But when I'm working on a new herd or a troublesome pack, I layer it with the mind's natural tendencies to push an emotion further along its own path. A frightened oryx running for its life, for example, can be guided from fear to cowering, then from cowering to obedience, and finally just to plain compliance. I could rush it, but going step by step lets the mind settle into each new state without breaking. How does any of that relate to what you're trying to do? Well, my first instinct was to destroy the sounds I didn't like, I admitted. Of course you'd jump straight to obliteration, she shot back, a hint of a smirk in her tone. I nudged her hip with mine, a little harder than I probably needed to. She shuffled 2 steps sideways, a faint grin tugging at her face. Yeah. But honestly, it was a dumb approach. Way easier and smarter to just soften the noise rather than wipe it out completely. And then it clicked. What you're doing is essentially dampening emotion, she finished, her frills flaring with approval. I was about to ask her to elaborate when Awa let out a long, mournful howl that cut through everything else. Chapter 82. We will not stand for their rule any longer. That they dare to call us half-breeds or less than whole is an insult to Hultar and Narshat alike. Let us paint the ground with their blood and scatter their ashes. I'll be the first to raise my blade and lay down my life. Now, who stands with me? From the final speech of Noonbright Takehome, we didn't waste a second sprinting back toward the rest of the swarm to see what had Awa so worked up. She and the other wolf stags had their noses lifted high, sniffing the air with intense, curious urgency. They'd clustered together, straining against the invisible pull of their handler's orders to stay put. Sybil must have murmured something to calm them, because they stopped shifting their weight from paw to paw, but their eyes stayed locked on me, waiting for some kind of go-ahead. Awa, her antlers towering above my head while her gaze sat nearly a foot lower than mine, kept flicking her attention between me and the mountain looming nearby. Any clue what's going on? I asked Sybil, but she just clicked her fangs together in a silent shrug. Jorel cut in, explaining that Awa believed the scent she picked up closely matched the one left by the pup's father. I called her over, and she reluctantly tore herself away from her fascination, trotting up to me while still tossing her antlers nervously toward the source of the smell. When I asked if she detected others, she confirmed with a whine. I mulled it over for a beat before letting out a resigned breath, reasoning that we couldn't be sure we'd hold on to this trail anyway, and these creatures might prove useful for any number of reasons. So I gave the order, "Awa, go." Without a second's hesitation, she took off, sparks of lightning dancing along her legs as she broke into a full sprint. Her pups were right on her heels, their own magic rumbling faintly as they accelerated, leaving the wave wolf stags behind. She moved with absolute confidence, vaulting over rocks and weaving through the terrain as if she already knew exactly where she was headed. Jorrel dipped his head in a quick bow before leaping after her. He wasn't nearly as graceful on his feet, but his strides stretched longer and higher with each bound, his odd gait perfectly suited for climbing. He slowly started closing the gap on the excited wolf stag. Before long, their silhouettes vanished into the forest's shadows. But we could track their progress by the sudden bursts of birds scattering into the sky, marking the passage of a dozen hyped-up wolf stags. The ones left behind stared after their companions, one male looking especially mournful. I turned to Sybil and asked if she thought I should send someone after them. She shook her head, her tone flat and certain. If Awa could dominate them, they'd follow her back. If she couldn't, she might find another opening to fold them into the flock later. And if that never happened, well, then she simply wasn't strong enough. I let my frills flare and dropped the subject. Sure, there might be something wolf stack-like in the Shandice, but adding more mouths to feed was a headache I didn't need. Keeping the carnivores we already had satisfied was a logistical nightmare that only grew worse with every new member of the swarm, and the demand for fresh meat kept climbing. Tacking on more predators felt like a fool's gamble, though I did cling to the faint hope that we might stumble across some useful plants nearby to supplement our diet. A big part of me itched to keep experimenting with my magic, but I couldn't justify the distraction while the swarm needed to keep pushing forward. The herds were content for now, grazing on the thick green grass across the rolling hills, but we couldn't afford to linger. Nieftra was still calling to me, even if I had no clue where it actually was. I let out a trumpeting call to signal the move, and the air filled with a chorus of oryx bleats, ox-fiend moose, and the sharp, annoyed shrieks of hyenas. The Kutal got them organized soon enough, but it became painfully obvious that the ox-fiends were going to need a much flatter route through the Shandice. Even on these gentle slopes, they struggled under their own bulk, and the moment anything steeper appeared, the entire herd of hundreds would swing wide to avoid it. No boulder was worth climbing, no riverbed worth crossing. They'd happily travel 3 times the distance just to sidestep a minor incline. Most of our scouts and hunters were already out looking for prey or anything useful, but I sent off the few who remained, along with plenty of the Kartal rank and file, to find the smoothest path forward. Even with their help, the ox-fiends still found themselves putting in more effort than they'd like on this leg of the journey. With every stride, a strange sense of belonging washed over me as the mountains wrapped around my senses. I drank in the crisp air the earthy scents, and the towering cliffs draped in stubborn greenery. Sights that once felt so alien now stirred something deep within me. The peaks brushing against the clouds drew a quiet, awe-struck smile from me, and I found my steps growing lighter, almost playful, with an unexpected joy. The Martinimus jungles had their own charm, and I'd cherished my time there in both forms, but these mountains spoke to my core in a way that felt almost sacred. Though Nieftala's voice remained faint, her presence hummed through me, warm and approving. She knew this land, and her contentment urged me forward. Suddenly, Tri, who'd been ranging ahead with her packmates, scurried up to me, her eyes bright with excitement. "What is it, little one?" I asked, a flicker of unease tightening my chest. "There's so much to see here," she chirped, dodging my question. I've never seen trees like these before. I don't recall much from where I hatched, but these feel brand new. They're wonderful, though. And the birds, their songs are so lovely. I fought to keep my voice steady. That's nice, Try. Why'd you rush back to me? Oh, right. Dad says he found something you might want to check out. Chapter Osm Desart Tree. I swallowed my irritation as I asked the scatterbrained kid to lead me to her father. A quick glance at Sybil was enough. She caught my intent and seamlessly took over directing the swarm. Her quiet competence made me grin as I jogged after Try, my claws digging into the firm soil with each upward step. The rolling hills soon gave way to steeper terrain, and the air grew sharper, cleaner, filling my lungs with a bracing chill that felt invigorating. We stopped climbing before long, instead tracing a long rocky ridge that separated the dense forest from the sparser growth higher up. From this vantage, I could see far beyond the next peak. Below, the woods teemed with unfamiliar life, creatures flitting through branches as if inviting us to depend on them. It took real effort to tear my gaze away and focus on the path ahead. About 1.5 miles from the swarm's main camp, Foix stood near a dark opening in the ground. At first, I figured it was some burrow for small prey, but something about it prickled my instincts. As I drew closer, I noticed the signs: deep gouges in the earth, claw marks from something desperate, marking this as a hunter's den. The smell here is off, Foix said as I approached. Whatever lives here doesn't match anything we've come across. It's not reptile, mammal, or bird, just different. I can't place it. I lowered my snout, inhaling deeply, but only caught a faint, elusive trace. I'll take your word for it. Try, do you smell anything? Nope. Dad's got the best nose, except maybe Sylph, so I just trust him. There's a hint of prey down there too, Foix added. Something furry. I flared my frills in acknowledgement, my gaze fixed on the shadowed hole as I weighed our next move. It hit me then. I'd been holding back my own growth, pouring everything into my tremor sense while ignoring other paths. The first vibrations I caught were my own restless steps and Try's constant fidgeting, but I filtered those out fast. Foix's stillness was a blank spot, so I pushed my awareness deeper, down into the earth beneath the den. Soon I picked up the faint, busy scuttling of countless tiny legs below. It was a sensation unlike anything I'd felt before, but since nothing had ever shown itself around here, I wasn't too worried. Then those feet started closing in. Whatever it is, they're coming. Get ready, I ordered, and Foix slid to one side of the hole while Try squared off opposite him, both poised for whatever burst out. I stood between them, hands raised, fingers laced together with those specialized scales and muscles locked tight. Then it emerged. 2-foot-long antennae slipped out first, twitching left and right like curious feelers, followed by a bulbous head pushing through the opening. The clusters of eyes on either side of its face caught the fading light of the afternoon suns, and the massive ant hauled itself fully into view. Its head was a solid foot across, and the body trailing behind stretched nearly 3 times that length. The giant insect's mandibles clicked together as it sized us up, but it didn't take long to make up its mind. Its 6 legs dug in and it lunged straight at me, jaws wide and ready to snap. I didn't give it the chance. My left hand shot out like a blade, piercing clean through its chitin. The first strike drove my claws out the back of its skull, and while it twitched and its mandibles still gnashed for my flesh, it was already dead. I flicked my hand aside, and the body hit the ground with a surprisingly solid thud. But before I could settle into any kind of confident stance, I felt it. Dozens, then hundreds of feet surging toward us. Brace yourselves. I barely got the words out before another head exploded from the hole. Foix snapped that one clean off its torso, but no sooner had it fallen than another ant lunged forward. Try darted in, both hands ripping another head from its body, but in its place rose 2, then 3 at once. More poured out of the nest, faster than we could put down the freakishly oversized bugs. My tremor sense screamed that this wasn't going to end quickly. Hundreds more were rushing our way. Tens of ant bodies surrounded us before Foie took the first hit. He grunted in pain as a pair of mandibles crunched through the bones in his tail, blood splattering the ground like heavy rain while the swarm kept coming. Another ant made a grab for my ankle, and I let it bite down on the thicker bone near my knee instead. My scales cracked, my bones shrieked in protest, but they held. Knowing we didn't have time to waste, I yelled for both of the other Keelish to run. Try took off without a second thought, while Foie stumbled back, leaving a trail of blood behind him. As he retreated, I pulled a dangerously large chunk of the sonic magic from my sonophone into my throat. A dozen more ant jaws snapped at me, and I shoved most of the rest of my magic into the tip of my tail while still compressing that energy in my throat. Once my tail started quivering with raw potential, I spun in a tight circle. The sheer mass of my tail could already send the smaller bugs flying, but with destructive wave fueling that heavy swing, ants crumpled and burst on contact. With a pocket of space cleared around me, I lunged forward, knowing full well the risk, and planted my snout right at the entrance to the ant's lair. I saw another set of gleaming mandibles reaching for my face, but I unleashed the compressed, murderous melody from my maw, blasting the would-be attacker straight back into the depths of its home. A deep, quivering vibration rolled through the earth, and I felt the satisfying crunch of dozens of ant bodies collapsing around me, either knocked senseless or killed outright by the shockwave. The survivors above ground, though still advancing, stumbled and swayed from the impact of my attack. Before I could break free, another wave of 20 or so ants closed in, and I felt a sharp pinch as one clamped onto my tail. I managed to wrench myself loose, grabbing 2 more corpses in my jaws while scooping up a double armful of others. Try and Foie were already retreating, each clutching several bodies, and we all knew without a word that it was time to run. The chittering of mandibles and the skittering of legs chased us relentlessly, but I ignored the system notification blinking in the corner of my vision, pushing forward. These peaks carried a scent of untapped promise to Jorel. Whenever he tried to explain that feeling to the rest of the swarm, they just stared at him blankly. But with no one else around, he let his mind wander freely. There was so much hidden in these slopes that no one had ever seen, and something in his gut told him that countless treasures lay waiting for the swarm to claim them. He pictured himself leading the others to a remarkable find, basking in the approval of the true alpha. In his daydream, Ashlani's voice rang out with pride. Jorel, you've outdone yourself. You've uncovered something I never even considered. It wasn't all that hard, honestly, Jorel imagined himself replying. So you're telling me I'm not exactly a genius? Ashlani shot back with a smirk. No, that's not what I meant at all. Jorel stumbled, catching the gleam of amusement in the alpha's eyes. Relax, I'm only messing with you, Ashlani said. You're a solid member of my elites. I admire how much you've grown, and I'm eager to see what you'll accomplish next. Even inside his own imagination, Jorel knew he was pushing it too far. The alpha of the swarm wasn't some soft-hearted creature who apologized and joked around. Ashlani was a force of nature, sharp of mind and strong of will, demanding yet fair, a leader who never hesitated. The more time Jorel spent watching the alpha, the clearer it became that this was someone to hold in the highest regard. When he was a newly hatched pup, he'd resented Ashlani for taking away his chance to lead his own brood, but now with maturity, he saw it as a blessing. Jorel had no real desire to command a pack, though he took genuine pleasure in tending to the herds. Now that he held the title of Alpha Kutal, though he doubted that was even the right term, he was responsible for all the Kutal, even if the true Alpha remained the ultimate authority. There were certain guidelines for how he should manage his subordinates and oversee the herds, But the heavy decisions weren't his to make. His job was simply to keep these lesser beasts in line, ensuring they followed the swarm's path. That's what had brought him here, chasing after Awa, who was convinced her old mate was still lurking somewhere in these hills. Jorel had tried to tell her that the creature was long gone. But once Ashlani gave her the green light, there was no changing her mind. It was frustrating, sure, but the true Alpha's word was law, and Jorel would never dream of challenging it. So Awa led her pups and Jorel on a wild chase up the slopes of what Ashlani called the Shandice Mountains. The trail the wolf stags followed wound almost to the very summit, and the minutes dragged on, punctuated only by the patter of paws and the huff of exertion. Jorel quickly left the wolf stags in the dust, his legs carrying him effortlessly over soft inclines and his claws finding easy holds on rocky ledges. While the wolf stags had to backtrack and scout for gentler paths, he simply plowed straight ahead. A wide grin spread across his face as he perched on a massive boulder, watching them labor up the mountain with far less grace. When they finally caught up, Awa shot him a withering glare, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. "Not my problem, you're the slow one. Should have been born a Keelish, if you wanted to keep up." Jorel shot back with a grin as he dropped from his perch, landing light on his feet. The massive wolf stag only managed a weak snarl, her flanks heaving as she tried to steady her breathing. He reached out, flicked her ear, and gave a low growl of his own. She was always testing him, pushing boundaries, though he could sense this wasn't a challenge, just pure, raw frustration bubbling over. Still, Jorel knew he couldn't let her believe for a second that they were on equal footing. He wasn't entirely sure where that certainty came from, or why it felt so vital that Awa never saw herself as his partner, but he trusted his gut. Grabbing the base of her antlers, he wrestled her head down toward the dirt, ignoring the burn in his own legs from the long trek. She snapped at him, tried to twist free, but he held firm, and soon enough she gave up, collapsing onto the ground with a heavy thud. He scratched behind her ears and worked his fingers along the base of her antlers, rubbing her side with his other hand. Her tail smacked against the earth in a steady rhythm, a tired but genuine acceptance. "Good girl," he murmured, rising and giving her shoulder a couple of firm pats. "Let's keep moving." The rest of the pack hauled themselves up, still panting, but ready to follow. The younger wolf stags, obedient as ever to Awa, seemed less certain about this strange two-legged leader she'd chosen to trail. Their path carried them onward, the twin suns circling the primary star as they dipped lower toward the horizon over the plains where the Indlavu roamed. Behind them, the golden fields and rolling hills appeared to shimmer with movement. A distant herd of some creature he couldn't quite make out, drifting slowly across the landscape. Jorel forced his gaze forward just as the pups perked up, their ears snapping forward, and they surged ahead with renewed energy. He figured they'd finally caught a scent worth chasing and quickened his pace to match. Before long, the sound of water lapping against a shore reached him, and he slowed, curiosity piqued. As they rounded a steep shelf of stone, a clear pond came into view, ringed with patches of wildflowers, its surface unbroken by any reeds or growth. The wolf stags plunged in without hesitation, wading chest-deep and drinking greedily. The pond stretched maybe 150 feet across, half that in width, and every creature in their group took full advantage. Satisfied that all were accounted for, Jorel dipped his head and drank too. The water was crisp and clean, soothing the raw scratch in his throat from hours of running through the mountains without a drop. He pulled back, pacing himself, and glanced at the pack, just in time to see Awa lunge away from the others, crashing into the forest with a sharp growl. Chapter 87, the giant ants made for a crunchy, though strangely slimy, meal. I couldn't quite pin down why the texture didn't sit right with me, but it definitely didn't. Luckily, most of the swarm had no complaints and devoured whatever was set before them. A few unlucky ones found a sharp piece of chitin slicing into the soft tissue of their mouths, but for the most part, the creatures were entirely edible. If we're going to hunt these things regularly, we'll need Solia, it, or you on hand, Foire observed. The hunters need some way to protect themselves and break off when things go sideways. What's this new prey? Took cut in, returning from her own hunt with another of those big furry creatures that resembled a nanook slung over her shoulder. Her reconnaissance had turned up a handful of promising targets, yet she'd deliberately kept herself and her pack from giving chase. Her reasoning was simple. There was no point in disturbing the natural rhythm of the creatures already claiming this territory. Whether it was her own sharp instincts or the lingering weight of my anxieties rubbing off on her, she'd made sure that only an apex or near-apex predator was ever taken down. Let the weaker prey multiply, and the hunting grounds would only grow richer for all of us. With that in mind, she nudged one of the more intact carcasses lying before us. Her curiosity piqued. "It's a giant ant," Foire chimed in. "Did you ever spot these back in the jungles where we were born, or during our long trek across the land to get here?" The towering huntmaster just flicked her tail, unimpressed. "I don't bother with little critters like that. They've got nothing to offer the hunt." "They do now," Foire shot back. Back there, they swarmed by the hundreds. Their bites were a mild nuisance at best, maybe on par with the feeblest Keelish we've ever run into. But the weakest ones in this current hive are already stronger than those were. They're nippy, but a blast. Try practically bounced between them. We had to keep moving, 'cause they're fast and there's just so many of them. Hard to confirm they're down too. I sliced clean through one's head, and it still took a couple more chomps at me. "And you're saying there were hundreds?" Took asked, her gaze drifting toward the mountain summit as if she could already picture a fresh hunting paradise. "That's just what we saw," I confirmed. I sensed plenty more burrowed underground, so if we came back with a proper force, we could turn this into a real feast for the swarm. Took's frills fanned out with approval, and she leaned down to take a bite. With a loud crunch and crack, she ripped the lowest segment of the ant's body loose, and after 3 quick snaps of her jaws, she gulped it down. "Beats going hungry," she said with a shrug. "Fair enough," I chuckled. "We'll mark this den on our maps. We'll circle back later and see if there are other spots nearby where we can find prey like this close to home." I spread my frills in agreement and rolled my shoulders. After making Vefir patch me and the others up so many times today, I'd finally put my foot down and refused his help altogether. My knee was aching, sure, but it wasn't a real injury, so I just walked with a slight limp instead. The twin suns were dipping behind us, and I'd already ordered the Qutal shepherds to guide the herds to a secure watering hole. Back in the Indlovu savannas, water was a rare treasure, but the Shandice lands were lush and soaked with moisture, even if finding a drinkable source took some effort. Before long, we stumbled upon a steady stream, and the oxfions, oryx, hyenas, and axebeaks were all lapping it up eagerly. Downhill, the current seemed to slow noticeably, but I couldn't see that as a violation of the land's natural design. If a single herd drinking their fill could starve the downstream areas, then I had a lot more to learn about keeping a territory alive. Honestly, I knew next to nothing about it, but I doubted a few gulps would kill everything in sight. I shook my head, brushing off those silly worries about draining the water supply. The oxfions, oryx, and axebeaks settled in for a contented graze, but the hyenas started getting restless as prey plopped down nearby while their stomachs still growled. Just as I was about to check the blinking system notifications, I spotted a Qatif approaching the hyenas. The Qutal stepped in to soothe both the predators and the jittery prey, while the Qartal moved through the Keelish and the rest of the swarm. This so-called lotused caste of Katif turned out to be the most hard-working of their entire species. And it hit me that I'd completely misjudged them from the start. Though the Kartal sat at the bottom of the caste ladder, lacking the raw power or sharp focus of their kin, they carried an instinctive drive to handle the swarm's endless small details. If an ox find in the herd was merely rattled, not needing the stern correction of a Kutal, a Kartal Katif would linger beside it, gently tugging its ears or coaxing it into play until the tension drained away. When a sick Tal came back from a hunt with no wounds that demanded a healer's magic, a Kartal would quietly pick up their extra chores, granting them the precious rest they otherwise would have missed. And if one of my Haktal guards held a post from dawn to dusk, a Kartal made sure a hot meal found its way to them without a word being spoken. As one of those Kartal passed by, her name slipping my mind, I called out. She perked up instantly, approaching with a respectful bow but a steady, unhurried stride. Yes, Swarm Alpha? Who guides you, Kartal? You do, of course. She tilted her head, puzzled. Of course. But who coordinates your actions? How do you know where to be, or when? Who decides your tasks? We simply work together, she said. The Siktal hunt, the Kautal steer the herds, the Haktal shield us, and the Sautal command. We support. When we see something that needs doing, we do it. We can't match what you all can accomplish, so we take on what you overlook. I spread my frills in quiet appreciation. Thank you. What's your name? I am Basit, she answered with another slight bow. It suited her. Her name meant simple, unassuming yet quietly formidable. Thank you, Basit. I can't believe it took me this long to see how vital you and your caste truly are. I didn't offer an apology, but the weight of the sentiment hung in the air. Our place isn't about being seen. It's about being where we're needed, and seen isn't one of those places. She smiled, dipping her head once more. Even so, she lingered, waiting for my leave. When I gave it, whatever task she'd been heading to was already covered by another of her kind, and she veered off in a fresh direction, her steps light and purposeful. Watching her go, a strange clarity settled over me, not unlike the presence I felt after speaking the Nieftala's phrases, but more grounded, revealing how the words of power truly shaped my people. As I turned that insight over in my mind, Awa's approach broke my reverie. Her snarls came sharper than usual, and I straightened to meet her, noticing something off in her pack's demeanor. Joral's tail flicked in resignation as dozens of wolf stags shuffled nervously toward the swarm. Chapter Osmdesart chest, the Awa who returned, was nothing like the eager one who'd left. She slumped at my feet, whimpering softly, while the wolf stags, both familiar and strange, crowded around her. My swarm had once held a mere 9 voltaic wolf stags, but now over 3 dozen surrounded me, with the wave wolf stags edging in to inspect the newcomers. At first, I assumed these fresh 30 or so were also voltaic, but the way they deferred to Awa and every one of her pups told a different story. Mistral, then. I glanced at Joral, who flicked his tail before speaking. She was searching for them, seemed to catch a scent or something. Once she found them, she realized what she was after wasn't there. That hit her hard, and she turned us all back. The trip itself was uneventful, but near the mountain's peak, I got a clear view. There's a pass between the ridges just a couple miles north. I flared my frills in gratitude. Joral gave a nod and strode off. His steps always led him toward the herds, and with Basit in mind, I couldn't help but notice how seriously he took his duties. Thanks, Joral, for watching over the wolf stags and for stepping up so willingly as the leader of the Kutal. I really appreciate it. The scales along his neck gave a tiny rattle at the compliment, and without even turning, he answered, "Of course, Alpha." Before long, everyone who had wandered beyond our immediate view came straggling back. A strange deer with an odd coat and a hefty boar were the only prizes they'd managed to haul in. But most of the swarm had adapted to my way of doing things by now. One solid meal a day was enough to keep us going. So those who hadn't eaten yet or refused to skip a day got their fill. I, for my part, leaned on Fanatic's fortitude, savouring that subtle whisper of closeness to Neaftala that came with using the skill. When I'd first unlocked it, that skill had been a genuine lifeline, carrying the swarm through our desperate flight from the Veritocracy's territory. Those of us who'd managed to learn it, Foy, Sybil, Took, and Vefir, didn't need nearly as much food as the rest, and for the first time in ages, I found myself revisiting the skill's description. Fanatic's Fortitude, a skill with both passive and active sides. Passively, it speeds up recovery and shaves D% off the cost of using other skills. Actively, it fills the user with a sense of being fed and an almost endless reserve of energy. How long and how strongly those active effects last depends entirely on how deep the bond is between the user and the one they're devoted to. Since I'm the only disciple of Neaftala left in the world and rank highest among all her living followers, there's a permanent Padasat% boost to the skill's power. And if 5 or more skill holders are in the same area and activate it together, the whole thing becomes an aura, its reach tied to the same depth of devotion. Given that I'm the sole disciple and the others around me are her most dedicated followers, that shared aura stretches out to about 84 feet. The skill can evolve too, though the requirements stay hidden. I'd always written it off as just a way to stave off hunger, but now, thinking back on it, I realized it explained so much more. It was probably a big reason I could keep hammering away at Spear of the Many without wrecking myself, or why my Sonilphon bounced back so fast. Sybil's muzzle, pressing against the base of my neck, snapped me out of my thoughts. I spun to face her, and she just gave me that goofy grin of hers. I let out a sigh and, trudging over to where the furs had been carelessly dumped, settled down onto the pile we'd slowly collected during our travels. My scales were begging for a good sand bath, but there wasn't any real sand to be found around here, at least not yet. Still, I had a feeling we'd stumble across some eventually. "Do you think we're close to home?" Sybil whispered as we got ready to sleep. "I'm not sure how much longer we can keep the restless ones in line." I felt my hackles rise at the mere thought of anyone stepping out of place. "We'll make sure they remember who leads them." She just nipped at my nose, a playful scold for my overreaction. I dialed back the irritation and gave her a proper answer. We're in the right region at least. Hopefully the city's ruins will show up soon, but I can't promise anything. Ideally, Neaftala would hand us a clear roadmap for what comes next, but I suspect she's bound by rules she can't break. I'd already walked Sybil through the whole concept of the administrator's constraints and how they applied to Neaftala. "Then I guess we're back to searching on our own," Sybil said. "I'm betting Yeet will be thrilled once we finally find our home and she can stop hauling that rock around everywhere she goes." "She's been incredibly devoted to it," I replied. "Honestly, it's tough to imagine her without it now." We chatted for a bit longer, but exhaustion quickly pulled us both under. That night, for the first time in ages, my dreams were sharp and vivid. I'd never climbed these peaks, yet I saw the Shandice from a bird's-eye view. Their snowy summits gleamed under the light, almost surreal in their brightness. Clouds tried to block my sight, but the twin suns seemed to burn through them on purpose, leaving the landscape wide open. I couldn't pinpoint my swarm's exact location, but I recognized the little valley where we'd made camp. Then, without any conscious thought, I was airborne. Mist clung to my face, and droplets rolled off my scales, trailing down my tail as I picked up speed, heading north with a certainty I couldn't explain. I wove through one peak after another, following pure instinct. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted a lone tower, jutting from a mountainside, surrounded by crumbling walls, and then I jolted awake. The faint image of what I took to be the ruins of Nieftra slipped away, leaving me staring at a star-filled sky with no moon and no hint of dawn. Just darkness and me. I tried to drift back into that vision, but sleep wouldn't return. Instead, I shut my eyes and tried to savor the sensation of flying while ignoring the persistent notification blinking in the corner of my vision. Chapter 87 I gave up on rest around sunrise. The Kartal were already up. Handling chores I'd forgotten were part of daily life, tending to the young in the herds, clearing away overnight refuse, and making just enough noise to nudge the rest of the swarm into waking. As I watched, the swarm came to life in a seamless ripple, with alphas rousing their packs once they were up. Screeches filled the air, and I found myself impressed by the quiet, methodical efficiency of the Kartal. The swarm moved like a single organism, each part performing its role. The Kautal nudged the herds north toward the pass Jorel had scouted the day before. The Siktal fanned out south to hunt for prey we couldn't reach yet, while the Haktartal kept a vigilant watch over the herd's edges and the swarm's perimeter. The Sutal, directed by Sibyl, coordinated every section, and the Kartal slipped in wherever they sensed a gap. A broad grin spread across my face as I saw my swarm functioning largely without me. I'd built this, guided every step, and now I could see the payoff of trusting each caste to do its part. Unlike humans, our roles were shaped by evolution and instinct. An evolutionary exemplar let me speed that process along. Behind the Katif came nearly 1,000 Keelish, and while a few were stubborn, most followed orders without hesitation. The 100 or so Katif led the lower ranks, and their presence helped the others grow stronger. Just as I was about to check my system notification, a thought struck me, and I turned to the administrator with a question. So many of my swarm's members have taken a far simpler road to Katif than I ever did. Without the system, I doubt I'd have cracked combatant's bloodlust, let alone evolved at all. I'm happy to lend my skills to the swarm, but I can't wrap my head around how they're all pulling it off so effortlessly. The administrator lets out a laugh. I'm amazed it took you this long to ask, Little Fang. There's more to it than I can say, but your own evolution is the very reason your subordinates' paths have been smoothed. You're on track to earn the title, Progenitor. I can't spell out the exact requirements or perks right now, but you're roughly Devadasat 8% of the way there. Once you hold that title, at least half of your Katif can leap to Keel alongside you, provided you have it when your own evolution hits. No matter when you get it, your progress has already made things easier for your underlings. Think of it this way. You've blazed the trail to Katif, and now you're paving the road toward Keel. The weight of her response made me brace for her to get cut off at any moment, but the words flowed until she'd said it all. I couldn't resist asking, how close was that to silencing you? A hint of smugness crept into her tone. Not close at all. You already know what titles are. You've got several. And you grasp how they're earned. You asked a specific question squarely within my bounds to answer. Most of what I shared was already yours. I just pieced it together for clarity. The only fresh bit was naming a title, you might claim. In the system's eyes, that's nothing. Thanks, I said aloud, mulling over everything while the administrator's words sank in. It was solid info, even if she acted like I should have known it all already. I shook it off and called for Solia. She hurried over, beaming. What is it, Alpha? What do you need? Did you catch what Foire Tri and I found yesterday, those giant ants? Just that they exist. Didn't think much of it, honestly. They're about this big, I said, spreading my hands 3 feet apart, and not too nasty on their own, but there are hundreds of them. You're one of the few who can guarantee this hunt goes off without a hitch. Solia's grin widened even more. My magic? Your magic. Round up a pack of at least 10, grab Tri or Foire, and head to the nest we scouted. Torch the exit once about 20 ants crawl out. Kill those 20 and haul the bodies back. If you can manage more, keep going. Yes, Alpha. She dipped her head and spun around to rally a squad. Before long, Tri and her crew of freshly grown Keelish led Solia toward the insect colony. A flicker of nervousness ran down my spine, but I crushed it fast. They'd learn the hard way if they had to, and if a few got banged up or worse because of their mistakes, that was the cost of wisdom. Keelish, Katif, and Keel all had to prove themselves in battle, from the smallest hatchling to the mightiest Zaktal. As that thought settled, the familiar pull of nearly speaking the words of power brushed over me again. This time, the parallel to the first of the phrases of the words cut through with stark clarity. Through the flaming crucible of war are we refined, and through the quenching in the flood of our foes are we strengthened. For far too long the swarm had been compelled to move as one massive unwieldy entity, but that very cohesion had kept the fragile and the young from forging themselves in the fires of genuine conflict. As one of them cast a look back, I lifted a hand in acknowledgement, and he called out to the others to turn their gaze as well. If fate decreed this to be our final shared moment, I was prepared to embrace it. They pivoted and resumed their hurried climb up the mountain, their excited chatter echoing as they scrambled upward. I pressed forward on my own path, guiding the swarm through the pass toward the far side of the range. Fresh territories awaited discovery, new trails begged to be trod, and an abundance of experiences lay stretched out before me. The administrator had assured me I remained on the right course. At long last, the moment had come to properly scrutinize the notifications from my status. Chapter Osmdisat OSM. The passage through the mountain gap went off without a hitch, though the hunters kept filing reports of strange beasts sighted throughout the daylight hours. A creature resembling a wolf stag, but lacking horns, smaller in stature and painted a vivid orange, had become a prize sighting among the Siktal. Anyone lucky enough to glimpse one regarded it as an omen of good fortune. Once that designation took hold, none of the hunters dared to pursue one, and so I finally turned my attention to the system's stream of messages. Quest complete. Growth achieved. New quest acquired, naturally. The ants I'd slain had pushed my long-pending quest over the threshold of completion. I pulled up my status. Name: Ashlani Race, Sonic Katif Swarm Alpha Titles, Disciple of Neftala, Killer of Red Ale, Farvalo of the Moon Children. Current quests: Hunt Biet New Species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plus chest. Progress: Oxfian Bull Paragon, Indlovu Hunter, Indlovan Oryx, Hyena, Gargantuan Ant Soldier. New quest: Hunt chest New Species. Reward will vary depending on the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plusosm. Subjugate or otherwise conquer a community of at least Tisseats individuals. Base reward: Constitution plusum, Strength, Agility plusosm, Intelligence plus Deset, Magic plus Deviet. Possibility of additional rewards for greater difficulty. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Rewards: Upgrade to title, Disciple of Neftala, Acquisition of skill, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic plusosm. Stats: Constitution, 192 Strength, 213 Agility, 195 Intelligence, 189 Magic, 210 Skills Nemesis, 05 Combatants Bloodlust, 24 Imperial Bearing. Nemesis: Conqueror's Rebuke, 15 Evolutionary Exemplar, cannot evolve. Exceptional Individual, cannot evolve. Fanatic's Fortitude. Unqualified Perpetual Sonilphon, cannot evolve. Murderous Melody, cannot evolve. Disastrous Discourse, cannot evolve. Innovating Address. Nula Stedna, Nurturing Enunciation. 22 Destructive Wave, cannot evolve. Imperial Bearing, cannot evolve. Innate Leadership, cannot evolve. Pack Tactics. Sedum Deset Pain Tolerance, cannot evolve. Raptor's Eyes, cannot evolve. Spear of the Many, cannot evolve. Tremor Sense, cannot evolve. Absolute Dominance. Nulash Jedna Victor's Spoils, cannot evolve. Evolutionary Possibilities, Sonic Keel Zak Tutal. Requirements: Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neftala. Progress: Nulash Jedna. Have a swarm leader level race. Completed. Catif Heretic. Requirements. Learn how to bend the world's governing laws and compel the divine to follow your will. Other evolutions possible, but not currently foreseen. Progress further, and such possibilities will be presented to you. A small pang of regret flickered through me at seeing agility languishing near the bottom of my stat list, especially since it had once proudly claimed the top spot. But once I realized intelligence had sunk to the lowest rung, my concern over those arbitrary figures evaporated entirely. Instead, I turned my attention to the recurring quest and the ever-growing list of skills before me. Since I'd essentially gone public with my goddess conversations, I didn't hold back from voicing my questions to the administrator. Is everything pushed toward killing like I am? I never got stronger from hunting as a human. No, Keelish are among the rare monstrous races whose systemic journey is also about conquest and control. Leviathans, no matter where they roam, don't bother with hunting, even though they're monstrous. Humans fall under people, and their systemic path is one of a kind. I can't say more. So what separates a monstrous race from a people? The system in all its random wisdom, I'm afraid. Keelish and Catif are monstrous, while Keel count as people. Every Moonchild and Sunkindred is people, but Beastkin, Indlovu, and Misty Hawa are monstrous. You'll see plenty of shifts in your system when that moment arrives, but again, I'm not allowed to elaborate. Then my constant hunting quest will vanish once I evolve. No, the systemic route for Keelish, Catif, and Keel runs nearly the same, since the first two ultimately lead to the third. I ruffled my frills in acknowledgement and kept moving. Along the way, the occasional Keelish wandered up to ask how close I figured we were, or to suggest where they might focus their efforts, and so on. Still, I had plenty of time to dig into my status and puzzle out how my skills could adapt to this unfamiliar terrain. What had pushed me into the alpha role was my knack for fighting and hunting. A sliver of leadership instinct had helped, but I wouldn't kid myself. That position was won and held purely by force. Arm strength or magic, it all came down to power. A Keel aiming to build a nation wouldn't get much mileage out of combatants' bloodlust or victors' spoils. No, nurturing enunciation and evolutionary exemplar, pack tactics, and innate leadership, plus a host of other skills, were the real tools for forging a new, better, stronger, happier people. My head buzzed with schemes for blending skills in combat, but those slowly faded into visions of guiding my kin towards something grander. A civilization. A sudden burst of screeching and clash of bodies yanked me out of my thoughts, and I snapped to attention, scanning for the threat. Instead, I spotted Sackett, the soft-spoken healer under Vefia's wing, hoisting another Keelish by the neck. He spun and slammed the poor soul into the ground. The victim howled, yet no one nearby stepped in, as Sackett ground the loser's face into the dirt. Only when the lesson seemed thoroughly absorbed did he release his hold, leaving the battered Keelish to nurse his bruises. The other healers didn't bother to lend a hand. With the brief outburst settled, I strolled over to Sybil, who'd clocked the scuffle long before it escalated. What was that about? Now that we're close to the end of this trek, young Carr figured he could take Sackett's spot. He found out otherwise. Her tone was flat, like she was noting the chance of rain, and it hit me that even as we edged toward people, my folk would never truly be human. I smirked at that and savored the chance to keep figuring out how I'd lead. We pushed on through the pass, camping for the night with less than half the Shandais still ahead of us. Chapter Osmdesart Deviat. I keep writing these letters, even though I know you're gone, and your mother can't stand to read them. Maybe sending them is my way of pretending you'll still be waiting at the docks when I sail back. Your sister's still wrapped up in the veritocracy, and I doubt I, or anyone else, could ever talk her out of it. The little we hear from her arrives fragmented, unsettling, and harder to swallow with each passing week. We suspect something has happened to her, yet none of our scouts can slip into Viatol. Their vetting process grows stricter by the day, and you wouldn't have cared about any of this, though. I suppose this serves more as a journal than a letter I'd actually send, but I find comfort in imagining you'd receive it and try to make sense of my ramblings. Your absence weighs on the island. Your sharp tongue and stubborn ways were oddly charming, looking back. Folks mention it whenever your name comes up, how you knew what you wanted and never hesitated to chase it. There's word from the Northern Scouts now, and I dread what it might mean. Still, it falls to the Marshal to oversee all our reconnaissance. Perhaps I'll see you soon. Letter from Marshal Inuksuk, son of Ilnak, to Atka, son of Anna. The days that followed blurred together, each one mirroring the last. Solia's hunt clearly stung her pride, but with no serious wounds or casualties, I couldn't call it a true failure. Still, she avoided meeting my gaze when she delivered her report, having hoped to bring back at least double what she'd managed. 2 carcasses for every Keelish who'd marched out were hauled back to the swarm, most dispatched by tearing heads loose or driving blades through eye sockets. 3 of the 10 hunters required attention from one of Vefir's healers. The real problem, as it turned out, was that the ants didn't react to fire the way they'd reacted to my sonic magic. They shied away from the flames, but none were consumed or dropped dead from Solia's torrents of heat. After she'd allowed far more than 20 to pour from the hole, the tide refused to turn as swiftly as she'd anticipated. I was wrong. I should have listened, Solia admitted, her tone accepting blame even as she kept her gaze fixed elsewhere. Everything I've fought before lost their minds when they saw fire. I assumed the ants would do the same. I think they're just too dense to grasp how dangerous the flames are, I replied. It's often simpler to break a clever enemy than a dumb one. Yes, Alpha. I waved her off, and while she seemed relieved to avoid public humiliation or worse, Solia spent the next 2 days brooding and second-guessing herself. It struck me how much scheming for rank, titles, and influence had erupted now that victory felt close enough to taste. In a land we'd claimed as our own, the Keelish, who'd once chafed under another's rule, found the nerve to challenge their alphas. The system made it clear enough. The more an alpha advanced, the wider the chasm grew between them and the weaker members of their pack. Given all the time and battles since I'd appointed leaders, only a single challenger managed to seize an alpha's position. Her name was Hrash, and I silently endorsed her by never acknowledging her presence when I gave orders to the swarm's alphas or questioning her tactics. Rash's victory remained the lone exception, though it emboldened a handful of others to hurl themselves fruitlessly against the ironclad authority of their betters. The remaining alphas, witnessing one of their own dethroned, fought with renewed savagery to hold their ground. As I observed the increasingly rare skirmishes, a faint echo of that reverence I'd felt when speaking the words of power washed over me. The 4th phrase, "We are the throne to which the wise submit," planted a thought I couldn't shake, one that lingered at the edge of my mind, demanding to be reckoned with. A throne would one day stand that the wise would refuse to bow to, occupied by a leader who had never earned the right to sit upon it. The words of power served as both a promise and a directive for the Keel, a call to embody those virtues while also casting aside those who proved unworthy or incapable of living by them. As the days rolled on, I made it a point to join at least one hunt each day. Part of that drive came from the pure thrill of the chase, but there was also a deeper pull, a need to learn these mountains and valleys, to map out the forests and trace the rivers with my own steps. The hunts never turned up another ant colony, even though Foire insisted he caught whiffs of their telltale scent from time to time. What I did bring down was a white-hoofed deer, a long-furred elk, and, most curiously, a stoneskin. The deer was basically a scaled deer stripped of its scales, with hooves that seemed to glow faintly and a subtle hunger in its gaze, while the elk was just a bigger, shaggier version of the same, still carrying some of that aggression, but remaining a prey animal at heart. The stone skin, though, was the real puzzle. Dulgar, those underground creatures, from the Martanimis with their armored hides, were practically soft compared to this thing. The first time I spotted one, that little rodent-like critter looked less like an animal and more like a lump of rock jutting off a boulder. Its skin was rough and craggy, matching the grey stone it sat on perfectly, and it stayed frozen as I crept closer. When I dragged my claws across it, they just skittered off without leaving a mark. It wasn't until I hit it with a murderous melody that it finally gave in. Even after death, it clung to the rock, and it took me a good few minutes of scratching, pulling, and prying before I could wrench it free with a sharp crack of stone. Its head was shaped like a barbed arrowhead, with spines it could extend to wedge itself into crevices. Judging by all the holes pockmarking the boulder's face, this sort of rock was clearly a popular hideout for them. The stone skin had just 2 arms and no legs, dragging its long, worm-like body behind it. When I finally took a bite, I found it largely inedible, and the little meat it did have on its foot-long frame was tough, stringy, and flat-out unpleasant. Back from the hunt, I found myself tangled in a long conversation with Sybil about how to police, control, and steer our people as we moved beyond this chapter of our lives. Something I'd never had to think about before. We sketched out plans, and I could only hope they'd hold up as we pushed through the valley behind the Shandice. It was there in those mountains that we hit the first true wall to our settling of this land. Chapter Devadasat. The lands abandoned after the Sahaliad's fall didn't stay empty for long, though it wasn't their destroyers who reclaimed them. Instead, the empire itself went wild, demanding freedom from anyone who tried to take the reins. It didn't take long for would-be rulers to realize these lands were more trouble than they were worth, and only the most stubborn, thick-headed souls stuck around for more than a few months trying to subdue the children and flocks and other stragglers the Sahaliad had left behind. Even those hard cases eventually gave up, since the cost of crushing the inhabitants would leave the victors so drained that they'd be easy pickings for the next power-hungry fool. That the Sahaliad had ever managed to dominate such a savage, unruly land remained a testament to their strength for centuries, even millennia. From the treatise on the return of the Sahaliad by Iana Deviatal, it's coming on the right. Fwa shouted, and the swarm's flanks tensed, ready for a fight. The words barely left his mouth before a shadow burst from the bushes. The thing was way too big to have been hidden by such scrub, yet somehow the beast had pulled it off flawlessly. Its jaws snapped shut, and a Keelish screamed as it was dragged out of formation, with the swarm scattering in sheer chaos. My tremor sense was useless. Too many panicked footsteps blurred the ground. The creature seemed to vanish entirely whenever it slipped into shadow, leaving no trace for any of my senses. Before anyone could react, the poor Keelish was dragged beyond the reach of her companions, and the sickening crack of bone answered the desperate attempt to save her. I caught only a fleeting glimpse of the thing, a long, serpentine body with 2 strange forelegs and an outline that seemed to shimmer and blur, as if reality itself couldn't quite hold it. It registered nowhere on thermal senses, and its steps were utterly silent, like a ghost stalking the earth. Curse it, there's another one on the far side. It's heading for the herds. Fwa's voice cracked with alarm. The Keelish and Oxfiend alike shuffled nervously, and I barked out an order without hesitation. Release the hyenas. If they bring it down, it's their meal. If they fail, at least it'll thin out the weaker stock. Jorrel grunted his acknowledgement, and the hyenas' nervous chattering shifted into a hungry, gleeful cackle. They bolted from the protective ring formed by the Keelish, ears pricked, eyes scanning, noses twitching for any hint of the shadow predator. Most of us, myself included, scrambled toward the opposite flank to back them up, but we were a beat too slow. One hyena yipped out a sharp command, and the pack lunged into the shadows of a bush far too small to conceal the horror lurking within. The second beast, even bigger than the first, erupted from that tiny patch of darkness and paused for just a heartbeat, long enough for the hyenas to strike with teeth and claws. But their attacks passed straight through the creature, their bodies tumbling into empty air where the shadowy flesh should have been. Then something shifted. The beast's form solidified, its edges sharpening, its inky body turning more tangible. It suddenly appeared on my thermal vision as a cool blue, barely warmer than the ground beneath it. Before the hyenas could regroup from their failed assault, the nightmare snapped its jaws and caught one of them clean. Now I finally saw it in full. A leathery, smooth body stretching at least 30 feet long and 4 feet thick, with 2 clawed, 3-taloned legs sprouting about 3/4 of the way up its length, supporting only its elongated neck and head. That head was a thing of pure nightmare. No eyes, just a gaping maw with 2 massive, inky fangs on the upper jaw and a lower jaw that split down the middle. It dislocated and distended, opening at least 3 feet wide, and clamped down hard on the hyena it had seized. Agonized yelps and desperate cries for help filled the night as the beast dragged its prey back into the shadows it came from. But the rest of the pack wasn't about to abandon their own. They rallied, jaws snapping, and this time, somehow, their bites actually connected with the creature's flesh. Before they could tear into it further, the beast dropped its prey and let out a deep, resonant roar that vibrated through the air and rattled my bones. The hyenas shuddered, their strength sapped by the sudden sonic assault. In that brief window of weakness, the creature's silhouette flickered once more, and its massive form melted into the shadow of the bush with a soft, almost apologetic plop. Only then did I manage to reach the scene of the near-instant carnage. The wounded hyena lay whimpering, 4 deep puncture wounds gaping in its torso where those cavernous jaws had punched through. 2 Keelish were already dragging it back toward the safety of the swarm, where Vefir and his healers could tend to it. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster could phase through solid attacks, vanish into thin air, and still leave wounds like that, and what else might be lurking in the dark, waiting for its next chance to strike. With no way to intervene, I found myself staring into the dark patch where that nightmare had materialized. My tremor sense, raptor's eyes, thermal readings, scent, and hearing all came up empty. There was nothing unusual about that shadow or the bush beside it. No temperature shift, no visual anomaly, nothing to suggest it was still lurking or long gone. My thoughts spun as I tried to convince myself it couldn't catch me off guard. "It's the shadows," Sylph blurted out. I shot him a look while edging away from the pool of darkness. "Yeah, I figured that much." "What's your point?" "They move through the shadows. Every attack so far has come from one, and around here, the shadows are mostly linked together. With the twin suns rising, those shadows stretch out and touch each other all over the place. Once I caught on, I could barely follow their escape. When they slip into a shadow, it gets a little deeper, I suppose. So you think you could track them mid-run? We could chase them down?" "Aye." Sylph hesitated, mulling it over. "Probably not. They're as quick as I am, and spotting them is nearly impossible. Tracking would be a huge gamble. If they spun around and struck back, I might not catch it in time to warn everyone. And they're coordinated. Who knows if it's just 2 of them or a whole pack working together," I added, frustration and fascination rising in equal measure. I'd never encountered anything like this, not even in the wildest tales spun by overeager kids around a campfire. Letting out a sigh, I turned to head back to the main swarm. No point standing here like bait when we couldn't even confirm they were still around. I wove through the nervous Keelish crowd and raised my voice. We ran into some dangerous creatures today. Think back to the wolf stags in the Martinimis, or the Ishabak roaming the Indlovu plains. Sure, they're predators, and they see us as a meal. But what happened to the Ishabak and the wolf stags? We ate them. We beat them. We crushed them. A chorus of shouts erupted, each trying to outdo the last, and I lifted both arms to calm the frenzy. Exactly. We've taken down every beast that thought it could take us. Do these little monsters stack up against the high speakers who came for our heads? Can they match the Indlovu's might or the Moon Children's cruelty? No, of course not. They're not our main concern. They're just another animal to overcome, another footnote in our story. Stop worrying about some petty threats that barely register. The swarm latched onto my words, drawing closer together. They stayed alert, but now they saw these things as prey rather than predators. I moved forward with a confidence I didn't entirely feel, heading straight for Vefire. When I reached him, the suns flared behind him, painting everything in a warm glow that clashed with the grim set of his jaw. "You've got to see this," he said, nodding toward the hyena's shaking frame. Right then, the creature let out one final, rattling breath and went still. These shadow beasts are worse than we thought. Chapter Devadasat Jedna, I doubt you let that thing die just for kicks, I said, cocking my head to study the twisted corpse. Obviously not. Vefir sounded almost insulted. But once I started healing it, I realized its wounds weren't the whole story. The magic from those monsters kept tearing it apart long after their jaws had let go. So it's venomous. I'm not convinced. I've got little experience with poisons or venoms, but this felt less like a natural toxin and more like something woven from pure magic. The toxin primarily ravaged the heart and lungs, though it eventually spread through most of the hyena's other organs before it finally succumbed. Do you believe you could have destroyed, healed, or otherwise neutralized this poison? Perhaps. Vefir's tail lashed back and forth in an irritated rhythm. But it simply wasn't worth exhausting myself over a single insignificant member of our herds when I might soon be needed to tend to one of the swarm's true members. I spread my frills in acknowledgement. And if you or Shemira were struck down in the same way, do you think you could overcome it? I am the peak that casts the long shadow. A mere beast that skulks in that shadow thinks a single bite could topple all my power. He scoffed and flicked his tail dismissively. Very well. See if your other healers could lend their aid as well, should we cross paths with these creatures again. Of course, Alpha. Vefir bowed, turned, and started conversing with Etra and Sakit, while I shifted my gaze to observe the swarm's reaction. My almost casual attitude toward the creature's sudden appearance and vanishings seemed to soothe and reassure the vast majority of my subordinates. At least, the less sharp-witted ones. The hundreds of Keelish had quickly resumed their usual routines, and the herds, long accustomed to living among creatures that instinctively terrified them, returned to slowly plodding along in the direction the Kutal guided them. Maybe half of the Katif seemed to blindly accept my words, while the oldest, strongest, and most clever of the swarm clearly recognized my bravado for what it was. Sybil approached me and waited until we were beyond earshot of any eavesdroppers. We are at the perfect moment to track down and hunt those beasts, Alpha. Her tone was steady and composed, though severe. Yeah, if it were dusk, I'm sure they'd be lurking nearby, just waiting for the suns to drop below the horizon. Then shouldn't you assemble a group to locate and eliminate the monsters? No, not right now. I clacked my fangs in both frustration and refusal. Sylph was right when he warned that chasing them is extremely dangerous. After Vefir's remarks, it's even more so, since a single bite could spell death. They simply aren't our priority, Nieftra is. That's what offers us evolution, and if necessary, I suspect we can, if not easily, outmaneuver the Shadow Beast's advances. They don't seem particularly clever, even though they're coordinating. Why do you think they're unintelligent? They seized an opportunity to hunt when it appeared and retreated when they sensed too strong a resistance. Everything they've done suggests greater intelligence than the weakest of our kind. That's not much of a marker for intelligence, I shot back, recalling the sluggishness that had clouded my thoughts for several evolutions. But my main point is that a smarter creature would have waited, stalked, and prepared longer. Maybe these shadow monsters are more clever than I'm giving them credit for, but if so, then they're far too used to a nearly unchallenged reign over these lands. We'll respect their strength, but we won't fear them as prey. Understood, Alpha. Shall I summon Solia and Hala for you? I grinned broadly and nuzzled Sybil's neck. With a gentle nip at the soft flesh above her collarbone, I chuckled. Yes, of course. You read my mind. No magic needed, Alpha. Just wisdom and experience. She paused, inflecting the word experience in a way that made me laugh again. Before I could reply, she walked off and whistled 3 distinct notes. 2 seemingly ordinary Kartal stepped out from their packs and headed towards Sybil, though before they arrived, she issued commands with a single word and 3 gestures. Both split off to different locations, and I was once again struck by just how formidable my mate would be as an enemy. Within 2 minutes, Hala was darting toward me from across the swarm, nearly knocking over an unsuspecting Keelish in her rush. She let out a sharp hiss at the smaller creature before skidding to a stop in front of me. What is it, Alpha? What do you need? Is there something specific, or do you just want to chat? Hold steady, calm down, and wait for Solia to arrive. I gave no further explanation, but a slight baring of my fangs was enough to make Hala shrink back a bit. We moved in silence along the swarm's path, her gaze fixed on the ground with every step. Another couple of minutes passed before Solia approached at a far more measured pace. Hello, Swarm Alpha. How can I serve the swarm today? You both need to know about the shadow beasts that struck earlier. Their frills flared in unison. Good. We're not concerned about them, at least not for now. As the suns climb higher, they'll grow weaker. But as the day wears on, they'll become more dangerous. By nightfall, I expect they'll be at their most aggressive. It's possible their attack today was just bad luck, and we'll never see them again. But I'd rather prepare for them returning once darkness falls, looking for payback. If we're wrong, we lose nothing. If we're right, I let the thought hang. Then we keep the swarm intact. Solia's frills fluttered. You want us to use our magic? Exactly, I said. I've got a task for you two tonight, and you'll need to work together. You're our best, and possibly our only, fire users unless something's changed recently. There's no other way we can keep a ring of protection around us without shadows. Oh, Hala gasped. You want us to circle the whole swarm with fire? I don't think we can manage that. Not a solid ring, more like a scattered but steady line of torches and flames. You two will make sure the fires stay lit all night, with no gaps in the perimeter that could let them slip through unseen. Of course. Very well, Alpha. Good. You'll need to figure out shift rotations so the flames never die out. You have my authority to assign anyone in the swarm to help make sure we don't give those monsters an easy way in or out. I sent the 2 females off, and though Hala buzzed with nervous energy, Solia's steady words gradually steered the younger one toward a sensible plan. The details of their discussion didn't concern me, and I let the rest of the day drift by in relative calm. Then came the night. Chapter Devadasat Deva, the swarm held its collective breath as true darkness approached. The suns dipped behind the Shandais to the west, long before full night settled over the land. Even so, we were cloaked in shadow, and we had prepared for this. Throughout the day's march, Keelish had scavenged every bit of dry wood and brush they could find, and when we stumbled upon a collapsed cluster of trees, Dozens of them tore the timber into manageable pieces we hauled on our backs, trying to load the ox vines with varying success. Without saddles, harnesses, or any way to secure the loose fuel to the beasts, most attempts were futile. But nearly 1,000 Keelish proved more than enough as pack animals, and by dusk a full ring of torches and bonfires encircled our camp. The creeping shadows were held back by Solia and Hala's relentless efforts. Guards were posted at every flame, each with enough fuel to hopefully last through the shorter summer night. Sharp screeches cut through the air, and the meager leftovers from the day's hunts were devoured in haste. We had consumed nearly 1/10 of the wildlife we encountered during our trek, leaving the potentially toxic hyena carcass behind. Once again, I felt the weight of preserving this ecosystem, but survival took precedence over conservation. Our well-lit camp seemed to repel any physical threats, yet my unease wasn't about creatures we could plainly see. The darkness appeared to swell and deepen around us, though whether that came from the fading suns or something more sinister, I couldn't tell. Every sentry kept their gaze locked on the blackness, straining for any odd movement or whisper of sound. Minutes crawled by with nothing. An hour passed, and still silence reigned. Using my innovating address, I tried to boost our collective vigilance, but I couldn't gauge its effect as another hour slipped away without a hint of shadow monster activity. Eventually, after the sky had been fully dark for hours, I and half the group started to believe these beings had chosen to spare us. I made a quick lap around the camp's perimeter, confirming that Hala would stay up to keep the flames burning bright. The other guards swore they were prepared for any sneaky cowards who might strike under cover of night. So I decided to turn in for some rest. That's when the deep, organ-like growls erupted, of course. On every flank, the shadow beasts seemed to howl at one another in sheer irritation, their stealthy advance having been foiled. They circled the camp, grumbling their displeasure, but with no weakness to exploit, their anger boiled over into near-simultaneous screams. The combined shriek was almost paralyzing, and while many of the group and our livestock buckled under the sonic assault, I found the cries washing over me harmlessly, a strange clarity about my own magic dawning in that moment. After a couple of minutes of venting their fury, the creatures began to withdraw, their enraged noises trailing off toward the east. My nerves were frayed from the sonic barrage, but their retreat pulled a grim smile from me. Across the camp, Keelish were chattering and cheering in wild celebration. Their alpha's foresight had kept the swarm untouched. I rose to address everyone. When we turn our enemies' strengths against them, they crumble before us. We've shown these shadow beasts to be cowards. They flee from our fires and can't break our defenses. Now, get your rest, because in the morning, my grand speech got cut off by a furious whoosh as a shadow beast burst into existence just beyond the glow of a smaller fire. It let out a shrieking challenge, twisting its body to smash its tail through the burning logs and branches. Its form sizzled and dissolved into acrid white smoke upon touching the flames, but once the fire was reduced to scattered embers, it charged through the dim light and into the previously safe zone between the other fires. To pile on the chaos, right after the first monster lunged toward the panicking swarm, its partner materialized and dove in, jaws stretched wide in a triumphant, deafening snarl. Both tore forward, their powerful legs gouging deep furrows in the earth. Keelish scrambled out of their path, snapping jaws and swiping claws, trying to rip into the intruders. Every attack phased right through their bodies, useless. "Hala!" I bellowed. "Burn them!" The moment I gave the order, a pillar of fire shot toward the two horrors. Without even glancing at the incoming blast, both merged into the shadows and vanished from its path. For retribution, the two creatures exploded from a patch of darkness almost instantly, catching a half-awake oryx completely off guard. Their massive jaws clamped down simultaneously, crushing the beast's throat and chest before it could even muster a cry. The animal collapsed in a heap, dead on the spot, and the larger shadow entity snatched the carcass in its teeth, dissolving back into the gloom without a trace. The smaller one let loose a bone-rattling roar that vibrated through my entire body, clear down to the tip of my tail. Still, I gritted my teeth and pushed forward, desperate to catch these slippery bastards before they slipped away. I sprinted hard, but just as I neared the perimeter we'd carved out, the bigger one rematerialized, the dead oryx still dangling from its jaws. It tore across the dimly lit clearing, weaving through pockets of shadow, and dove straight back into darkness the moment it cleared our ring of firelight. Knowing the remaining creature would have to circle back to the same escape route, I poured every ounce of speed I had into my legs, tapping just a sliver of spear of the many's power to close the gap. I hit the edge of the light at nearly the same instant the predator did. With a surge of raw will, I flooded my claws with sonic energy and whipped out a long crescent arc of destructive wave, straight into its flank. The thing shrieked in agony as the attack connected, but it didn't even slow down. It just kept going, leaping into the shadows like a swimmer diving into a pond, vanishing without a ripple. Both of them were gone, and all our numbers, all our defenses, hadn't slowed them down one bit. The only silver lining. Not a single Keelish had been hurt. "I'm so sorry, Alpha." Hala came running up, her frills drooping and her voice trembling. I was too slow. If I'd seen it coming, I could have stopped them, before they even got close. "Do better." "Be better," I said through clenched teeth. I thought I was smart, listening to their retreat like that. Turns out I was just stupid with extra steps. "Understood, Alpha," she muttered, slinking off with her tail between her legs. Solia sidled up next to me, already barking orders to a nearby Keelish to reignite the fire the creatures had nearly stomped out. "This plan mostly works," she said, a hint of dry amusement in her tone. "Maybe it just needs a little fine-tuning." "Then fine-tune it. Make the fires harder to snuff out without burning through our fuel too fast. They clearly do the job. They just need to do it better." "Of course, Alpha," Solia replied, and I stayed rooted to the spot at the edge of the firelight, half convinced I could still hear the shadow beast's low, mocking laughter echoing in the dark. Chapter Devadasar, Tree Confirmation of Our Ancient Enemy, came a few days later when a scouting party headed north to track the Thick Feathers' migration route. From a safe distance, they spotted the scaly brutes trying to round up and break the Thick Feathers, reportedly with little success, as they so proudly put it. Their arrogance, our arrogance, I suppose, has always been our worst enemy. The sheer scale of the Keel's preparations went completely underestimated, and that blind pride, combined with our scouts' stubborn refusal to report what they actually saw, set the stage for a conflict we were woefully unprepared for. Notes from the New Star Daily Record, spoken by the Dvaset Jednast, New Star Uriyai, recorded by Kitchka. The night dragged on in fits and starts, with anxious naps and restless pacing, but the shadow beasts never made another move. Whether they'd been scared off by our reinforced barriers, or they'd simply had their fill, or any number of other reasons, I couldn't say for sure. But as the twin suns began to paint the eastern sky in shades of gold and pink, reflecting off the distant waters, the last of the swarm finally stirred from their uneasy rest. The herds were spooked, jittery from the constant nervous energy that had hung over us all night, and I nearly gave the order to move out in the pitch black. I was still sane enough to realize how catastrophically stupid that would have been, abandoning the defenses we'd worked so hard to build, flimsy as they were. The moment full daylight flooded the clearing, though, we didn't waste another second. There was no reason to linger unless I chose to track down those creatures, and I saw little point in that right now. With any luck, we'd leave this perilous stretch of land behind soon enough, and I could circle back later to show the shadow beasts just how badly they'd miscalculated. Each passing day made the grind of traveling with the herds painfully clear. Back when I was human, I'd helped tend the few animals the tribe kept, but that was nothing compared to this. With over 2,000 creatures split between the herds and the Keelish, moving even a single mile had become a maddening puzzle, not to mention the endless task of feeding and watering them all. Sybil, Jorel, Tuk, Feralia, and the others carried most of the weight when it came to managing my people, and I thanked Neftala for them daily. Still, the big calls, where we headed, what mattered most, what we did as a group, sat squarely on my shoulders. I didn't want anyone else making those decisions, but the constant pressure of choosing wore me down. I caught the irony, sure, but I held firm to my focus on reaching Nieftra. A few Keelish grumbled about it, and my loyal supporters overheard them. By the time Vefir brought me the news, those dissenters had already been dealt with. "They're fools," he said when I asked what happened. "And they're getting a lesson they won't forget anytime soon." I didn't bother digging into it further, choosing instead to keep my eyes on the road ahead. I'd never put much stock in dreams as omens, but that vision stuck with me. How many peaks had I counted since? 7, maybe 20. It was impossible to say. The hazy, shifting nature of dreams left me frustrated, and I fought to keep that irritation in check. On top of that, dodging the shadow monsters made our trek even harder, since I had no clue how far their territory stretched, whether they hunted solo or in packs, or if the ones that hit us last night were the same ones that ambushed us the day before. "Neftala, grant me wisdom," I muttered under my breath as I walked. We'd halted again so the herds could graze and drink, though they turned out to be far less thirsty than I'd expected. Maybe they were used to drier lands, because none of them dove into the creeks like starving things. Most just took a quick sip and moved on. The grass, though, was another story entirely. It kept pulling them forward, and the Keelish and Katif were constantly wrestling to keep the herds on track. Somehow we made decent progress. When we came across a tangle of fallen trees, marked by a strange gash in the mountain above, just a couple of hours before sunset, I called it. We'd camp here for the night. Under Solia's direction, the swarm stacked wood for dozens of fires and settled into the middle of the perimeter they'd set up. All day, I'd noticed how empty the plains were between the distant shore and the peaks. Sylph and Foy both sensed that more shadow beasts lurked somewhere between us and the sea, and I trusted their read on it. But if there was nothing to hunt out here, what kept those things alive? There wasn't enough prey to sustain them, and if they turned on each other, they'd wipe themselves out. My thoughts scattered as the fires crackled to life. Off in the distance, I thought I caught the faint sound of roars, but I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination. So I stood with the others, bracing for an attack that never came. The suns dipped below the horizon, and still nothing. An hour dragged by, and still nothing. Another hour crawled by with no sign of an attack, and I forced myself to stay on edge. The last strike had come exactly when I'd let my guard slip, convinced we were safe. Summoning Fanatic's fortitude, I burned through the haze of exhaustion clouding my thoughts. Though the ring of firelight revealed nothing unusual, I remained upright at the center of my people and herds, scanning every shadow for a hint of danger. A few of my Keelish came to me looking for comfort, but I kept my replies short. I'd already been humiliated once, calling those beasts cowards, just before they lunged. I wasn't about to make another vow that could come back to haunt me. As the next hour dragged on, my tremor sense and straining ears finally caught the faint whisper of a shadow monster's call. Subdued, 2 of them, circling the camp's edge and murmuring to each other. "Both sides," I shouted. "Stand ready. I hear something close." At my cry, every fire roared higher as dry brush was tossed onto the flames. The light swelled, crackling and snapping, and the illuminated radius around each blaze doubled. The creature's low chatter sharpened into an angry, deeper pitch, yet they only paced the perimeter before converging on the west side and starting to withdraw. "They're backing off again," Foix called out before I could. "Stay alert, this is exactly their trick from last night." The Keelish scrambled into formation, claws bared and jaws poised. A voltaic wolf stag bristled with electric tension beside each cluster, while Solia and Hala flanked me, ready to reinforce either flank. But the minutes slipped by in tense silence, and nothing came. An hour passed with no sign of the beasts. Another hour, and the faintest grey of dawn touched the eastern sky. Still nothing. The suns climbed fully above the horizon, and the creatures never struck. Before anyone knew who started it, the swarm erupted in cheers for our survival, a triumphant roar against the strange terrors. I joined in, lifting my voice in praise to Nieftala and our own stubborn grit. By the time the suns hung overhead, we were weary but grinning, pressing onward toward the north. Chapter Devadasat Shtiri. It didn't take long to realize most shadow monsters weren't so reckless as to charge into our blazing firelight. Over 3 days crossing the Shadow Plains, as I'd come to call them, we encountered more of the creatures with each step. Some were sluggish and haughty, content to watch. Others were scrappy and aggressive, though even they avoided the night. Instead, they'd rush us in the early morning, when the sun's rays hadn't yet burned off the shadows pooling beneath the stunted trees and scrub. That first morning, we lost 2 more Keelish to a hunting pair that struck just as we were breaking camp. After that harsh lesson, we doubled down on our nightly defenses and grudgingly slowed our pace to keep the beasts from picking off anyone else. The more patient monsters seemed almost baffled by our refusal to be eaten. They'd linger just beyond the brightest ring of firelight, staring at the feast laid out before them, groaning and roaring with something close to disappointment, as if asking why we'd deny them such an easy meal. After a few grumbled complaints, they'd slink away. Once they stopped being such unknown terrors, I actually found myself viewing them as a curious sort of neighbor. Strange but oddly predictable, they had carved out a place for themselves as apex hunters, and they could hound ordinary, even sharp-witted Keelish into an early grave with little resistance, let alone the painfully dim ones I'd bent to my will. A whole pack of Katif would struggle to bring down a single hunting duo, especially since their preferred stalking hours were limited to the dead of night or the pre-dawn gloom, when they could slip away without a trace. These shadow stalkers might always cast a long shadow over the keel, but I saw them as a whetstone to sharpen our own edges. That thought hit me with that odd, almost reverent chill I'd felt more than once before. The first, fourth, and fifth of the words took on a new hue for me, offering another lens to view my own beliefs. Now the third rang clear: I am the blade drawn at the neck of my foes. The promise of force wasn't just a wild oath to fight for the thrill of it. No, it was a tool, like a knife, a spear, or a hammer. I glanced at the spear in my grip, the one I so often neglected. Since Nieftala's blessing, it felt natural in my hands, as though I'd spent years mastering it. Yet I barely ever reached for it. What was the point of her gift if I kept shoving it to the back of my mind? A spear could stretch my reach and keep a shadow beast's venomous bite at bay. If it broke, it was a simple fix, unlike my right arm, which seemed to find trouble more often than not. Nieftala had marked me with her spear of victory, and I kept forgetting it was even there. Just like that, the mere idea of violence didn't have to end in blood or broken bones. That flash of clarity vanished like a passing gust, and I snapped my attention back to what lay ahead. Once we'd settled on a scheme to show these creatures we weren't easy prey, I figured we could zero in on our real prize, Nieftra. Nieftala had said that uncovering the city's ruins would push me into evolving into a keel, and that became my single-minded obsession. With my gaze locked on that horizon, I let the finer points of leading my swarm slide. Shamira and Feralia tried to walk me through how they were chronicling my tale and the swarm's survival so far, but I waved them off. Took brought me tales of odd beasts she and the hunters had taken down, and I gave her a nod of thanks. Brutus lingered at my side, scanning for any danger, and I didn't so much as glance his way or at his fellow guards. It wasn't until Sybil came to me with updates on how she was tightening unity and obedience among the swarm that I stirred, barely flicking my frills to show I'd heard. Ashlani. Her voice cut through my daydreaming about those fabled, lost territories. Yes, Sybil. Now you're actually looking at me. I get that your evolution to this next tier is our people's best shot. You've lifted so many of us to heights we couldn't have imagined. And I think this leap to Keel will be the biggest shift we've ever seen. We're on the verge of a whole new chapter. That moment hasn't come yet. Sybil locked eyes with me, fierce and unwavering. My temper flared at her, seeming to downplay what this meant for all of us, and a low growl rumbled from my chest, boosted by a faint hum of magic from my sonilphone. But instead of lashing out, I paused and really chewed on her words. Sybil wasn't doubting me. She'd always been my staunchest ally in this plan. She was nudging me to remember that the here and now still mattered. I let out a sigh, flicking my tail in frustration. Yeah, right. Is there anything that truly can't wait? We'll keep pushing forward as fast as we can toward what we believe is the right path, and my own worry or frustration won't change that reality one bit. Until we get there, I'll do everything I can to keep my mind from spiraling into endless doubts, half-formed plans, or idle dreams. No, nothing here demands your immediate action. But I think it's time you understood the deeper troubles stirring among the Keelish alphas. The least intelligent and most instinct-driven among them are growing restless, furious even, at being forced to hold back from slaughtering the herds while hunger gnaws at them day after day. The Katif alphas command a kind of respect and obedience from the Keelish that your own kind simply cannot match. Maybe it's because they exist on a higher evolutionary tier, or maybe it's something far less tangible, but the truth stands. The Keelish are becoming more and more bitter. They see you as the most powerful being in this region, and they cannot comprehend why you would choose to remain in a state of near starvation when prey is everywhere around us, practically begging to be taken. And that's everything? Not even close. I refuse to let my shoulders slump, standing firm and ready to accept the weight of leadership once more, as it rightfully belonged to me. So I pressed Sybil with pointed questions, and together we began mapping out the steps needed to restore order and stability to my swarm. Chapter Devadasat Piet. The days dragged on, bleeding into long, agonizing weeks of slow travel. The only comfort, aside from my unshakable conviction that we were closing in on our destination, was the fact that the shadow beasts became rarer the farther north we pushed. We had learned our lesson about skimping on defenses, so even as the nights grew quieter and fewer signs of intruders appeared, we kept our full perimeter intact. Nearly a month after crossing the Shandice, and well over half a year since I had left the den where I first hatched, I noticed a subtle but undeniable shift in the air itself. It was like the feeling I got whenever I entered the mountains, or the strange comfort the Shandice had wrapped around me, but stronger, more profound. And I didn't need Neophtala's surge of confirmation to know what it meant. Home, my home. But it wasn't just me who felt it. Dozens of Keelish and Katif around me were swept up in her joy, her excitement, her sheer triumph. The weakest among them collapsed under the crushing wave of exhilaration, while even those who had gained fanatic's fortitude alongside me staggered as if struck. Only Shral and I managed to stay upright when her presence washed over us, and even then, Shral quickly fell into a reverent prostration between two of his stunned, twitching acolytes. Most of the swarm couldn't fully grasp her words or her overwhelming presence, but they still looked around with wild, frantic eyes before dropping to their knees in worship. Some of my elites hesitated, but eventually they followed suit. There I stood, in the foothills of the Shandais, the only Keelish still on my feet, as Nievtala's excitement pulsed through the air, and she declared that we had finally found our home. Without a word, she turned my gaze up the mountain, where the towering structure from my dreams still stood, worn but unmistakable. My heart swelled, and before I could think, I let out a screech that tore through the sky. As if released from a spell, the swarm rose as one and echoed my cry with their own. The herds nearby panicked at the noise, but we didn't stop our wordless declaration of dominance. Several minutes passed before I finally raised a hand, and the swarm fell silent under my command. A wide grin spread across my face. Our destination was finally in sight, and nothing was going to keep me from claiming it. I burst away from the heart of the swarm, nearly sprinting as I carved a path up the mountainside. Boulders, fallen timber, deep gullies, and sheer drops barely registered in my frantic rush. Whatever I couldn't hurdle, I simply climbed over, sending loose stones skittering behind me as my elites matched my reckless pace. I knew I should have sent a scout ahead, should have done something to confirm the area was secure. I just didn't care. My legs screamed with every stride, and the logical part of my mind whispered that slowing down wouldn't change the outcome, that the swarm would tighten around me and clear the way regardless. I snarled and crushed that thought before it could take root, because I was going to be the first one to lay eyes on Nievtra. As Foy and Sylph pulled up beside me, I activated Spear of the Many, ignoring the sharp ache that shot through my body as I pushed past my limits. I had no regrets as I surged forward, and finally, a massive stone barrier loomed into view. Rocks ranging from fist-sized to nearly my own bulk formed a wall about 20 feet high encircling the city. Using every last ounce of strength my skill granted me, I leaped straight up, hoping to clear the top in one bound. No such luck. My fingers scraped against the rough stone, caught between two blocks, and I had to scramble desperately to haul myself upward. With a grunt, I grabbed the lip of the wall and pulled myself over, refusing to pause for breath as I stood tall and surveyed what lay ahead. The ruins of what had once been a magnificent city sprawled before me. I'd never fully grasped what the settlements of the Veritocracy might look like. I doubted they'd build homes in the same style as the Moonchildren or Sunkindred. We'd never gotten a glimpse inside the walls of Shandar, and unless we conquered it outright, I figured we never would. Collapsed stone walls tilted at odd angles, not a single roof remained intact, and what had once been streets between dwellings had reverted to the wild, with grass and underbrush claiming every possible patch of ground. Near the center of the old boundary stood a proud tower, its top crumbled inward, yet its walls remained surprisingly whole. A strange, tangled emotion washed over me, pride, relief, disappointment, and a dozen other feelings all mixed together. That's when Nievtala shifted my perception entirely. A brilliant golden light flooded my vision, and I saw Nievtra as it once was, or maybe as it could be. The overgrown paths became smooth grey paving stones, the crumbling buildings stood tall and proud. Shadowy figures filled the streets, and the central tower was surrounded by a grand structure with wide open doors, a steady stream of people flowing in and out. The walls beneath me were lined with sentries pacing their rounds, and I spotted small shadows of children play-fighting in a yard packed with other tiny forms. The city was alive, teeming with thousands of my people. My breath caught as the vision faded, yanking me back to the present, where the hollow skeleton of a forgotten town remained. Sylph and Foy stood beside me, and I noticed Took reaching down to help Sybil climb up onto the wall as well. The messy tangle of emotions that had colored my first look at the city evaporated, replaced by the clear image of what I could build here, and I broke into a wide grin. We made it! This is it! I shouted, happily pressing my head against each of my elites in turn. Far below, I could see the more cautious members of my swarm slowly trudging up the mountainside. And now that I'd glimpsed the past, I could see the faint, overgrown outline of what had clearly been a road winding its way up toward us. Securing a steady food supply for our herds was clearly going to be a top priority. I also started to wonder if the axebeaks might finally start laying eggs now that they had a proper place to call home. My mind raced with plans for leading my people toward a brighter future, and I let out a satisfied sigh. That peaceful moment shattered instantly as hollow roars and bone-chilling screeches tore through the air. I squared my shoulders and scanned the horizon, trying to pinpoint the source. The noise was coming from the heart of the city, right below the tower. What I saw next made my blood run cold. The tower began to crack, groan, and then collapse, massive stones plummeting from 100 feet up and crashing into the hard ground below. The last standing structure was reduced to rubble, and the culprit didn't bother to stay hidden. A thick arm punched through the dust cloud, the debris scattering with an irritated swipe. Another arm followed, clearing the air with impatient movements, and I could tell each limb had to be at least 20 feet long. When a third arm waved through the haze, the creature finally came into view, and I realized this was no ordinary giant. It stood on two legs with a thick waist, but that's where any resemblance to a human ended. From its midsection sprouted 3 torsos, each covered in grey, stone-mottled skin. 6 arms hung down, each hand sporting just 3 fingers that reached all the way to its knees. Its heads were more like misshapen lumps perched atop each pair of shoulders. As the beast turned, I noticed it actually had 3 legs, one between each torso, and when it let out another hideous scream, the sound was like iron scraping against stone, echoing through every corner of the city. "Does Neftala have any intel on that thing?" Took asked, her posture tense and uncertain. I reached out to the administrator mentally, but she stayed silent for a moment before offering a sparse explanation. "It's a Shandice. That's actually where these mountains get their name. I didn't think any were still around on the surface. They're usually pretty reclusive, so I doubt it's angry at you specifically. If you can calm it down, it might just wander off." The thought of a massive stone giant lurking nearby, a constant threat to my people, didn't exactly thrill me. But I also couldn't picture myself taking it down. The thing was easily twice as tall as the biggest Indlovu soldier we'd encountered, and I had no idea what other tricks it had up its sleeve, or sleeves, given how many arms it had. If it didn't flinch when a building collapsed on it, throwing more Keelish soldiers at it would just mean more dead Keelish. Maybe I could try using Spear of the Many, but pulling enough stats into my body to actually hurt it would leave me vulnerable for seconds and wrecked for a long recovery. "Apparently it's called a Shandice, and it might not be hostile toward us," I said, barely believing the words coming out of my mouth. "Foi, Sylph, go see if you can figure out what's got it so worked up. I'm told it shouldn't be us, probably." Even with my lackluster confidence, my 2 scouts didn't hesitate. They vanished into the overgrown ruins without a second thought, while the rest of my elite guards kept their eyes locked on the Shandice. To my relief, the administrator seemed to be right. The creature didn't seem to care about us at all. Instead, the creature drove its feet into the earth where the tower once stood, over and over, the impact so immense that I could feel the shockwaves without relying on tremor sense. After nearly a minute of this, the giant paused, seemingly attempting to calm itself, but the frenzy soon returned with renewed fury. This pattern repeated itself. Brief moments of stillness shattered by violent stomping, though the ancient walls, which had withstood centuries, barely trembled. On the 3rd cycle, Foi returned with Sylph close behind, and he wasted no time reporting. "It's definitely not us," he began. Those giant ants we spotted earlier are all over its legs, trying to bite through. They can't do any real damage, but they're managing to prick its hide. Took chimed in, his tone thoughtful. Given what we've seen, that means piercing the Shandice's skin won't be easy. Alpha, you're our best bet for tearing through it, though a few of the other Katif are close to gaining that edge. Still, I doubt you could take it down alone. Sybil stepped forward, meeting my gaze. It seems slow-witted, but I don't think killing it is the answer. We've found the source of its pain, and we might be able to help. Perhaps we could use that as leverage to convince it to move on. I considered her words, then nodded. If you can reach its mind, then yes. We're on the brink of something huge here, and any losses would be pointless. If you can communicate at all, we can try to negotiate. Sybil gave a quick nod and closed her eyes, a faint ripple of her presence washing over us. Brutus, ever alert, tensed before realizing the source and relaxing, his focus returning to the giant. As Sybil extended her consciousness toward the creature, a nagging question surfaced in my mind. One I'd never thought to ask the administrator. What were those shadow creatures that kept ambushing us on the plains? I raised a hand to my subordinates, signaling I wasn't asking them. The Umbralophidians. Adorable little things, aren't they? Unfortunately, I can't tell you more than you've already pieced together. They're vicious hunters, highly sensitive to light, and right now they're hibernating. You've only encountered the youngest mating pairs, the ones too small to have stored up fat for the winter. Her casual tone didn't match the weight of her words. Those were the weakest? And the fact that most were dormant hit me like a second blow. Do they ever come to the mountains? Almost never. They clash with those giant ants that dominate these peaks, so they've carved out the plains for themselves. Why don't they hunt the ants? That's something you'll have to figure out on your own. I've already shared more than I should for today. And just like that, the administrator was gone, leaving me to wrestle with my thoughts. Why would they ignore such an abundant food source? There had to be a reason. Sybil's voice broke through my contemplation. I believe they're willing to accept our help, though I can't guarantee the outcome will be a peaceful relocation. I flicked my tail. Lead the way. Chapter Devadasat Sedum, the city of Nieftra, turned out to be both grander and far more underwhelming than I'd ever imagined. The towering parapets have clearly been built up over the old walls that survived the ruins, and they are manned by Sahaliard of every rank and age. One thing I found particularly fascinating was chatting with the grayscales among them. Before this new empire came to be, no Keelish in any human or so-called civilized land would ever live past the day it was found, and honestly, the swarms back then were so savage and bloodthirsty that the weak had no chance to linger and burden the group. That's not to say the grayscales now get to retire to some peaceful village. I've been told their role is teaching, and I was genuinely more impressed by their schools than I ever expected to be. But there I go, drifting off on a tangent again, as usual. The short of it is, the Sahaliad have been hard at work restoring Nieftra to its former glory, and then some. Their builders are busy, though I have to admit their taste in design still needs work. What really broke my heart, though, was seeing how little they care for the relics of their ancestors. Their so-called restorations have defiled, shamed, and outright destroyed the remnants of that once great civilization just to make room for their own. I couldn't hold back tears as I walked through the city and saw the history so carelessly erased. From a letter home by Eldara Differendara during his self-funded journey to Nieftra, we went back and forth on how to deal with the raging Shandice. It, or they, as Sybil put it, had calmed down a bit thanks to her promise to help, but the ants kept biting and pestering it, so while its fits were much smaller now, the massive creature still tried to shake them off whenever they showed up. When we got within 100 feet or so, we all halted without a word. As we'd guessed, it stood at least 4 feet tall, and each of its hands could easily squash me flat. "Wait here," Sybil said, her face cool and focused. She spoke to the giant and had to repeat herself a few times, her frills flaring unconsciously as it asked her questions. Then, after a wave of ants crawled up its legs and started biting, it stepped out of the crater that was growing under its stomping feet. Its surprisingly quick steps brought it toward us. "Ashlani, please use your magic to take them out quickly," Sybil asked as the Shandice closed in. I didn't hesitate, gathering magic in my throat and letting it build up. There were no fewer than 10 ants swarming each leg, but I'd gotten good at shaping my murderous melody, and after a brief pause, I let out a wordless shout that swept over the giant's legs. The magically charged waves hit the stone-like surface of the Shandice's skin, and a puff of dust rose in the wake of my power. The ants stiffened, fell from the leg, and lay on the ground twitching. "Will it hurt us if we pull the ants out?" I asked. "No," Sybil replied, her voice steady. I rushed forward without a second thought, my elites right behind me. Using my claws and fangs, I took down 6 ants before the rest reached us, though Brutus was especially fierce, tearing into any ant he got near. I quickly figured out why, as once the ants were all dead, he grabbed 2, tossed them to me, and then half-guided, half-shoved me out of the Shandice's reach, though a sliver of me bristled at how gently he handled me. Like I was some fragile newborn. The far more sensible side understood exactly why I mattered so much to the colony and to him personally. And then there was that future part of me, the one destined to become a Zak Tutol, the royal line, which secretly savored the attention. My subordinates clearly felt the same unease, grabbing the remaining bodies and darting around the nearest corner without a second glance. When I turned, though, I spotted one of the Shandice's curious eyes peeking over the crumbled wall we'd just slipped behind. Sybil hadn't moved an inch, her focus locked on the towering creature before her. I burned to ask what it was saying, what news it carried, but it soon became obvious that either the beast was painfully slow to reply or just incredibly difficult to converse with. Maybe a mix of both, or something else entirely. Her tail flicked twice, in a display of barely contained irritation that, for a creature of her composure, was practically a screaming tantrum. Her body kept twitching in those unconscious little tells we all shared, signals we read like a book, yet the Shandice never seemed to notice. Its 3 voices rumbled together in a low, grinding chorus as it finally answered her. After several long minutes of back and forth, it shuffled in a slow circle, letting each of its heads take us in. I believe it grasps that we're willing and able to help, and that we can't promise there won't be more ants crawling around here. What else it understood or plans to do, I can't say, but I'm hoping it realizes that staying put means those ants will keep coming. "So you told it to leave, to stop getting bitten? And that if it leaves them to us, we'll hunt them down and keep them from bothering it again. Then, if that worked, we've got a steady food supply, and the Shandice is no longer our headache." I think that's about right, Alpha. But remember, their minds aren't exactly in sync, and they might forget us entirely. For now, though, we're just a curiosity, not worth any deeper investigation. She flicked her tail again, uncertainty creeping in. Their minds are simpler than the Indlavus, but sharper than our herds. It's easy to underestimate how they think. I opened my mouth to reply, but the Shandice had already lost interest. It let out that familiar 3-toned groan, turned, and ambled off toward the far side of Nieftra's broken walls, stepping over the rubble with a clumsy yet steady, ground-eating stride. We watched it climb the mountain, each torso rolling forward as the others rested. "Thank you, Sybil." I grinned wide, though I knew the expression came off more threatening than grateful. Now we've got an easier meal ticket too. Chapter Devadasat Oesm. I could have easily taken charge of crushing that ant nest myself, but I handed the task to Solia, Hala, and whoever else wanted in on the action. Before long, the blasted things were pouring out of the hole the Shandice had uncovered. Hundreds of massive, furious insects. With the wave and the voltaic wolf stags backing us up, the hunters flooded the tunnels and sent crackling surges through every opening the creature's departure had revealed. The sharp, burnt smell of ant chitin stung my nose, and I snorted it away. Once the water drained back into the earth, the ants stayed hidden for a while, giving me time to enjoy the new food source. How do you think they feed themselves? Took asked, watching her hunters finish off the half-drowned bugs. They hunt, probably, I said. We spotted signs of them hauling prey into their den at that other burrow. Honestly, these particular ones seem plain unlucky and a bit dim. Took tilted her head, clearly holding back a differing view but staying quiet. Speak. If this many of them are holed up here, and each one needs to eat even half of what a keelish their size would, there wouldn't be a single living thing left in these woods, she said, scanning the tree line. It wasn't exactly bustling with life, but birds and small critters darted through the branches all around us. And if you looked closely, the forest was packed with traces of other animals thriving nearby. You've got a point, I admitted, then added, and take a look. There's barely any sign of them on the trails either. Everything moving through here stands way taller than they do. Took clicked her teeth in agreement. Then how are they managing to feed themselves? Must be something under the ground then, I replied, eyeing the ant-hole with fresh curiosity. Probably just another mystery we'll unravel while we settle in and build our homes here. Took clicked her teeth once more, then marched forward, barking a wordless order at one of the hunters. The hunter scrambled to follow whatever command she'd given, and I turned away, determined to find the evolution to keel that still slipped through my grasp. By then, most of the swarm had reached the city walls, though a good chunk still lingered outside, lounging in the tall grass. The first wave of oxvines and all the oryx had wandered into the same fields, grazing peacefully, while the axbeaks clumsily tried to climb rocks and paths that clearly weren't built for their legs. The hyenas, though, had been brought into the city to test whether they'd take to eating the ants. There wasn't any easy way for the herds to get inside except through the broken section of wall where the Shandice had made their exit. So, amid a chorus of annoyed shrieks, the Kutal shepherds hoisted the hyenas over the wall, somehow calming the beasts just enough to carry them in without forcing a several-mile detour around the city. Luckily, the hyenas, whether out of hunger, instinct, or just plain preference, gleefully tore into the ant carcasses, their teeth crunching through the chitin with satisfying pops. On the bigger picture, Sybil had this idea to use the herbivores' bottomless appetites to strip away all the unnecessary greenery inside the city limits. She was huddled with Yit, discussing ways to let the beasts through the walls without wrecking them, but I couldn't care less about the logistics. Instead, I wandered through the ruins, soaking in whatever I could piece together about the people who'd come before me. The remaining walls didn't match what I'd come to expect from civilized folks, though I guess they shouldn't have. Some part of me still figured people would rely on the humans speaking to craft everything. So walls would be massive slabs of stone, pulled from the earth and solidified in place. But these walls were different. Each one was built by stacking stones that fit together like puzzle pieces, maybe even shaped to lock in perfectly. There was barely a crack between them, and I couldn't help but admire the keel's craftsmanship. So many of these walls had stood for hundreds of years, a lasting monument to the legacy I was about to step into. And speaking of that, Nieftala Administrator, why haven't I evolved yet? Do I just need to speak the words? The administrator chuckles. I suppose that's true, little Fang. All that's left for your evolution is to speak the true iteration of the words. You've already tried, though, and you haven't quite gotten there. You're welcome to give it another shot. Part of me wanted to believe that was all it took, but I knew the administrator was at least getting a kick out of my struggle. "What am I still lacking?" I asked, my voice uncertain. "It should be plain to you what remains missing, what you have gathered and learned along your path, and how that absence fills the void within you." I wasn't entirely sure what a vacuum was supposed to be, but her meaning was clear enough. To drive the point home, Neaftala spoke, and my knees buckled at the weight behind her words. Sacrifice of our lives. Gripping a nearby wall to steady myself, I felt the sheer force of her presence, far more overwhelming than anything I'd felt from her before. I knew instinctively it was because she was uttering her words of power. Those 4 words, bound so tightly to her divinity, and might echoed through my skull and rattled every part of me. Still, I'd come to understand 4 of the 5 phrases that made up her words of power, each one expanding my mind and perspective in ways I hadn't anticipated. The one phrase I hadn't yet plumbed more deeply was the second. "Through the tempering of the sacrifice of our lives are we complete." It had first come to me during our escape from the High Speakers, when I'd prayed desperately to Neaftala for survival. We'd made it out, and I remained grateful for that, but what more was I supposed to grasp? I wanted to wander the city, to search for some spark of insight, but Joral's voice cut through my thoughts, calling for my help. Chapter Devadasat Deviet. Turns out, Joral just needed a hand adjusting the resting spots for the herds, making sure they weren't placed where I'd object. After a quick chat with Sybil, I realized I genuinely didn't care about the finer points of city planning. What I did care about was staying involved and having the final say on the big picture stuff. Politics, foreign policy, warfare, and to a smaller degree, hunting, social structure, and lower-level leadership. The nitty-gritty details bored me, but I wasn't about to let major decisions affecting my people slip by without my awareness, if not my approval. With that settled, I turned my focus back to the 4th phrase. I'd thought I understood it months ago when I'd spoken those words, the raw desperation and selflessness that drove dozens, even hundreds, of my followers to offer up their lives and bodies for my sake. Wasn't that the very definition of sacrificing your life? Was there any love greater than a brother giving himself for the ones he cherished? But that wasn't the point of the phrase, I realized. It wasn't, "Through the tempering of the sacrifice of our lives are others complete," but "Through the tempering of the sacrifice of our lives are we complete." Sacrificing our own lives, my life, for completion. Others had given themselves, and I'd reaped the benefit, but they weren't completed by it. They were just dead, as far as I could tell. The possible meanings swirled in my head as I walked through the ruins, watching my people and my new home. Joral, who I'd just spoken with, was nearby, fussing over an ox-fiend cow. As far as I could tell, the only real difference between the sexes, aside from the obvious, was that the males had slightly larger heads. Joral insisted there was far more to it, but I had a hard time telling many mammals of the same species apart, and honestly, I didn't much care. The female was lowing, agitated, and unhappy, but Joral tended to her, mimicking her sounds with surprising care while gently scratching different spots on her face. Before long, she let out a long, deep moan, and a calf dropped to the ground behind her. I'd never paid much attention to the birth of other creatures before, and the start of this ox-fiend's life caught me completely off guard. Joral gave the mother a few more reassuring pats, lingering in that quiet moment of care before shifting his focus to the calf. The little one lay there, barely aware, dazed and struggling to make sense of the world. With Joral guiding it, the calf found its footing on unsteady legs and instinctively began to nurse. The mother turned her head, her tongue gently brushing over her newborn, with unmistakable affection as the calf fed desperately. That is sacrifice of life, Neaftala's words echoed in my mind, though I suspected there was far more to her meaning than what I grasped. I moved forward, paying little attention to the newborn, or to Jorel and the Tal attendant who had emerged from the shadows beside him. The attendant carefully severed the placenta from the umbilical cord, all while quietly absorbing the stream of instructions Jorel gave. Without Neophtala's guidance this time, I found myself thinking that maybe this was another facet of the same truth. How giving up a piece of oneself could make a person whole. Bassett's earlier words came back to me. Her readiness to lay down her life for the swarm without any desire for praise or recognition, a sentiment shared by nearly all of her Kartal kin. My path carried me on, wandering wherever my feet decided, though I couldn't shake the feeling that Neophtala was steering me, whether I realized it or not. The city stirred with Keelish, nowhere near full capacity, yet each one stepped aside as I passed. Their gazes held a mix of reverence and something close to worship, all fixed on their swarm alpha. I had led them through hostile territories and secured a place we could call our own. As far as we knew, these were abandoned lands, ripe for shaping to our will, and even the dullest among my people understood that our presence here was thanks to me alone. Whispers of Neophtala's chosen and true alpha trailed in my wake, and I soaked it all in, letting their adoration cement my legacy further with every step. And why not? I was, in my own way, sacrificing a slice of my life to stand where I did, to guide those I led, to hold the weight of leadership and power. Sure, it was something I craved and relished, but that didn't make it any less a trade of time and self. I'd never been pushed to ponder Neophtala's words of power so deeply, and as my understanding stretched, I could see how crude my earlier thoughts had been. If I wanted, I could label nearly anything a sacrifice of life, but that clearly wasn't what Neophtala or the system had in mind. No, it was something else, something deeper. My feet carried me through the city as I wrestled with these ideas, building up a sense of clarity, only to tear it down again. I checked in with each of my elites, sharing brief words as I reflected on how my swarm, in their own ways, gave pieces of themselves and found some kind of fulfillment. Foix spending precious time with his daughter for the swarm's sake, Brutus devoting himself entirely to me, Perkril stepping away from leadership to fight for the greater good, Sakit swallowing his pride and transforming, Yamal ready to nurture the next generation. The list went on. Each of them achieved a sense of completeness by giving up parts of their lives, yet they never lost their individuality. After so much time dissecting the phrase, the word complete started to feel hollow, just a jumble of sounds that somehow meant both everything and nothing. Eventually, I found myself standing at the edge of the pit, where the Shandice had once thrived. The stones had been crushed to powder, and that powder churned into mud during our counterstrike against the ants. Faint signs of movement flickered in the abandoned hole, but every time the tunnels began to take shape, a wave wolf stag would blast water inside, collapsing the passage and driving the ants back. Their relentless dedication was equal parts impressive and absurd. Didn't they realize they were throwing their lives away for nothing? They'd perish, only to become our food or a hindrance to their own kind. Wouldn't it make more sense for them to focus on themselves? That thought hit me the moment I considered the ants, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Surely my understanding of my goddess's words of power would come from reflecting on my own kind, not my adversaries. As it turned out, that wasn't the case. Instead, I grinned, fully aware of the path ahead. Chapter Stowe. I moved through the city, issuing swift orders to everyone I encountered to assemble near the wall where we'd first entered. It was a clear sign of how firmly my authority had taken root that I encountered fewer and fewer Keelish as I walked, though Brutus dispatching another guard to relay the same message certainly sped things up. Luckily, I'd remembered to instruct those monitoring the ants' tunnel to flood the pit with as much water as they could gather before heading over. So, for a while, my people could gather and observe as I recited the complete words of power of Neophtala. Simply knowing I'd finally uncovered them in full brought a wide smile to my face. Something deep inside told me I'd want as many of my followers nearby as possible when I finally spoke. Much of Nievtala's words were designed for the collective rather than the individual, and even though I was the only member of the swarm currently poised to evolve into a keel, every single one of them would gain immensely from witnessing my rise. As hundreds of Keelish buzzed about, curious about why I'd summoned them once more, I climbed the wall using a stairway that had been forgotten for ages. As I ascended above the crowd, I gazed down at them and felt their hopes pressing down on me. They were justified in their faith, for the timid hatchling, the vengeance-driven human, and the hesitant child were all relics of the past. I stood before my people as the Zaktif, their emperor destined to lead them to triumph and glory, to safety and certainty, to life and beyond death. I was ready to sacrifice Ashlani the human for Ashlani the keel, standing tall as their shield, their guide, and their spear. On that wall, Sibyltuk, Brutus, Shemira, Vefir, Foy, Tri, It, Perkril, and the rest of my inner circle awaited me. I stepped forward to face them, my back turned to the world beyond our defenses. I was prepared. I lifted both arms high above my head and addressed my people. Some of you have stood by me since my hatching, others since my initial rise to Swarm Alpha, and the rest from my journey all the way to this ancestral home. You've watched me step up as your Alpha and conquer impossible challenges thrown our way. When the Veritocracy tried to wipe us out like vermin, I led our getaway. When the Moon Children questioned our worth, I demonstrated it. When the people of Shandar pursued us, I struck back with equal force, and when the Indlovu attempted to break us, I kept us united. The world itself turns against the Keelish. Every nation views us as pests at best, but most see our very existence as a stain on the land. They hunt us not for sustenance or even amusement, but for total eradication. That ends now. I will no longer let these outsiders demean and despise us. A thunderous wave of approval surged through the air as I sliced my hands through the noise, silencing the crowd. The chaotic uproar faded into scattered cheers, then swelled into a rhythmic chant. Ashlani, 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 Ashlani. I let the roar echo off the stone for a full minute before raising my hands once more to quiet the eager masses. The moment had arrived. Nievtala's presence enveloped us all, and a single heartbeat stretched into infinity as she observed, and we held our breath in anticipation. The words flowed effortlessly to my lips, striking the air with an almost tangible force as I spoke my transformation into existence. Through the blazing crucible of war are we forged. Through the quenching in the blood of our enemies are we tempered. Through the sacrifice of our own lives are we made whole. We are the blade unsheathed at the necks of any who challenge us, the seat of wisdom that even the mighty bow before, and the summit that overshadows all below. The moment those words dissolved into the air, Nievtala answered, "Yes, you belong to me." But there was no grasping or scheming in her tone, only pure, unbridled joy. She reveled in the end of her eternal solitude, thrilled that someone had finally joined her side. Then, like a bolt of clarity striking home, the truth slammed into me. I knew this voice. I had heard it before, in a place I couldn't quite pin down until this very second. Why it had taken me so long to connect the dots, I couldn't say, but now the evidence flooded my mind, overwhelming and undeniable. Before I could voice a single question or make another grand statement, exhaustion crashed over me like a tidal wave. Evolution was already taking hold, pulling me toward my keel form without waiting for my confirmation or the system's approval. I looked out at the gathered Keelish. Every single one of them pressed low to the ground. Whether by choice or force, I couldn't tell. None dared lift their eyes to me, though it wasn't me they were avoiding. I tried to twist around and see what loomed above and behind me, but my legs buckled before I could manage it. The last thing I caught was a glimpse of a shimmering, pearl-like tail before my head hit the earth with a dull thud, and everything went dark. Ashlani's skull connected with the ground in a sickening crack. Sybil strained against the impossible weight pressing down on her, desperate to reach him, but her body refused to obey. Above her, the radiant figure, surely a keel in every sense of the word, fixed his gaze directly on her. Maybe it was her earlier defiance in trying to glimpse Neftala's form, or perhaps it was her stubborn attempts to move against the goddess's will. Whatever the reason, Sybil had to see him. He had spoken with such fierce conviction, nearly possessed by the need to declare his purpose. His words had ignited something in her chest, a fire that made her ready to charge into any battle, to face any enemy head-on. Something fundamental had shifted inside her, preparing her for what came next under his guidance. But then, just as his speech ended, Neftala appeared, and the world ground to a halt. The goddess spoke only to Ashlani, and he fell. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Sybil still fighting to move toward her bondmate, the divine presence finally receded. Though she sensed a faint thread of communication the goddess had tried to weave into her mind. Freed from the invisible shackles, Sybil sprinted to Ashlani's side. His breathing was steady, no signs of distress, and when Vefir arrived, she reluctantly stepped back to let him tend to the alpha, even as every instinct screamed at her to stay close, to offer whatever worthless comfort she could. Vefir looked up, wonder written across his face. He's transforming. It must be part of his journey to becoming Keel. Sybil exhaled, forcing herself to redirect her attention to the swarm. After all, who knew how long Ashlani would be gone? And wasn't it her job to make sure everything ran smoothly, and then some in his absence? The tranquil stillness of the evolutionary space tried to swallow my thoughts, as it always did, but the burning need to understand kept me anchored. The administrator drew near, and this time I could see straight through the haze she had draped over my perception. "Hello, Neftala." Epilogue, the High Lord of the Alni House, made his way through the corridors of the Synod's consortium, the crowd parting before him like water around a stone. The crackling skyer perched on his shoulder certainly added to his imposing aura, but his bound was the true testament to his authority. After all, no one else was permitted to bring their bound into these sacred halls. No one except him and the Granvarat himself. His ceremonial robes swept behind him, their impossibly vivid colors catching the light that streamed through the windows, carved high the solid stone walls. The plush soles of his designer footwear absorbed the impact of every sharp click against the polished marble, yet Lyot suppressed the smug grin that threatened to shatter his composed facade. After all, the common rabble had been granted the rare privilege of witnessing his imposing presence, and he couldn't possibly rob them of the flawless image of his authority. So, even as he moved with the urgency the moment demanded, the High Lord embodied the quintessential face of the seven families. With his brisk stride and a path that cleared instinctively before him, it took only a few short minutes for Lyalt Alnir to reach the imposing doors of the Five's inner sanctum. The fact that none of his own kin occupied those chambers was a slight he noted with irritation, though he reasoned the deluded masses needed the false hope that they could one day rise to the position of High Veran. Nothing could be further from the truth, naturally. The rare insignificant child who managed such a feat was quickly promoted to a silent, decorative role beside their superiors, becoming nothing more than a mute testament to the true power brokers of the realm. It was a further insult that he was made to wait for entry, but the High Lord decided he could extend this small courtesy to those who were so clearly in over their heads. They had, after all, groveled for his assistance, so he could afford them a moment of patience while they played their petty political games. "Please enter." He recognized the voice before the door even swung open. A wide, self-satisfied smile plastered across his face, Lyelt Windspoke pushed the door ajar and swept inside. That insufferable woman, Jalma, was perched behind a stark, unadorned desk, her painted-on smile far less convincing than his own. The reception area, if one could even call it that, was remarkably unimpressive for a space that held such sway over the colossal machinery of the veritocracy. It contained only Jalma's single desk, with no windows and 4 unremarkable doors lining the walls. A pair of shelves cluttered the back wall, crammed with loose papers and tightly rolled scrolls. He couldn't help but speculate on the sheer volume of secrets stored within those bindings. As his gaze flitted across the room's sparse features, the High Lord pondered the true authority of the 5. They were, at best, the nation's mouthpiece, while the brain remained the Grand Virat, and the claws were undoubtedly the families themselves. "Thank you for making the trip, High Lord. It was Salma who requested your audience, and he is ready to see you now. Such a diligent secretary, Miss Na. Shall I announce myself, or do you need to run and tell him I'm here?" The sharp, unmistakable pressure of a windward cut through the air before Jalma could offer a reply. "My office, if you please." Lyalt had to steel himself against the curt dismissal, but he maintained his composed demeanor as he stepped into the office of the most senior member of the 5. Unlike the mediocre, cluttered space belonging to the junior member, Salma's office was starkly bare, yet it served as a casual exhibition of the High Varan's formidable wind-speaking talents. One entire wall was filled with miniature windows that demanded constant focus, each one displaying a different region of Viatal and its neighboring territories. The opposite wall featured a shimmering lattice of swirling air currents that would occasionally eject a tightly rolled paper, automatically sorted into neat stacks for later review. "High Lord Alni, I have one question regarding your decision to accompany the squad from the Thnufir garrison." The old man dispensed with all pleasantries, and although Lyalt had anticipated this, the bluntness still chafed his pride. "Then ask. I have matters to attend to today." "Very well. Why did you fail to bring any of your most powerful band when you went to eliminate the escaping Keelish?" He released a measured sigh. "I departed with the sole objective of addressing the Sun Kindred's attack on the Thnufir line. I wasn't prepared for a drawn-out pursuit, though I did help the soldiers reach the Eastern Territories far faster than they could have managed on their own. That still doesn't answer my question. The Gran Virat ordered you to aid High Colonel Dithnufir in pushing the Sunkindred away from the Thnufir River. Why didn't you bring your full power to bear in carrying out that command? There was no need. He asked for speed, so I left them behind at his home and traveled overland with the escorts, accompanied by Doluk, Alba, and Skia. And did you succeed in driving back the Sunkindred? No, I was forced to withdraw before. And did you succeed in hunting the Keelish to extinction? That wasn't my job. The High Lord roared. I helped them move, and Alba died in the process. I lost generations of work, years of experimentation, refinement, and promise, all in a single moment, because those soldiers couldn't handle a few Keelish. Understood. Salma's expression stayed neutral, but Lyalt bared his teeth. Did you drag me here just to recap what you already know? No. The Gran Virat wants an update on your latest experiments. Salma said it lightly, but Lyalt tensed. The Gran Virat was asking about that. She was a failure. Not pliable enough. Or maybe too pliable. Hard to say, and since she didn't work out, I don't care enough to figure it out. Besides, now that she's been allowed to live at the Thnufir garrison, it's been ages since I last used any of my callings on her. Whatever progress I made will be gone soon, and I suspect her subconscious will fight harder against any future attempts. Maybe someone else could try to overwrite that stubborn compassion she clings to, but I've lost interest. Oh, you've misunderstood, Salma replied. though Laelt caught a flicker of revulsion in his tone and expression when he realized the High Lord had been experimenting on one of their own people. Why one of the High Varan would let emotion cloud the necessity of scientific pursuit was beyond him, but perfection eluded most. The Gran Varat wants to know about the other one, the one recovered from the Samutalia. How is he progressing? Ah, of course. He's a tremendous success. I believe if we let him encounter others of his kind, he'll quickly rise to dominate them. I'll pass that along then. Yes, my little Keel is a good boy. I look forward to watching him continue down his path. Another book you may like, The Homunculus Knight by J. Buchalter the Witcher, meets Ravenloft in this dark fantasy series about a death-sworn knight battling monsters in a land where humanity survives under vampire rule. The town of Glockmire flourishes beneath the shadow of undeath. Beyond its walls, ghouls, wraiths, and countless horrors roam the black forests and mountain passes. Above them all, ancient vampires reign from towering castles, feeding on fear as much as blood. When Cole arrives, the townsfolk see only another wandering holy knight. Stoic, scarred, and sworn to the god of death, he has spent his life hunting the unholy and bringing peace to the restless dead. Yet the dead of Glockmire do not rest easily. After a young woman, driven by vengeance, joins Cole's hunt, the pair uncover something sinister lurking below the blood-soaked streets. Their pursuit soon exposes a web of ancient schemes, rival vampire nobles, and a darkness that could drown the region in blood. And the knight sworn to destroy monsters may be even less human than the creatures he hunts. Available on Kindle Unlimited and Audible. Thank you for reading a Moonquill original novel. More exciting stories can be found on our website. We would greatly appreciate it if you would take a moment to leave a review. Every review, rating, and share makes a real difference, giving authors the fuel they need to keep crafting the stories readers love. If you're on the hunt for your next favorite page-turner, join our newsletter by scanning the QR code or tapping the link below, and you'll instantly unlock a handful of free ebooks. Ready to get involved even more? Whether you want to join our beta reader crew or flag a typo you spotted, just drop us a line at cozyup@moonquill.com. The book is organized with a title page, copyright, and contents up front, followed by 100 chapters and a final epilogue. The front matter also includes a quick start guide, a cover page, and a beginning section to ease readers into the story. I'm unable to rewrite this text because it doesn't contain any actual content. It's just a list of page numbers with no narrative, dialogue, or story to work with. If you provide the actual paragraph or story text from the book, I'd be happy to rewrite it into a fresh, engaging version for you.